When Weilin arrived at the Prince of Jinbei's residence with Qi Tianxing's letter, he was told that the princess was not at home but had gone to the largest opera house in the capital. As soon as he entered the opera house, he saw gold leaves being scattered onto the stage from the second floor. The gold leaves floated like snowflakes, continuously falling onto the stage. Everyone, whether on stage or below, was stunned by this lavish display of throwing gold. Princess Jinji was captivated by the beautiful Tangdang spring on the Miaotong stage, and news of her spending a fortune spread quickly. Weilin reached the second floor and saw Qin Jinji sitting on the railing, pouring a whole box of gold leaves onto the stage as Xiang Tang's spring was ending. Everyone on stage couldn't help but look at Qin Jinji. She had a stunningly beautiful face, casually sitting on the railing. Xiang Tang's spring felt a warm feeling in her heart. Weilin looked at the stage full of gold leaves and smiled, saying, "If I had known it was like this, I would have gone to the opera too." Qin Jinji didn't stand up. She leaned against a pillar nearby, eating fruit. "Your performance is better than his singing." Weilin handed her the letter from his. "The Chu state envoy wants to meet the 9th prince." Qin Jinji took the letter and glanced at it casually.
"You really pushed them to the edge."
Weilin smiled slightly. After all, it's what the princess ordered. At that moment, loud noises suddenly came from downstairs. "Let Miaotong Chun come out and have a drink with me, young master." "How much silver did you spend on him?" The young servant from the stage quickly pulled the man aside and said, "Young master, we have a performance coming up soon. How can we drink with you? We need to be fair to the other fans too." "Young master," he immediately slapped the servant's face. "I told you to let him come out and drink with me, and he must come out. A lowly person like him dares to act proud." His bodyguard immediately started hitting the servant. The manager of the theater looked worried and said, "Young master,
Calm down.
Miaotong Chun really can't come out to drink now. If he drinks, how will we perform the rest of the show?" "Young master," he kicked him in the stomach.
What?
"When you meet someone richer than me, you turn your back. I tell you, if Miaotong Chun doesn't come out today, I will tear down your theater." Qin Jinji looked at the people below with a frown. Yunk immediately flew down and kicked young master he in the stomach. The man was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away. The theater suddenly fell silent. Young master, he was the son of the Minister of Rights and was friendly with the 15th prince. He was used to being arrogant in the capital. Qin Jinji's voice came from above, cut off 2 of his fingers. "Young master," he shouted immediately. "Qin Jinji, how dare you?" Qin Jinji sneered. So she had recognized her all along? Was this deliberately trying to humiliate her? With the dispersal of Qin's military power, it seemed she could dare anything, even monsters and demons. Qin Jinji stood up, resting one leg, her arm on her knee. "In this capital, is there anything I, Qin Jinji, dare not do?" Yunk knocked down the attackers closing in on her, then drew his sword and struck. When Miaotong Chun came out, he saw the girl upstairs with a proud expression. "Qin Jinji, just wait. Your Qin family is finished. I will tell the emperor. I will kill you." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "Talking nonsense. Yunk, throw him out." The young servant from the He family hurriedly ran outside. "Young master," his eyes were bloodshot. "Go back to the mansion and call someone. Surround He Chun Pavilion." Qin Jinji casually glanced at Miaotong Chun. "Keep singing." Only a few seats remained in the opera house. Everyone had left when Yunk made his move. Many people had only heard of Qin Jinji's reputation but had never seen her in person. Knowing who that little troublemaker was, no one dared to stay. What if they got involved? Miaotong Chun nodded slightly, then went back to change into his costume. He was singing this scene for one person only. Yunk came up with raised. Qin Jinji pulled her legs back. "Hand this over to the Chinese envoy." Weilin took out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped the broken finger. "Weilin understands." Qin Jinji pointed to a nearby chair. "Since you're here, stay and listen to the play." Weilin obediently sat down to the side. He sipped 100 Lian cup of tea and smiled while watching the performance. At the most exciting part of Miaotong Chun's scene, Young master, he burst in with over 100 thugs. His broken finger was already bandaged. He pointed at Qin Jinji with his other hand, glaring fiercely. Kill her, Miaotong Chun anxiously spoke up. Young master, this is all my fault. I am willing to apologize. Young master, he looked at him. You can't run. After I kill her, I'll see how you play dead. Miaotong Chun's face showed concern for Qin Jinji. Just as the thugs rushed toward the upper floor, suddenly a loud yawn was heard. It sounded like someone just woke up. Then, the sound of weapons dragging on the ground followed. Hu Amon and Hu Ajiao appeared from behind a screen, swaying their necks. Old Qin, this play is so exciting. I haven't slept this well in a long time. Hu Amon carried a pair of axes on his shoulders. Sister, it's been a while since our last match. Let's see who's better at chopping today. Hu Ajiao rubbed her twin maces and grinned. That's exactly what I want. They rushed into the crowd. Qin Jinji looked at Miaotong Chun. You, keep singing. Miaotong Chun took a deep breath, gave the musicians a look. The drumbeat started again, and the thugs from the He mansion blood splattered everywhere. 23, 27, 35. The smell of blood filled the opera house. Young master, he looked increasingly upset as the bodies of the thugs kept falling. With the last body thrown down, the show at Miaotong Chun came to an end. Hu Ajiao raised an eyebrow at Hu Awan. Awan, I won. Qin Jinji pointed at young master, he downstairs. There's still one more. Whoever kills him will be treated to 100 flower brew later. Young master, his face turned pale. My father is the Minister of Rights. How dare you kill me? Suddenly, two huge figures appeared in front of him. Axes and long spears rushed toward him at the same time. Suddenly, a whip sounded. Young master, he was pulled back forcefully. Jinji, why are you so angry? A man in a colorful silk robe holding a jade bone fan entered. A girl holding a long whip followed beside him. Why did he offend you? Uncle 15 is here to apologize on his behalf. The visitor was Prince 15, Xiao Che. Qin Jinji looked nonchalant. All right, you can kowtow to me on his behalf. Xiao Che's face immediately darkened. The girl beside Xiao Che swung her whip toward them. Hu Ajiao raised her long spear to block the whip, while Hu Awan chopped the whip in half with her axe. Qin Jinji's face lit up with a smile. Now, I want to kill two people. Uncle 15, which one will you protect? Xiao Che's smile disappeared. He looked up at Qin Jinji, leaning on the railing. What if I want to protect both of them? Qin Jinji sat on the railing, laughing so hard she almost fell over, her body swaying as her laughter echoed across He Chun Tai. Just as Xiao Che's face turned completely black, Qin Jinji suddenly made a bow-drawing gesture in the air. Like a mischievous child, she closed one eye and aimed at Xiao Che's face. Her smile spread, and she made a sound like an arrow being released. Whoosh. As Qin Jinji released her imaginary bow, Hu Ajiao and Hu Awan instantly attacked. The girl beside Xiao Che immediately protected him and retreated. In an instant, He Chi's head was chopped off by Hu Awan. It rolled to Xiao Che's feet.
Xiao che sterd fixed liati Jinji.
He Chi's father is the Minister of Rights. How dare you commit violence in the capital? Qin Jinji found it very funny. She seemed to ignore the mountain of corpses and blood behind Xiao Che. The female guard beside Xiao Che drew her sword to block, but was shaken by Hu Ajiao's heavy mace and spat blood. How dare you try to assassinate the prince, Qin Jinji? Don't you want your head? He didn't expect this little madwoman to actually attack. As the female guard retreated step by step, Xiao Che's panic and anger grew worse. Finally, the female guard took a chance during a retreat and said to Xiao Che, Your Highness, run now. Then she quickly led Xiao Che away. As they left, Xiao Che's voice was heard. Qin Jinji, I will not let this go. Your time is up. Hu Amon looked excited and said, Old Qin, don't forget my 100 flowers brew. Qin Jinji jumped down directly from the railing on the second floor. She landed lightly on the ground and said, Tell the people at Qianyao Division, we are going to visit Minister He. Just as Qin Jinji was about to leave, a beautiful voice suddenly came from behind. It was Miao Tang-chun running over quickly, his face and costume still covered in ink and makeup, as if he had hurriedly taken off his headpiece. The sincerity in his eyes was mostly extinguished when it met Qin Jinji's calm, unchanging gaze. That look was like looking at a dead object, with no reaction from her. In the end, Miao Tang-chun just crouched down and used his expensive costume to wipe the bloodstains on the edge of Qin Jinji's boot. Qin Jinji said nothing and left directly for the spring stage. Miao Tang-chun did not chase after her, only hiding his loneliness behind his eyes. People in the capital had always heard of Qin Jinji's extravagance. When the sedan carried by 32 people passed loudly through the street, it shocked many. But behind it, a few carts loaded with goods looked out of place. When the nearby commoners saw that the carts were actually filled with piles of bodies, they retreated in fear. A strong smell of blood spread through the street. Many of the bodies on the carts even had no heads. When they arrived at Minister He's residence, not only the Qianyao guards were there, but Xue Huai also brought soldiers from the northern king's mansion to wait. The lark had prepared a soft chair. Qin Jinji went over and sat in front of He's residence. "Surround Minister He's house for me." The servant from the northern king's mansion didn't even knock on the door this time. He simply stepped back and said, "Bash the door." The guards at the North Town Prince's mansion were very experienced and quickly subdued the place. The main gate of the He residence collapsed with a loud crash. Qin Jinji sat patiently, waiting for the people inside the He residence to notice her. Yun Kei thoughtfully cut a watermelon for Qin Jinji. The symbols of the North Town Prince's mansion and the Thousand Birds Division made Minister He instantly recognized who was coming. "You say the entire mansion has been surrounded by Qin Jinji." He Lianghan looked utterly shocked. When had he ever offended this formidable woman? The young servant looked distressed, crying, "Not only was the mansion surrounded, but they also crashed into our He residence's gate." He took a deep breath and said, "Lead the way." As the Minister of Rites, overseeing the imperial examinations, he had many connections across the court and the city. Most officials would give him some respect. But Qin Jinji had been domineering since she was young. Even princes dared not offend her. He was worried that, like a scholar facing a soldier, he might not be able to argue his case clearly. When He Lianghan came out, Qin Jinji was eating watermelon. Juice dripped from her hand onto the ground. "Princess Jinji, what do you mean by this?" Qin Jinji swallowed the watermelon and smiled. "Today's watermelon is especially sweet. I came to invite Minister He to share some." He Lianghan was stunned. What does she mean? Suddenly, Qin Jinji kicked a round object at her feet. As the cloth covering it fell away, a head rolled down the steps in front of the He residence. The eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at He Lianghan. He gasped sharply and collapsed to the ground. Then, a mournful cry rang out.
"Son!"
He Lianghan scrambled down the steps, reaching the head. He held it tightly, eyes bloodshot, glaring at Qin Jinji. How dare you kill my son? Do you still respect the law?" Qin Jinji stood up smiling, threw the watermelon aside, and approached He Lianghan. She wiped her remaining juice on his clothes. "Minister He, your son was assassinated on Chuntai Street by this princess's men and was executed on the spot."
"Law?"
"Well, I suppose I should ask you about that." He Lianghan was furious. "You killed my son and are trying to smear my family. Do you think the He family is unimportant?" Qin Jinji clapped her hands, and the bodies of over 100 of He Jia's thugs were thrown into a pile at the gate of He mansion. He Lianghan's eyes widened in shock. These were all of He Qi's men, and they were all dead. Qin Jinji looked at He Lianghan with satisfaction. "Minister He, if someone tries to assassinate the princess, what should the law say about it?" Seeing the scene of the dead thugs, He Lianghan realized Qin Jinji might be telling the truth. But his own son was dead. He couldn't accept this. "You committed violence in the street, and even if it was the princess, you had no right to use private punishment. I will seek justice for my son before the emperor." Qin Jinji looked at him with a harsh expression. "Minister He, don't forget, I am now the commander of the Thousand Birds Division. Your son tried to assassinate a court official in the street. I could kill him 1,000 times, and I still would. She suddenly seemed to remember something and said regretfully, "Oh, he almost didn't have to die. The fifth prince said he would protect him, but as soon as I made a move, he ran away. If anyone is to blame, it's him." He Lianghan's eyes turned red. He had never heard of He Qi holding a grudge against Qin Jinji, but it was true that He Qi was close to the fifth prince. Could it be that the fifth prince ordered the assassination of Qin Jinji? Qin Jinji sat back in a soft chair, resting her chin on her hand, her face no longer smiling. He Lianghan, did He Qi order the assassination of this princess? Suddenly, the 1,000 birds guards and the soldiers from the northern king's residence drew their weapons. He Lianghan held He Qi's head tightly, staring fiercely at Qin Jinji. "I have no grudge against the princess. Why would I want to kill her?" Qin Jinji looked troubled. "That's strange. Why would He Qi want to kill me?" "Minister He, you need to give me an answer. Adding false charges is easy." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Minister He, are you not going to say anything?" He Lianghan shouted. "Do you dare to kill me too?" Qin Jinji pointed to her forehead with one finger. "I am really curious. Why does everyone keep asking me if I dare to ask such silly questions?" Xue Huai drew his sword and stabbed a servant next to He Lianghan to death. Qin Jinji spread her hands. "What do you think, Minister He?" He Lianghan, as a high-ranking official, had seen many dangers. He even took a step forward. "You kill innocent people and commit violence in street. Even the emperor cannot protect you. Now, the Qin family's military power is divided, and His Majesty is no longer fully aligned with the Qin family. Qin Jinji is only favored because of the emperor and empress, but don't forget, clans and the royal family have always been rivals. Since the fighting has stopped, Qin Yi no longer has any value. A proud and arrogant princess truly thinks she can do whatever she wants." A young servant who was frightened quickly ran back to the mansion to call for guards. Qin Jinji immediately showed a smile on her face. "Minister He, are you planning to resist stubbornly?" He Lianghan snorted coldly. "I've already sent word to the imperial guards. You, Qin Jinji, have no regard for human life. I want you to pay for my son." Qin Jinji immediately smiled like a clever little monkey, squatting on the chair. "Minister He, let's see who can kill faster, my people or the imperial guards." He Lianghan didn't expect Qin Jinji to be so bold. Guards from the He residence rushed out and surrounded He Lianghan tightly. They moved skillfully, clearly not ordinary fighters. Qin Jinji looked regretful and said, "Minister He, you're too stingy. You have such skilled fighters around, but you don't give your son a few. Otherwise, he might have died a little later." He Lianghan was furious. "Kill her," Qin Jinji cheerfully said. "Commander Xue, our 1,000 birds guards are all top fighters. Why don't we have a little competition?" Xue Huai chuckled softly. "Understood." The guards from the He residence were indeed formidable. They fought back and forth with the 1,000 birds guards and the palace soldiers. Hu Aman and Hu Ajiao sat nearby eating watermelon. Finally, after 15 minutes, all the guards from the He residence had fallen. Qin Jinji sat on her chair, watching He Xiangshu retreat step by step, and asked, "It seems my people are faster." He Lianghan looked a bit panicked. "I am the Minister of Rights. If you kill me, no one can protect you." Qin Jinji let out a sharp cry. "Then I want to try." At this moment, Yun Kei handed her a real bow and arrow, then stood aside with a quiver. Qin Jinji stood on the chair, drew an arrow. With a smile, she said to He Lianghan, "Minister He, now it's time for you to run." Then she pulled the bow and aimed at He Lianghan's forehead. The scene of Qin Jinji shooting a civilian at the polo match was still vivid in her mind. She was crazy.
Crazy. Crazy.
He Lianghan turned and ran back toward the mansion. "Hold your fire." Qin Jinji's arrow instantly pierced He Lianghan's hairdo. The 1,000 birds guards immediately said, "The commander is so brave." The people from the palace also didn't want to be left behind. "The princess is so mighty." Xue Huai felt embarrassed. Is this really the time to praise someone? Qin Jinji turned to look at the advancing imperial guards, with grandfather Hong almost being thrown off his horse behind her. Grandfather Hong almost knelt on the ground when he dismounted and hurriedly ran over without stopping. He had just left the palace when he encountered the urgent imperial guards. After asking, he learned that their young princess was once again showing her strength. Without hesitation, he rushed to He Mansion. "Princess, the Empress has sent me to bring you into the palace. We finally found you." At this moment, nothing else mattered. Only the Empress's words could be trusted. He Han struggled to get up and shouted, "Grandfather Hong, I want to see the Emperor. Qin Jinji broke into my house, killed my guards, and even tried to kill me. She also killed my son. I must get an explanation from the Emperor." Qin Jinji raised her chin to Grandfather Hong. "Did you hear that? I'll kill him first so he won't go and complain. After I finish him, I'll go into the palace with you." She drew another arrow. Grandfather Hong immediately knelt at her feet. "Oh, my little princess. Please come back to the palace with me. The Empress is waiting for you." That was the Minister of Rights. If the young princess really kills someone, it could cause a big scandal. Qin Jinji looked at Grandfather Hong like a mischievous child. "If I don't kill him, what if he goes and complains?" Grandfather Hong didn't dare say a word. The young princess's lawlessness wasn't new. Others might just bluff, but she truly dared to do it. He could only hold tightly to Qin Jinji's leg. "Oh, my little princess, isn't there the Emperor? Let's go into the palace first. Once inside, we can listen to the Emperor's arrangements together." Qin Jinji looked down at the crying Grandfather Hong with a fierce smile. "Listen to the Emperor's arrangements." Her smile turned cold again. "I know." As she spoke, she drew her bow again, aiming at He Han. He Han never expected Qin Jinji to be so bold. She didn't even care about Grandfather Hong. At that moment, he realized Qin Jinji truly intended to kill him. Qin Jinji looked at He Han on the ground and said, "Minister He, you should run now." Hong, seeing that things were getting out of control, quickly said to He Han, "Minister He, there must be some misunderstanding. As long as you explain everything clearly to the princess and admit your mistake, she will forgive you." He Han was almost burning with anger. As the Minister of Rights, his son had been killed, and now he had to bow and admit fault to the culprit. Hong kept signaling him urgently. If he didn't admit fault, the young princess's arrow was not to be underestimated. Forget about being a big official. Saving your life is more important. He Han suppressed his anger and said, "The assassination of the princess was not ordered by me. My son is usually innocent and straightforward. He must have been influenced by others and got into a conflict with the princess. It's all a misunderstanding. I ask the princess to forgive the He family." Qin Jinji looked regretful and said, "Why admit fault now? If I kill him, it would seem like I'm being unreasonable. Since that's the case, I will let you go this time. But Minister He, today's attack on me was shocking. You must give me a satisfactory explanation, right?" Hearing Qin Jinji's words, Hong almost collapsed to the ground. This Minister He, why did he have to provoke this ancestor? Not only was his son dead, but he also lost a lot of blood.
Qin Jinji qui quai dans l'acide.
Then she turned to Yun Kei and said, "Why is this old man so afraid of dying?" Qin Jinji sat in her sedan chair, crossing her legs, eating an orange, and said, "The one who wanted to kill me is Xiao Che. He must have been acting on his orders." Looking at He Han, he doesn't seem to have anything to do with the 15th prince. Hong coughed hard. "Oh, my little princess, this is on the street. It's better not to talk about the princes openly," Qin Jinji lazily replied. "What? If someone wants to kill me, I can't say anything? Is there no justice anymore?" Hong looked distressed. "Princess, isn't that a bit much to say?" He Han was clearly targeting her from the start. With such a big commotion in the spring pavilion, Xiao Che didn't come in. He just happened to arrive right before He Han was about to be killed. Who would believe they didn't plan this together? Many people in the capital hated her, but few openly wanted her dead. However, there was one person who had to leave the capital because of her. Qin Jinji said to the Lark, "Go check on Xiao Che and Xiao Yin's interactions." Xiao Che's consort was just a minor noblewoman and not favored. It was understandable that he wanted to support her. Otherwise, When one of the brothers takes that position, they all won't have a good ending. Grandpa Hung coughed loudly. Discussing the princes forming alliances in the street could get you executed. Qin Jinji closed her eyes and said, "What are you afraid of? The prince has started to come after me. Maybe one day, I'll be found dead in the street." Grandpa Hung didn't dare to speak further. Qin Jinji entered the palace and went straight to the queen's bedroom. As soon as she entered, she saw the emperor sitting on a soft couch, waiting for her. Qin Jinji turned to leave, but then went back to her own room and slammed the door shut. "Rebellious child. Look at you. Look at how you've changed. You don't even call out anymore." The queen snorted coldly. That's right. The emperor was so angry that he stormed to Qin Jinji's room. "I already told him to leave the capital. Do you really want his life?" Xiao Yin had indeed hidden a lot from his father over the years. His secret actions were shocking. Zheng's family couldn't stay, but Xiao Yin was still his son. He made Xiao Yin a prince and sent him to his fief, which meant Xiao Yin could no longer rise to that position. Qin Jinji opened the door. "Now you remember blood ties? Fine, I don't need to wait 3 more years to die. If the Ming King wants to kill me, I'll wash my neck and wait for him." The emperor was furious when he heard this. "What nonsense are you talking about? Death or not, what does it matter?" Qin Jinji's poisoning was a secret. She didn't want to tell the queen, but the emperor knew. For many years, the emperor had been secretly searching for the orchid grass. This had always been a personal issue for him. Moreover, the high monk at the Grand Minister's temple had said Qin Jinji was destined for a short life. She wouldn't live past 21. But the monk also provided a solution. A longevity lock forged from imperial energy could suppress the short-lived person's fate. If Qin Jinji could live past 21, she could be reborn. That's why these gold necklaces were made by Qin Yi every year, but the longevity lock was forged by the emperor himself each year. This is why, at 18, Qin Jinji still wore a childhood blessing and longevity lock. Recently, Qin Jinji was poisoned early and took Chu Langdan. If she couldn't find longi grass, she only had 3 years left to live. Everything matched exactly what the high monk from Xianghua Temple had said. The empress didn't know Qin Jinji was poisoned, but she cried countless times after hearing what the monk said. That is also why the emperor and empress loved her so much. If what the monk said was true, Qin Jinji would die at 21. She coldly looked at the emperor, then reached out and broke the longevity lock around her neck. "Just as you wish." Qin Jinji threw the broken lock to the ground and left without looking back. The emperor's eyes reddened, and he almost couldn't stand. Qin Jinji's life was a gift from the gods and Buddha. That small person suffered so much pain when poisoned, always hiding early so the empress wouldn't notice. Because their Yaoer had died the same way. Now Qin Jinji had just thrown away her longevity lock. The emperor picked up the broken lock and turned his back. "This brat, I don't know who she inherited her temper from. When I get the chance, I'll punish her severely." The palace servants dared not approach. They also heard the old man's voice choking with emotion. The emperor took the broken lock back to his private chamber, then took out some tools and began to repair it. He listened as Hong Dequan told him about Qin Jinji's life before entering the palace. Then he sighed, "Forget it. Let everyone rely on their own ability." He looked at the lock carefully, saying, "This girl has quite some strength." From that day on, rumors spread in the capital that Princess Jinji was more reckless than before. Qin Jinji really couldn't understand these people's minds. Reckless was a label they put on her. If she truly did something reckless, they couldn't accept it. For 3 days straight, Qin Jinji didn't attend court. She spent her days eating, drinking, and having fun with Yun Ke and others, spending money extravagantly. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Rights was in chaos these days. Wei Lin handed over the severed finger to the Chu envoy. The two sides almost fought. Lao Zhao and others looked at Wei Lin with sharper eyes. It was clear he was Wei Cha's son. Wei Lin calmly said to Qi Tianqing, "Master Qi, since that's the case, let's each compromise a bit. Our Jin kingdom only wants a wind prison outside Fenglao Pass and 3 million silver taels." Qi Tianqing immediately shouted, "Impossible. If it were just one of the 15 cities, it might be manageable. But Phonglao Pass is a key military location. Without Phonglao Pass blocking the enemy, the state of Chu would be at a disadvantage. Wei Lin simply looked at him calmly. To be honest, your 9th Prince of Chu is in the hands of a nobleman from Jin. As you can see, this nobleman is not very patient. If by tomorrow you haven't met our demands, the negotiations will end here. Lu Zhao followed Wei Lin's gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately stood up and left with Wei Lin. The Chu delegation looked very gloomy. What should we do? If we give up Phonglao Pass and Jin army attacks, Chu will fall back step by step. But we can't agree. Jin said they will stop negotiations tomorrow. His Majesty said we must do everything to get the 9th Prince back. Jin is really too overbearing. Qi Tianxing's face was dark. He didn't expect Jin to be so strong. The 9th Prince can no longer stay in Jin's hands. If that's the case, getting the 9th Prince back is the most important thing. Today's shame will be avenged someday. The Emperor heard good news from the Honglu Temple, but still looked angry. Hong Dequan, take a team of soldiers to Zhenbei Wang's residence. Bind that brat and bring him to the palace. And deal with her too. Hong Gonggong had been close to tears these days. He dared not, Your Majesty. Qini had been eating well these days. Jin Ji had a falling out with that old man. Now his granddaughter was all he had. But on the 3rd day, he saw the angry queen and the slightly swollen-faced emperor arrive at Zhenbei Wang's residence. The queen hurriedly rushed toward Qin Ji's courtyard. The emperor, with a stern face, walked quickly, but without delay. Qin Yi was completely ignored. He remembered this was Zhenbei Wang's residence. Later, when the emperor arrived at Qin Ji's courtyard, the people inside were quite relaxed. Qin Ji was lying on a swing, surrounded by maids, with the aroma of fruits filling the air. The empress stepped inside and said, "Oh, my dear grandson, how could you take off the longevity lock?" Everyone in the courtyard immediately knelt and bowed. Qin Ji opened his eyes. "Great-grandmother, why did you leave the palace?" The empress took out the repaired longevity lock. "It's all because of you. How dare you take it off? Put it back on now." Qin Ji turned her head away. "Whether I wear it or not, it's the same. Better to die early than to bother others." The emperor was angry and stepped forward. "Listen to what she's saying." The empress glared at the emperor. If she hadn't seen the longevity lock on the table in his sleeping quarters today, she wouldn't have known Qin Jinji had taken it off. The high monk had warned her many times. Besides changing the lock each year, it must never be taken off at any other time. Angry, the empress scolded the emperor and hurriedly took the lock to the prince of Bainang's residence. Softly, the empress said, "Don't argue with that old man. He's good for nothing else. Listen to grandmother's words. Put it back on quickly." Qin Jinji lifted her chin. "We're not even related by blood, so I can't afford to wear such a precious thing." The emperor was about to hit her. "What do you mean not related by blood? Tomorrow, you're going to register with the royal family and change your surname to Shao." Outside, Qin overheard and looked confused. What does that mean? They're changing her surname. He thought this old man was shameless. Qin Jinji sneered coldly. "Don't even think about it." "I can't take it." The empress looked anxious. "Good girl. Don't argue with that old man. Don't make grandmother worried. Put it on quickly." If the princes and princesses saw this scene, they would probably be jealous to madness. The emperor also looked worried. The high monk's words had been echoing in his mind these days. But this little brat hadn't entered the palace for several days. Both the young and the old were stubborn. The empress suddenly slammed the table. Everyone kneeled down. Qin Jinji quickly knelt on the ground. The maids in the yard nervously closed their eyes. They were terrified. Why was the emperor kneeling too? The empress directly pulled off Qin Jinji's gold necklace and hung the longevity lock on it. "If you dare to take it off again, I'll beat you to death." Qin Jinji didn't dare to speak. The emperor looked on with a pleased expression. The empress immediately pointed at him.
Tell her she didn't say that.
"Next time you and she try to take off this lock, both the emperor and empress will be dead. Better not to live at all." Qin Jinji shot a glance at the emperor and scoffed. The The emperor took advantage of the empress's distraction and slapped Qin Jinji. "Little brat, dare to take it off again, and I'll beat you to death." The empress pointed at the two people. "Kneel for me for an hour and remember this lesson well." The emperor looked at the empress. He was the emperor. Kneeling for an hour was nothing. Qin strolled in slowly, looking pleased and mischievous. "Sister-in-law, well done on the punishment. Only the empress could control these two people in the whole world." The empress saw Qin Ye's face, was even more annoyed. "What kind of grandfather are you? You didn't even know about the big thing with the longevity lock. Kneel down too." Qin Jinji laughed loudly, pointing at Qin Yi kneeling beside the emperor. "Ha, the emperor also looked pleased." "Good." Qin Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. The empress sat in front of the three of them. "Listen, all three of you. If this happens again, I won't forgive you." The emperor and empress left the palace soon after, leaving behind a pair of grinning grandparents and grandchildren. "This old thing always brings me bad luck," Qin Yi cursed as he walked away. Qin Jinji didn't expect the emperor and empress to leave the palace just for her. But that also meant the emperor wouldn't protect Mingwang anymore. Who would win the fight? It was up to their own strength. Qin Jinji felt very happy. "Go find the best tailor to make a performance costume." Yun Jin looked confused. "Princess, do you want to wear it?" Qin Jinji sighed. "Tomorrow, I'll cook your cui cui to help clear your mind." Yun Jin pouted. Qin Jinji stretched lazily. "Find some servants and wash Fu Nanfeng clean." Wei Lin had already sent a letter. Chu State agreed to exchange Fu Nanfeng for Feng Laoguan. Tomorrow, there will be a banquet at the palace, and Fu Nanfeng will be returned to Chu. But Qin Jinji knew a secret about Fu Nanfeng. Even the people of Chu didn't know this secret. Fu Nanfeng's mother was not the queen of Chu, but a performer. In a royal family that valued noble blood, having a performer as a mother was a deadly to Fu Nanfeng. However, the queen of Chu had no children, and she was the emperor's favorite. So, she was recorded under the queen's name, who made her Qin Jinji born with a cruel heart. If it fell into her hands, it was bad luck for him. This great shame, Fu Nanfeng, you better remember it well. The next day, a banquet was held in the palace to welcome the envoys from the state of Chu. Qi Tianqing and the others kept glancing expectantly at the ninth prince. Xiao Che, however, was staring at the empty seat meant for Qin Jinji. That day, when he went to find his second brother, he was met with a slap across the face. "Who told you to touch Qin Jinji? Don't you know that if anything happens to her, father will suspect me first?" Xiao Che covered his face. "Second brother, I was trying to help you." The trouble with the Zheng family became serious because of Qin Jinji. If something happened to her, the matter with the Zhengs would fade away. Xiao Yin shouted angrily, "Fool. The empress treats Qin Jinji like her own child. You not only had someone attack her in public, but you also showed up yourself. It wouldn't take much for people to trace it back to me. Do you think everyone in the capital is stupid?"
Xiao Che's eyes darkened.
"I didn't expect that reckless girl to even dare harm the son of the minister." Xiao Yin sneered. "The minister's son is nothing. Qin Jinji has clashed with princes and princesses before. She even knocked out Xiao Chuan's teeth, and father didn't say a word. If Chiwen hadn't pulled you away in time, you'd have ended up like that assassin." Xiao Che was shocked. "She even dares to attack a prince?" Xiao Yin gave a cold laugh. "There's nothing she wouldn't dare." These days, as he moved through the capital's affairs, he found that many things somehow led back to Qin Jinji. That wild girl was far from simple. Xiao Yin looked at Xiao Che. "Anyway, stay away from her from now on. Go apologize for what happened with He. Don't let her set her sights on you and ruin my plans." A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Che's eyes. "Understood, second brother." As soon as the palace banquet began, the Chu envoys eagerly said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, since our two nations have reached an agreement, may we now take the ninth prince back with us?" Prince Ruannanaing and Princess Ruandai both looked at the emperor with anxious faces. The emperor rubbed his nose. He had only recently learned that the ninth prince of Chu had been in Qin Jinji's hands all this time. He glanced at the empty seat meant for her and frowned. Why isn't that girl here yet? What's the rush? Do you think our Jin kingdom would keep your ninth prince against your will? Just as he was thinking that, Qin Jinji's voice came from outside the hall. Dressed in splendid palace attire that suited her perfectly, Qin Jinji stepped gracefully into the grand hall. When Huangfu Nanaying and Huangfu Dai saw Qin Jinji, they looked like angry roosters. Huangfu Nanaying said with a sneer, Jin State is really a big country. They accept everything. Women can attend court and also stroll in the streets. Unlike our Chu women, who are very strict about manners, even when they go out, they wear veils. And they don't sit together with men. Because they were hosting foreign guests, there were no women at the table. Only Qin Jinji from Jin State was present. Qin Jinji looked at Huangfu Dai with a strange expression and asked, Are you a man? Huangfu Dai was also surprised and quickly said, What are you talking about? Qin Jinji looked even more confused and said, Then what does he mean by saying men and women sit separately? I thought you were also a man. Huangfu Nanaying immediately looked serious. The officials from Jin State watched the Chu people with amusement. Although they didn't support women attending court, they wouldn't interfere with Qin Jinji's words now. Qin Jinji couldn't understand this at all. Women are a group, and there are only two kinds of people in the world: men and women. Some men like to use women's identity to belittle or oppress others. Men's status makes them arrogant, rude, and superior. They forget that their mothers, sisters, and daughters are all women. Huangfu Nanaying even wanted to use the so-called family traditions to criticize Jin State. His own sister was sitting right beside him. Qin Jinji suddenly seemed to realize something and said, I see. You don't get along well. He wants to shame you and says you are not well-mannered. Huangfu Nanaying immediately looked at Huangfu Dai and said, Seven sister, I didn't do anything. Don't listen to her nonsense. Huangfu Dai's face turned red. Stop trying to stir up trouble between us. Although she knew Qin Jinji was trying to cause trouble, she still felt uncomfortable. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Oh, I see. Jin State is a big country that accepts all. Your Chu State can't compare. Huangfu Nanaying snorted coldly. We Chu State wouldn't do such shameful things. Qin Jinji looked at him with a smile and asked, Did you receive the finger? Huangfu Nanaying was stunned for a moment. The finger, Nine Brothers' finger. He stood up angrily. Nine Brother is in your hands. When Huangfu Nanaying saw the finger brought back by the Chu delegation, he almost drew his sword to confront Qin Jinji, but the envoys quickly stopped him. Anyone else might have cared about the relationship between the two nations, but Qin Jinji was the granddaughter of Qin Yi, who hated Chu more than anyone. They had already seen what happened to Huangfu Dai. No one wanted to spend another 200,000 taels to ransom someone again. Who knew if she would raise the price even higher this time? The ministers and princes attending the palace banquet finally realized what was happening. So, the ninth prince of Chu was actually in Qin Jinji's hands. That meant the ninth prince was surely suffering. Many people at the banquet began to think quickly. Why was the ninth prince of Chu in Qin Jinji's custody? Huangfu Dai glared at Qin Jinji. Give me back my ninth brother. Qin Jinji smiled coldly. That's easy. She clapped her hands, and a group of guards carried in an iron cage covered with a red cloth. Everyone in the hall looked at the cage in confusion, wondering what trick the young princess was playing this time. The emperor frowned at Qin Jinji's mischievous smile. This troublemaker was about to cause chaos again. Qin Jinji picked up a wine jug and walked to the cage. Without warning, she pulled off the red cloth. Inside was a man dressed in bright red performer's clothes. His eyes were covered with a red ribbon, and his chest was partly exposed as he leaned weakly against the bars. Even with his eyes covered, his handsome face was clear to see. He seemed to be unconscious. The Chu envoys froze for a moment, then burst into anger. The man dressed as a performer was their ninth prince. He had not only been locked in a cage like an animal but also forced to wear such humiliating clothes. How dare you insult our ninth prince like this? Your Majesty, is this how Jin treats its guests? Qi Tianxing was furious, hardly believing what he saw. Qin Jinji laughed. Guests? He's a captive, a hostage, a prisoner. Of course I'll treat him like one. Why else would I have captured him? Qi Tianxing was so angry, he couldn't find words to respond. Huangfu Nanying glared at the Emperor of Jin, his eyes burning with fury. Your Majesty, is this how Jin shows friendship to Chu? We agreed to all your conditions, yet you allow this crazy woman to humiliate my 9th brother. Qin Jinji looked impatiently at Huangfu Nanying. Why doesn't this person learn from her mistakes? She casually drew a dagger from her waist and stabbed it into Huangfu Nanfeng's shoulder. The princess said, if you speak to our king, you must kneel. Huangfu Nanying immediately tried to rush forward. I'll kill you. The Chu envoy quickly stopped her. His Royal Highness 9th is still in her hands. Calm down, Prince 14. She just wants to shame our Chu country. Qixing wondered if this banquet would stay peaceful, but he didn't expect the princess to come up with such a plan to humiliate them. He stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, Fonglao Pass is a key military site of our Chu country. To show friendship between our nations, we present it to you. But this princess humiliating our 9th prince, does she want to ruin our alliance? This was a serious accusation. If relations broke down and war restarted, Qin Jinji would be the culprit. But Qin Jinji was used to reckless behavior in the capital, so people there didn't find her actions surprising. Not only Chu people but even Jin people she would fight without hesitation. Moreover, besides her and her grandfather, everyone from the Qin family had died on battlefields fighting Chu. Just not killing them all when they entered the capital was already showing respect. The emperor tried to smooth things over. My granddaughter is spoiled by me. Please bear with her. Jinji, what's going on? The Chu people looked at the emperor, speechless at how he shifted the topic. Do they even consider us people? Qin Jinji drew her dagger again. The people in the cage frowned slightly. She chuckled softly and poured wine onto Huangfu Nanfeng's wound. Huangfu Dai shouted, "What are you doing?" The wine mixed with blood seeped into his clothes. If the scene weren't so bizarre, it would be overly dramatic. After pouring all the wine, Qin Jinji moved closer to the cage. Still pretending to be unconscious? I'll stab you 2 more times. The sleeping potion Qin Jinji gave Huangfu Nanfeng should have worn off by the time he was carried in. Huangfu Nanfeng woke up the moment he entered the hall. He truly didn't expect Qin Jinji to humiliate him in such a way. He chuckled softly, then reached up and took off the red cloth covering his eyes. Gu Pan shines brightly, captivating hearts. Truly a beautiful appearance. Even dressed as a performer, she shows no shame or anger on her face. Huangfu Dai and Huangfu Nanying anxiously try to step forward. Huangfu Nanfeng smiles slightly. I'm fine. Jinji likes this kind of thing. Why didn't she tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have worn it sooner to make you happy. Everyone in the hall changes their expression. What does this mean? Is the princess having a secret affair with Huangfu Nanfeng? Huangfu Nanying trembles with anger, grinding his teeth as he says, "Let my 9th brother go." Qin Jinji ignores him and turns back to her seat. She sits down and watches like she's enjoying a show, saying, "The key is on Huangfu Nanfeng. If he can't get out, it depends on him." Only then do people notice that each hanging ornament on Huangfu Nanfeng is attached to a key. To get all the keys, Huangfu Nanfeng must stand up. If he stands up in this outfit, it will be more interesting. Huangfu Dai speaks to the envoy behind her. "Go find a cloak." Huangfu Nanying glares fiercely at Qin Jinji and says, "This is too much." The Chu envoy quickly rushes over to stop Huangfu Nanfeng from bleeding. But Huangfu Nanfeng doesn't seem to care much. "Everyone move aside. You're blocking me, and my Jinji can't see me." The emperor above immediately frowns. "9th prince, be careful with your words. My grandson is about to marry. Don't speak recklessly and damage her reputation." The Chu envoy's eyes widen. "Now you speak up? Just moments ago, when Qin Jinji humiliated someone, you looked like a block of wood." Huangfu Nanfeng moves his limbs and then stands up. Huangfu Dai shouts loudly, "9th brother, your foot." Qin Jinji eagerly explains, "He wants to escape, so I cut his Achilles tendon." The emperor raises an eyebrow. It seems he wasn't fooled by that ugly appearance. The Chu envoy and others glare angrily at Qin Jinji. How can such a cruel woman have such a wicked mind? Even while saying this, she still wears a bright, cheerful smile. Huangfu Nanfeng once again says, "Everyone, step back." He slowly begins to search for the keys on himself. As he moves, the Chu people's faces darken even more. The sleeves and hem of the dress were not sewn, so moving would reveal her arms and thighs. Huangfu Nanfeng kept inserting the keys one by one into the lock. Before her father found her, she had never seen such strange looks. They were disgusting, lecherous, and greedy. How could his golden branch be so naive, thinking this could humiliate him? Huangfu Dai was so angry she started crying. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Why are you crying? Is someone in your family gone? Don't stop me. I'll fight her." The hall was strangely quiet. Everyone just watched this farce. Many people didn't understand Qin Jinji's actions, but some smirked. This ninth prince was very respected in the army. Now, dressing up like a performer who would fear him in future battles. If this shameful story spread to Chu, his reputation would suffer. The generals who couldn't command respect, what could their talent do? They looked at Qin Jinji with deeper meaning. Was it childish mischief, or was it intentional? That was worth investigating. When the last key dropped, none of the keys could open the cage lock. Huangfu Nanaying asked, "Are you playing us?" Qin Jinji suddenly remembered. "Oh, I forgot. That lock is just for decoration. It can't be opened." He just pushed the door open directly. It wasn't locked. Even Huangfu Nanfeng's previously calm face darkened. He watched as he pushed the cage door and walked out. Qin Jinji burst out laughing, leaning to the side and clutching her stomach. It was like saying, "Playing you, so what?" Some official couldn't hold back their laughter. Everyone in the hall started laughing one after another. This young princess was truly crazy.
But it was really satisfying.
After all this, anyone who still thought Qin Jinji and Huangfu Nanfeng had a secret relationship was just crazy. The emperor pretended to scold. "How old are you? Stop fooling around. Ninth prince, please take your seat." Huangfu Dai brought a cloak and draped it over Huangfu Nanfeng. This Jin state was too aggressive. Sooner or later, their Chu cavalry would break through Jin's defenses. Huangfu Nanfeng looked at Qin Jinji, who was happily eating, as if nothing had happened just now. "Your Majesty, since our alliance has been established, why not discuss the matter of marriage?" The emperor frowned, then casually asked, "What are the thoughts of the ninth prince?" Prince Hanfeng looked at Qin Jinji as if a venomous snake was eyeing its prey. "I, the prince, am willing to offer 3 cities to marry Princess Jinji." Everyone in the hall stared at Prince Hanfeng as if they had seen a ghost. 3 cities plus Feng Lao Pass. Marrying a troublemaker. Prince Dai quietly asked Prince Haning, "Is ninth brother crazy?" Prince Haning kept staring at Qin Jinji. Suddenly, he pointed at Qin Jinji and said, "You are Qin San." Prince Dai also turned sharply to look. Qin San's plain face, so dull that people hardly remember it, somehow didn't match the beautiful woman in front of him. From the moment Prince Haning saw Qin Jinji, he felt she looked familiar. But Qin Jinji's appearance was simply too stunning. He never thought of her as Qin San. The most important person captured alive by Prince Hanfeng was Qin San. They had suspected Qin San was a spy for Jin, but it turned out to be Qin Jinji. Ninth brother was tortured and humiliated by her, yet he still wanted to marry her. At that time, ninth brother had said that if Qin San held a high position, she would surely become a marquis or prime minister. Indeed, she held a high position. She was a noble lady of Jin. Who would have thought that the princess of noble birth could disguise herself and run into their Chu army camp as a horse girl? She looked just like a common soldier. Not at all like a noble princess. The emperor's face darkened terribly. "You have disappointed ninth prince. Jin Ji is already engaged." Prince Hanfeng replied calmly, "Trading 1 marriage for 3 cities. Your Majesty, surely you can see the value in this deal." His gaze fell on Qin Jinji, who was happily eating. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Qin Jinji smiled. She pointed with her chopsticks at the cage that hadn't been taken away yet. If you go back into the cage now, I will cancel the engagement and marry you, but she never lied at all. She is the third child at home. What's wrong with being called Qin-san? When Qin Yi found Qin Jinji, she had already become a squad leader from a soldier. Qin Yi was so angry that he personally whipped her 20 times. She only recovered after half a month. For 3 years, Qin Jinji fought like an ordinary soldier. She received no special treatment, and her injuries came from that. She was raised in Beijing for 15 years. She probably read many military books, but those were just theories. She is sure to take over Qin Ye's position and lead the Northern Army. A general with only theories cannot lead soldiers. She needs to understand the military camp and the battlefield. Now, the name Qin-san is well known in the army, but no one connects this troublemaker with Qin Jinji. A few months ago, the Jin army was retreating step by step. She initially planned to go to the enemy camp to burn their supplies. But after burning the supplies, she had a bold idea. Catch the king first to catch the thief. Since they couldn't fight, she decided to capture their leader. She arranged for a spy in Chu to forge a false identity for her. She went to Chu's camp disguised as a horse groom. Once, when Huangfu Nanfeng passed by, her horse got startled. Qin Jinji easily calmed the horse, but didn't show herself to Huangfu Nanfeng. However, she was still assigned to be his horsekeeper. On the battlefield, the importance of a good horse is extraordinary. A good groom can double the condition of a war horse. During an assassination attempt, she saved Huangfu Nanfeng's life and was assigned to his side. The assassination attempts on Huangfu Nanfeng were just as dangerous as those Qin Jinji faced in Jin. In the final attack, Qin Jinji was stabbed 3 times, but managed to capture the enemy and bring him back to Jin. Soon after, Chu surrendered. Huangfu Nanfeng looked at Qin Jinji with a relaxed smile and said, "Jinji still likes to joke." Qin Jinji shook her head. "I'm not joking. If you go back into the cage, I will really marry you. As long as Huangfu Nanfeng returns to the cage, not only will Chu's reputation be damaged, but all the efforts of the diplomatic team will be wasted." Huangfu Nanfeng would stay in Jin from then on. Qin Jinji managed to keep him quiet and restrained for so long. Even if he wanted to escape later, it would be more difficult than climbing to the sky. The officials all looked toward the front, where Grand Tutor Pei was drinking a small cup of wine. "Your granddaughter-in-law is about to run away, and you're still drinking?" They also glanced at the emperor on the throne, who had a stern face. "3 cities, your majesty. Please consider." Huangfu Dai stood up angrily and shouted, "Dream on. Qin-san, you despicable person." Qin Jinji seemed a little tipsy, swaying as she stood up. "Well said." Huangfu Dai was stunned. "What did you say?" Qin Jinji looked at the group of envoys, smiling like the most beautiful flower in the garden. "I said, dreaming of an alliance?" Dream on, she was a descendant of the Qin family, and it was impossible for her to marry into another country. The officials in the court would never allow her to be the one to marry for diplomacy. Huangfu Nanfeng's words were just to make things difficult and to prepare for the upcoming marriage negotiations. The Chu kingdom sent the Phone Lao Pass, which meant that the Jin kingdom was sending a princess for marriage to Chu. Her making a fuss was just to let those officials who still hoped to maintain relations through marriage know that Chu and Jin would definitely have a conflict in the future. All these alliances and friendships, they're all nonsense. Huangfu Nanfeng looked at Qin Jinji's expression and wasn't angry. All right, if that's the case. The officials hadn't yet recovered from Huangfu Nanfeng's easygoing response when Qin Jinji suddenly interrupted him. She raised a finger to her lips. Smiling brightly, she looked at the Chu envoys. Jin kingdom will never marry for peace. As soon as she said this, the entire hall fell silent, as if the air itself had stopped moving. Qin Jinji, as if drunk, walked over to Wei Lin. "What did I just say?" Wei Lin respectfully replied. "Princess, you said Jin kingdom will never marry for peace." Her words echoed again throughout the hall. Luo Zhao and the elders of the Honglu Temple almost stood up to applaud. "Yes, exactly like that." The emperor chuckled loudly. "My granddaughter has always been straightforward and honest. Please don't take it to heart. Since she said that if I were to discuss marriage negotiations with you, I'd be the one throwing a tantrum. You've seen how fiery her temper is. The Chu envoy group was completely caught off guard. Jin Kingdom actually refused marriage negotiations. Huangfu Nanfeng looked at Qin Jinji's smiling face. Someone like her shouldn't be his woman. Keeping her around is just too dangerous. Qin Jinji's words cut off all possible escape routes. If anyone still agreed to a marriage, it would be like trampling on the dignity of the Jin state. People would mock them as cowards afraid of death. Reputation is what these self-righteous people value most. As a princess of the royal family, honestly, she was very annoyed. But she wouldn't let another country mistreat her. A woman's skirt can only be sacrificed. There is no such thing as peace. The world has always been about the strong taking what they want. Huangfu Nanfeng smiled slightly. In that case, I accept your lesson. Xiao Yin looked at Qin Jinji, who seemed a bit crazy. Could someone who said such things be just a simple? Years of pretending made him wary of Qin Jinji. If Qin Jinji was pretending to be such a, what was she trying to hide? Was the Zheng family's matter an accident, or was Qin Jinji deliberately involved? What was she planning to do?
Or was she targeting him?
Xiao Yin calmly withdrew his gaze. Next to him, Xiao Che suddenly spoke. From the ninth prince's words, it seems you and Jinji are quite close. Huangfu Nanfeng put down his chopsticks with a smile. Of course, Jinji, you have many enemies in Jin. Xiao Che looked very curious. Oh? Jinji has been at Baikei Temple for 3 years. How did she become so close to the ninth prince? He just realized that the conversation between the two was actually controlled by Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji didn't go to Baikei Temple. If the ninth prince was truly captured by Qin Jinji, it meant Qin Jinji wasn't at Baikei Temple at all. Accusing the emperor is a serious crime. But Qin Jinji was completely calm as she walked over to him. Uncle 15, do you really want to hear? Xiao Che's smile grew even wider. Is there a secret Jinji can't tell us? At that moment, the emperor's voice rang out. Xiao Che, you're drunk. Go wake up. The person on the main hall wasn't an ordinary person. Anyone could tell that Qin Jinji's activities at Baikei Temple over the past 3 years were suspicious. But no one would reveal the truth at this moment. Father, I didn't. Xiao Che looked at the emperor and was startled by the coldness in his eyes. For so many years, the emperor had always appeared as a kind ruler. Even when angry, he had never shown such coldness. Child, I cannot handle the alcohol. I will leave first, he said. Xiao Yin frowned. What a fool. The emperor's cold gaze fell on Mingwang. The Chu envoy quickly completed the handover. They only waited 1 day before preparing to leave. After presenting 3 million taels of silver, Huangfu Nanlin was released from the Thousand Birds office. Chuang stood at the door of the Thousand Birds office, smiling and waving at Huangfu Nanlin. Goodbye, 3 million. The additional 3 million taels was Huangfu Nanlin's ransom money. Huangfu Nanlin still managed to smile.
Queen?
You'd better live longer. Chuang ignored him and walked over to a carriage, knocking on it. Our commander won't see you, but she asked me to tell you, you will meet again when the armies of Jin invade your Chu capital. A light laugh came from inside the carriage, then a voice said, let's go. Chuang raised an eyebrow and returned to the Thousand Birds office. Chuang, will live 100 years. Back at the office, she went to Qin Jinji's workspace. Qin Jinji was reading the confessions of the Chu people. Chuang asked, so, you didn't go to Baikei Temple 3 years ago? You went to the battlefield? Qin Jinji didn't look up. Yes, I went. I was there for a month before heading to the battlefield. Chuang looked worried. Are you crazy? That's a battlefield. One slip, and you could die without a proper burial, Qin Jinji said calmly. I'm from the Qin family. Dying on the battlefield is a fitting end. Then she looked up, amused. I thought you came here to complain. Chuang proudly flipped her hair. We both had some schemes back then. Let's call it even. Qin Jinji nodded. I hope your powerful father thinks so too. Chuang clicked her tongue. He probably wouldn't care, but others might. Qin Jinji hadn't been practicing in Baikei Temple for 3 years. Everyone in the court knew that now. The Chu envoy had already left, and the petitions of impeachment were probably piling up. Qin Jinji touched her chin. She still had a shield. Wasn't that enough? In the imperial study, the emperor looked at the mountain of petitions and sighed heavily. Hong Dequan, do you think this little troublemaker was born to cause trouble? How can such a small person cause so much chaos? Hong Dequan wiped his cold sweat and thought, Your Majesty, can you please not ask me? That night, the emperor was in terrible pain and took a sick leave for 3 days. Qin Jinji heard the news and laughed. The old man really couldn't avoid it and started pretending to be sick. Lark, prepare the horses. We are going to the Dali Temple. Qin Jinji took Lark to the Dali Temple. Yuan Jingfeng was very surprised to see Qin Jinji arrive. Although the Chu diplomatic team had left, there were still hidden agents around. Recently, Yuan Jingfeng was thinking about whether to visit Qin Jinji again, and unexpectedly, she came to see him. Qin Jinji sat naturally in the main seat, drinking tea. Yuan Jingfeng was stunned and then asked, Princess, what brings you here? Do you have any advice for me? I want to see Lord Jingwen. Yuan Jingfeng's face turned serious. Lord Jingwen is an important suspect involved in a major corruption case. He is now secretly detained, and no one is allowed to see him. Qin Jinji tapped the letter on the table. Yuan Jingfeng was confused, but still picked up the letter. Is this the confession from the Chu secret agent? He couldn't believe it. Qin Jinji put down her teacup. Here, this is for you. I want to see Lord Jingwen. Yuan Jingfeng was stunned. Why did she want to see Lord Jingwen? But soon his eyes lit up, and he sat down slowly. Princess, Lord Jingwen's case is not as simple as those secret agents. He still remembered the last time he was at the Thousand Birds office, and he hadn't forgotten the anger. Now, Qin Jinji also had her way to get to him. Qin Jinji nodded and picked up the confession papers, then stood up to leave. Yuan Jingfeng was stunned and quickly stood up. Are you leaving, Princess? Not seeing Lord Jingwen. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. I dislike being given face. Lord Yuan, there's no need to see me off. No one in this world dared to refuse her face. Yuan Jingfeng hurriedly chased after her. I was just emphasizing the importance of Lord Jingwen's detention. Others definitely can't see him, but Princess, that's different. I'll take you there. He was truly confused. Qin Jinji was just a reckless person. What could she possibly gain? The princess just wanted to see Lord Jingwen, but the credit for the secret agents was all for nothing. Qin Jinji sneered. Who would have thought that Lord Yuan would learn magic tricks? Yuan Jingfeng was momentarily stunned, then swallowed hard and said he was quick to change his expression. He awkwardly smiled and said, Please, Princess. Qin Jinji followed Yuan Jingfeng to the deepest part of the Dali Temple's prison. Outside, there were patrol guards everywhere. Lark, do not let anyone get close. Lark nodded, then stopped Yuan Jingfeng from entering with Qin Jinji. Yuan Jingfeng had no choice but to say, Please, Princess, go ahead. I will wait outside. Qin Jinji entered the cell. Inside, only Zheng Wenba was there. Qin Jinji walked to the bars. Zheng Wenba turned when he heard her voice and looked at Qin Jinji, surprised for a few seconds. Princess Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at him. There were no signs of torture on his body, and the cell was very clean. It seemed he had already been prepared for this. Qin Jinji sat on a chair opposite his cell, resting her chin on her hand. I heard your little son is very cute. Tell me, if we turn him into a human pig and put him inside a well-made puppet, would he stay this adorable forever? Zheng Wenba, hearing this, rushed to the bars and shouted, What are you trying to do? He remembered he had no personal grudge against Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at his anxious face and said, People say Hebei Zhenmi is very beautiful. Your wife, Zhen, is indeed lovely. I heard that some people are experts at making face drums, peeling the skin of beautiful women inch by inch to make drums that sound very beautiful. I wonder if the drums made by your wife can also sound so lovely. Zheng Wenba thought that everyone in Beijing had been too kind in their opinion of Qin Jinji. She was a madwoman. A demon. What exactly are you trying to do? I, Zheng, have never wronged you. Qin Jinji flicked her fingers. Zheng, this is your fault. You stole my silver. How can you say you haven't wronged me? Zheng Wenba was stunned, then shouted angrily. When did I steal your silver? Don't make false accusations. Qin Jinji stood up and approached the bars. Zheng, you really are forgetful. The silver you stole, if handed over to the treasury, would be used for military supplies at the front. Over the years, the treasury has been empty, and most of the military funds came from my Prince of Jinbei's estate. So tell me, did you steal my silver? Zheng Wenba didn't expect Qin Jinji to ask about this. I don't know what you're talking about. I told you, don't harm my family. I am innocent and I don't know anything about the silver. Qin Jinji smiled softly. Are you waiting for the second prince to come and save you? Qin Jinji leisurely sat back down in her chair. He's already in trouble himself. You probably don't know, he's been made a prince and will soon go to his fiefdom. He's been expelled from the capital. Zheng Wenba was still stunned by Qin Jinji's words and the news of the prince's elevation. The second prince was made a prince, so suddenly? Did their behind-the-scenes plans get discovered by His Majesty? Qin Jinji looked into his eyes. Honestly, you won't survive, but your family can. If you tell me where the ledger is, I will keep the Zheng family safe. She looked at Zheng Wenba's disbelief and smiled. Curious how I know about the ledger? Zheng Darren isn't stupid. For such a serious crime as raiding a family and risking extinction, you wouldn't leave any clues. You're probably also worried that if things come to light, the second prince might eliminate your entire family. For the first time, Zheng Wenba looked seriously at Qin Jinji. He used to think she was reckless and domineering. But the Qin Jinji before him was completely different. She was definitely not the ruthless troublemaker the world thought her to be. His face darkened. Wei Cha is your person? You want to investigate the taxes? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Old Wei was indeed brought back by me. I wanted to check the taxes. Those are my silver. Shouldn't I? Zheng Wenba was silent for a long time. You've hidden this all along. What's your real reason? Are you afraid His Majesty will target the Qin family? Qin Jinji looked lazily at Zheng Wenba. Darren Zheng, if you want to avoid the topic, I might have to do something. You know I can be quite crazy. Seeing the smile on Qin Jinji's face, Zheng Wenba couldn't help but feel a cold shiver. Why should I believe you? Qin Jinji smiled and said, I don't expect you to believe me. I just want to tell you what I will do. Zheng Wenba forced himself to stay calm, but Qin Jinji suddenly shattered his composure. He didn't doubt what she said, but the ledger was his last safeguard for his family. There's an assassin trying to break into the prison. Call for help. When Qin Jinji heard the noise, her smile grew wider. Darren Zheng, guess, are these assassins here to kill you, or to save you? Zheng Wenba looked at Qin Jinji with a serious face. Does the princess seem a little too calm about this? Qin Jinji smiled and said, Of course. I was the one who told Ming Wang. The second prince you serve. Do you know why he was made a king? Zheng Hongwen was captured by me. Your secrets can't be kept anymore. His Majesty wants to save him. Zheng Wenba's face grew darker. Qin Jinji had actually captured Zheng Hongwen. Ming Wang isn't stupid. At the palace banquet, what Qin Jinji did would surely make Ming Wang suspicious. He would definitely send someone to watch him. That's why Qin Jinji boldly came to Dali Temple only with Yunk. Ming Wang leaving the capital to avoid trouble was already decided. There could be no mistakes now. If Ming Wang found out Qin Jinji had investigated Zheng Wenba, he would surely kill to cover it up. Zheng Wenba stared at Qin Jinji. This is Dali Temple. Even if he's the second prince, his people might not be able to get in. The guards at Dali Temple are very strict. Their skills are quite good. He didn't believe the second prince was so foolish as to kill someone to hide the truth in this situation. Qin Jinji crossed her legs. What if someone told him that most of the guards went out with Lord Zhao, the deputy head of Dali Temple, on a case today? Did you bring people and hide in Dali Temple already? Zheng Wenba understood what Qin Jinji was doing. She was using him as bait to lure the snake out. But Qin Jinji shook her head. I only brought a maid. If they come in to kill, you will definitely die. Zheng Wenba's eyes showed disbelief. Aren't you afraid these assassins will also kill you? Qin Jinji shrugged. Whether I die now or later, I will die. Besides, with Lord Zheng's family here, you should understand. As soon as you die, these assassins will head straight to Zheng House. Then your family can be together. Zheng Wenba was a little panicked. He knew Qin Jinji was telling the truth. He knew he wouldn't survive. He was only protecting his family, so he said nothing. What are you really trying to do? Even if I tell you where the ledger is now, you won't get out alive. The sound of assassins was getting closer. He could clearly hear the fighting. Qin Jinji smiled. Who knows? You talk to a mad person. So, Lord Zheng, do you want to tell me where the ledger is? The door to the dungeon was pounding loudly. Zheng Wenba thought this might be a trap set by Qin Jinji. But she was too crazy, and he didn't dare to take the risk. The account book is with Zheng Shi. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Who is Zheng Shi? Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, Zheng Wenba clenched his teeth. He's an old servant in my household. If I get caught, he will hide with the account book. I don't know where he went. Qin Jinji nodded and stood up to leave. The dungeon door suddenly swung open. Princess. All the assassins had been subdued, but they all hid poison in their mouths and took their own lives. Zheng Wenba watched Zhao Wuji bow to Qin Jinji. This was clearly Qin Jinji's trap. Princess. You promised to protect my family and loved ones. Qin Jinji turned back and smiled. Of course. But for now, you need to stay alive. Your master still needs you to identify him. Don't worry, before you die, I will let you see your family. Zheng Wenba found it hard to believe. A young person, he had never paid attention to had such clever tricks and schemes. Outside the dungeon, Yuan Zhengfeng was still trembling. This was the first time a large group of loyal guards tried to raid the prison. If Zhao Wuji hadn't arrived in time with his men, the Dali court might have fallen. Qin Jinji said to Yuan Zhengfeng, Lord Yuan, starting today, double the guards watching Zheng Wenba. He must not be harmed. Yuan Zhengfeng nodded. Of course. Qin Jinji handed a letter to Yuan Zhengfeng and left with the lark. Zhao Wuji was arranged to Qin Jinji out. Princess, why did you really give him the confession from that secret agent? If he refuses to let you see Zheng Wenba, he might just drug him again like last time. If the Minister of Justice suddenly falls ill, the matter will naturally fall into my hands. Qin Jinji waved her hand. It's nothing important. For now, focus on protecting Zheng Wenba. More assassins might come. If you need support, go to the Thousand Birds office and find me. Qin Jinji mounted her horse, glancing at a fleeting shadow on the street. A hint of sarcasm appeared on her lips. The King of Light should be panicking now, right? What did you say? All the loyal guards are dead? Didn't they say most of the Dali court's officials went out to handle cases? The assassins sent were all experts. The staff members also looked surprised and said, I don't know why, but as soon as our people went in, Zhao Wuji brought his men back. King Ming laughed angrily. He brought his men back? What else could it be? My good niece set a trap. Xiao Yin has known since he was young what he wanted. He comes from a noble family, and his mother is one of the 4 consorts. He is very talented, even more so than his older brothers, and resembles their father the most. Why should the crown prince position go to that fool? Is it because the crown prince was born from him and that woman? A coachman's daughter, how can she compare to his noble mother from the Zheng family? He has fought with that fool a few times. He discovered that his father's people were actually protecting that fool. Everyone thinks their father is a kind ruler, but over time, he has grown old and even a bit forgetful. But only he knows that his father is a true emperor. He has seen his father's fierce methods. This king only seeks balance. As long as his father is alive, the crown prince position can only be that fool's. If his father finds out he wants to take over, he dares not gamble on whether he will be seen as a threat and removed. So, he disguises himself and secretly builds his own power. Unfortunately, everything has now been destroyed by Qin Jinji. He used to think that his father's favor for Qin Jinji was just a display of divine grace. Now, he's not so sure. He doubts the intentions of this high and mighty king. Is it Qin Jinji's idea or his father's? Was Qin Jinji's disguise deliberate? Where did she go 3 years ago when she was not at Baike Temple? What did she learn when she met Zheng Wenba? If everything is just a disguise, how could Qin Jinji, raised by such a person as their father, be an ordinary person? Today's events are heading toward an uncontrollable direction. Your Highness, at this point, Zheng Wenba must not be allowed to stay. As long as Zheng Wenba's family is gone, all worries will be gone. You've already been crowned king. Once Zheng Wenba is killed, we can leave for our territory immediately. When the time comes, the heavens and the emperor are far away, and we will have our own reasons. Xiao Yin's face darkened. Gather all the loyal soldiers outside the city and bring them into the capital. Qin Jinji returned to Qianyao office, where Chueying was organizing files. You say a prince needs a lot of silver. What's the use of that? Chueying thought for a moment. To win over officials. What if the silver needed is already so huge that it can't be counted? Chueying put down her scroll, walked to the door, looked around, then closed it. Are you planning to rebel? Qin Jinji looked a bit speechless. Chueying pouted. Among the people I know, only your money can reach this level. They've already started to win over officials. The next step would be to raise troops. You don't even need to do that. Your Qin family already has a 1,000,000-strong army. Rebellion would be an easy task. Qin Jinji was satisfied with her answer. Then tell me, if others are raising troops, where could so many people be hiding? Chueying thought for a moment. I don't know exactly. Probably in some deep mountains or forests. Otherwise, if so many people are discovered, it would be a serious crime of treason. Qin Jinji sat in a chair, swinging her legs, silent for a moment. Let the 1,000 Birds Guard spread some news for me. Chueying looked innocent. What news? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Just say, I brought someone into the 1,000 Birds office for protection from the Zheng family. Chueying pouted, unsure which unlucky person she was now targeting. With so much silver and taxes, besides bribing officials, Xiao Yin must be using the money to raise troops. If no one finds out, by the time Grandfather Qin reaches 100 years old and the crown prince ascends the throne, he could lead the army into the capital. But where would he keep so many soldiers?
Princess.
Li Jin requests to see you. Li Jin entered from outside. Princess, over the past few days, I checked all the spice shops in the capital. None are selling the spices, but I heard that someone is selling them on the black market. Rumor has it that a box of cold toad incense is worth a fortune. Qin Jinji frowned. The black market is chaotic. Once you investigate it, half the clues are gone. Then check the materials needed to make cold toad incense. See if anyone is regularly buying raw materials for it. Li Jin took out a list from his pocket. This is a list of all the people who buy raw materials regularly. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. It seems bringing Li Jin into her service was a wise decision. Have some people keep an eye on these folks. Find out if any have dealings with the Eastern Palace. If there's not enough money, use the treasury. Li Jin put away the list. Yes, Princess. I'll go right now. Li Jin turned and asked, Princess, do you have any other instructions? Qin Jinji replied, Go back and make a list of places outside the capital where a large number of people can be hidden. I'll go prepare right away. After Li Jin left, a member of the 1,000 Birds Guard approached. Commander, Gong Gong Hong has arrived. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Gong Gong Hong. When she left, Gong Gong Hong was smiling and looking at her. By the Emperor's decree, it is ordered that Jiangnan military governor Shin Chongqing is temporarily detained at the 1,000 Birds office. This is an official order. Qin Jinji frowned. What is this? Gong Gong Hong carefully handed over the imperial decree, and everyone nearby stepped back. Then he whispered, Shin Chongqing has been taken to the capital. But no one wants to take on the Jiangnan flood case, and we can't leave him outside. So, Qin Jinji was speechless. They're afraid of being involved and refuse to take the case, so they sent him to me. Gong Gong Hong smiled flatteringly. Qin Jinji took the imperial decree. It seems this Jiangnan military governor is quite formidable. So many people in the capital are afraid to take his case. It looks like he has many tricks up his sleeve. Fine, I'll take him. Gong Gong Hong sighed in relief. Then I will return to the palace and report. Qin Jinji turned around, and a small gold ingot appeared in Gong Gong Hong's hand. Since no one dared to take action, she decided to meet Shin Chongqing herself. Qin Jinji arrived at the cell, where Shin Chongqing was calmly meditating. He showed no sign of distress. Shin Chongqing, Jiangnan military governor. Quite imposing. So many people are afraid to take your case. Qin Jinji sat across from him in the cell, peeling an orange. Shin Chongqing opened his eyes and looked at Qin Jinji. You are Zi's daughter. You don't look much like him, more like his wife. Qin Jinji nodded and put a segment of orange in her mouth. Do you know my father? Shin Chongqing nodded lightly, as if indifferent. We have some connection. Qin Jinji asked, how deep is that connection? Shin Chongqing gestured with his hand, about the width of his face. Probably this deep. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Then why didn't you save him when he died? Shin Chongqing thought for a moment. Couldn't save him. Qin Jinji threw the remaining half of the orange to him. Tell me. Shin Chongqing didn't hold back and started eating directly. This place can't be spoken of. Let me out, and I will tell you everything. Qin Jinji smiled. Then wait until you want to say it and call me. Are you really not curious about how your father died? Qin Jinji looked at Shin Chongqing's calm face and chuckled softly. She leaned on the railing, smiling as she looked at Shin Chongqing. Old folks are really afraid of death. Shin Chongqing was surprised. He didn't expect Qin Jinji to say such words. But he didn't mind her teasing. You're right, but you might want to think about what I said. Qin Jinji turned away with a hint of mockery. Shin Chongqing quickly regained his composed look. Next time, remember to bring something sweet. This one is too sour. Qin Jinji left the cell and said to the crow, lock him in the dark room. No one is allowed to talk to him. There was no sound, no light, and no way to tell the time. They just kept him there. People with weak willpower would go crazy after a few days. Qin Jinji was curious to see how Shin Chongqing would react. In the palace, the emperor's headache flared up, and the entire imperial medical office was helpless. Finally, a folk doctor cured the emperor's headache. This doctor was very skilled. Not only did he cure the emperor's headache, but he also helped improve the empress's long-standing illness. Every imperial doctor who examined the empress was amazed. Because of this, the emperor and empress decided to change the way doctors are recommended to the imperial medical office to a testing system. Anyone in Jin's state could participate. If they had excellent medical skills and passed the test, they could join the imperial medical office. The imperial medical office also welcomed its first female doctor. Lu Yi wore a brand new medical uniform and spun around Qin Jinji. Look. Do I look especially spirited in this medical uniform? Qin Jinji smiled. Other doctors' uniforms are issued by the official clothing bureau, but yours was made by Rongxiu Zhuang, taking a month. The crane pattern on it is embroidered with Su embroidery, so of course it looks spirited. Not only the crane pattern, but even the stitching on the clothes used gilded thread. Lu Yi put on her black hat. From now on, please call me Dr. Lu. Qin Jinji clapped her hands. Dr. Lu, you still have a tough battle today. Don't embarrass me. Li Yi covered her mouth and giggled secretly. I can't believe I actually entered the Imperial Hospital. Don't worry, I aim to be the best in the world, not just bragging. She carried her medical box on her back. A Jiao, a man, let's go. Now, everyone in the capital knew that Qin Jinji had a pair of very fierce sisters. The two fought fiercely against 100 guards, chopping heads like cutting melons. Qin Jinji specially brought them into the palace to send Li Yi to the Imperial Hospital. After all, even if Li Yi was truly capable, she might still run into some trouble. Hu Ajiao and Hu Amon carried a huge notice board behind Li Yi. It was the busy time at the Imperial Hospital, and all the doctors looked at the three of them. Are those two the twin demons under Princess Jinji's command? What are they doing here? I heard the new doctor was sent by Princess Jinji to help the Empress. Since ancient times, women haven't entered the Imperial Hospital. It's simply outrageous. Well, they have powerful backing. Li Yi listened to their whispers and sneered without hiding her disdain. Indeed, Qin Jinji was right, because she was a woman. All her abilities would be erased. She had cured all the stubborn diseases that the hospital's doctors couldn't handle. But these people just attributed her success to her background. That's why Qin Jinji didn't let her take the exam. There was no need to try to fit in with these people. Centuries of prejudice against women couldn't be broken in a few words. To deal with them, just make them afraid. Huaman took out a large gong. Everyone, quickly gather in the open space. Huaman's voice, full of internal strength, spread throughout the hospital.
Who are you?
Why are you making noise in front of my hospital? The doctors were called out by the loud sound. No one knew what was happening. When they saw Li Yi, they couldn't help but frown. Is she the female doctor who is supposed to start today? The emperor really let a woman into the hospital? How foolish. Seeing that everyone had come out, Huaman took a step back. Li Yi stepped forward. Honorable elders, I am Li Yi. From now on, I will be your colleague. I know that I am the first woman to enter the Imperial Medical Office in hundreds of years, and everyone here feels upset about it. But I want to tell everyone that I, Lu Yi, am the first woman, but I will not be the last. As a younger person, I think I should give the elders a chance to be convinced. The head of the medical office, Sun Mingru, frowned and asked, What do you mean? Lu Yi pointed to the notice board behind her. All the elders can write down their difficult medical cases on this board. If I can't solve them, I will pack up and leave immediately. If I do solve your problems, I don't expect you to treat me like family, just that we keep to our own work and don't interfere with each other. Sun Mingru frowned. Since you brought this up yourself, don't say we are bullying you. Pick a few people to compete with you. He was thinking about how to send her away, but she boldly suggested a contest. Since that's the case, he wouldn't go easy on her. Louis smiled and said, I mean everyone in the medical office. Sun Mingru immediately sneered. You have quite a big mouth. If you lose, don't come back to complain. Louis responded calmly, Please, everyone. Huaman brought over a set of tables and chairs from somewhere. There was ink, paper, brushes, and tea. Louis raised her eyebrows and gave a thumbs up. The doctors in the medical office, hearing that she might send someone away, quickly wrote down their difficult cases and posted them on the notice board. A young girl, and she still wants to be a doctor. Louis looked at the difficult cases posted by the doctors and sighed. Just as she expected. These doctors weren't without talent, but they had seen too few real cases. Most of them came from medical families, with plenty of cases provided by others. Their family background gave them solid medical knowledge, but they had seen too few patients. Most of them only learned medicine and then went to work in the medical office. Louis could say that, besides the people in the palace, she had treated more patients than all these doctors combined. The difficult cases they had seen, after she had treated hundreds of them, were no longer difficult. Louis began to grind her ink. Holding her inkstone, she started writing solutions to each difficult case. In just an hour, the notice board was covered with notices, and Louis had finished writing all her entries. Everyone please take a look. The notice board is meant to be fair and transparent. Everyone can see both their questions and her answers. Sun Mingru walked over with a look of disdain, examining the entries on the board one by one. Some of the solutions were even more clever than his own. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. These were written by a young woman. Everyone in the Imperial Hospital looked at each other in shock. Louis approached Sun Mingru. Senior, is there anything wrong? Sun Mingru shook his head. Your solutions are excellent. Some are even better than mine. Louis smiled and asked, Shall I continue? Sun Mingru waved his hand. No need. I recognize your medical skills, Dr. Liu. Please continue to guide us in the future. Seeing his approval, the other doctors behind him also reluctantly said, Dr. Liu, please give us your guidance. Louis chuckled happily and then went to stand in front of Sun Mingru. Director Sun, what I did earlier was not to seek your or anyone else's approval of my medical skills. I just want to tell everyone that I, Louis, joined the Imperial Hospital based on my own ability. As you can see, I do have a background which allowed me to become a doctor even when most people in the hospital disagreed with women working here. But having a background shouldn't be seen as a bad thing. Honestly, everyone here, aren't you all relying on your family connections? So, let's be fair. Let's judge each other by our medical skills in the future. Sun Mingru also looked at her with some admiration, realizing that he, an old man, had been narrow-minded. All the doctors had different ideas. but their initial dismissiveness had greatly softened. Hu Aijiao and Hu Ajuan quietly withdrew from the competition. Lu Yi wrote her name on the duty roster for the doctor's shift. She wondered what her father would think if he knew she had become a doctor now. Lu Yi thought the phrase, "the villain's triumph," suited her very well. Qin Jinji arranged a table for her at Yeoman Tower to celebrate her first day on duty. She specifically had the carriage from the king of Jinbei's residence circle around to the front of Baichao Hall. Dressed in a priceless doctor's robe, she entered Baichao Hall. She strolled inside with her hands behind her back, leisurely exploring. Lu Yuanqing naturally knew the medical staff of the Imperial Hospital. Seeing Lu Yi's back, he hurried forward. "Your Highness, what brings you to Baichao Hall?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly turned around. She smiled slightly. "I am Lu Yi from the Imperial Hospital. Today is my first day in office, and I come to Baichao Hall to share some good news." Lu Yuanqing looked at her in disbelief. "What did you say?" Lu Yi raised her hand, spun around, and clearly showed him her official uniform. Then she laughed loudly and left. She no longer needed her father's approval. She had already found what she was pursuing. Coming to Baichao Hall to show off was simply because she lacked good manners. When a person is proud, they smile wildly. How much more pride could she have? Lu Yuanqing knew very well why Lu Yi was just walking around like that. Women can't learn medicine. If they do, it means they are no different from men. The tradition of medicine shouldn't be passed to women. But in places where he didn't recognize her, Lu Yi had already reached a higher, farther position. Was his thinking really wrong? Lu Yuanqing's face looked a bit defeated. Qin Jinji looked at Lu Yi, who was full of pride. Feeling better, Lu Yi closed her eyes, enjoying herself. Much better. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. "Next time there's an autopsy, don't forget to call me." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Are you no longer afraid?" Lu Yi chewed her lips. "I'm afraid, but the last 2 autopsies helped improve my medical skills. I plan to refine the antidote for Bai Luo's poison when I go back. Next time, I'll know how effective it is." Qin Jinji handed Lu Yi a token of the Thousand Birds Society. "You can go find Bai Huan. She's been too busy with autopsies lately." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Great. By the way, what are you going to do with Miss Zheng's body?" Qin Jinji was silent for a moment. "Burn it." Lu Yi also paused. "Burning is good. Burning is good." Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the carriage. Qin Jinji quickly pressed Lu Yi's head down. The rain of arrows whistled past their heads. "Protect the princess." Suddenly, sounds of fighting erupted outside the carriage. The door was forcefully pushed open, revealing Yun Kei's anxious face. Qin Jinji stood up. "I'm fine." Li Yi widened her eyes. "Who dares to assassinate you?" Qin Jinji's smile turned strange. "Not many dare to openly try to kill me." Li Yi hid in the corner. All she could do now was not hold Qin Jinji back. Qin Jinji pulled out an umbrella from the carriage. She leapt onto the roof. The assassin shouted immediately, "She's on the roof. Kill her." An arrow was aimed at Qin Jinji. Yun Jin and Yun Kei also took out umbrellas from the wheel ruts and flew onto the roof. They opened their umbrellas, which instantly became shields. The umbrellas were made of dark iron, unbreakable. Archers were positioned on the balconies of the restaurants on both sides of the street. The 3 of them listened to the pattern of the arrows and shot flying darts through their umbrellas. More assassins fell down. The 3's hands trembled from the shock, but their faces showed excitement. Yun Jin moved quickly and said, "I'll go pick up the bows and arrows." After hearing this, Qin Jinji and Yun Kei turned their umbrella handles, drawing swords from inside. The 3 umbrellas turned into 2. Yun Jin moved swiftly, jumping to the ground, hiding behind the dark iron umbrella to pick up a bow and some arrows, then flew back onto the roof. He handed the bow and arrows to Qin Jinji, who took her umbrella. Qin Jinji knocked 3 arrows. Each arrow hit an assassin. As the arrows in her hand shot out, the assassins ran out of arrows.
"Go."
"Kill her." Qin Jinji threw down her bow, a smile on her face. "Leave one alive." Today, only Yun Jin and Yun Kei were with her. These people had prepared well, clearly lying in ambush. Killing her in the street seemed to be because she threatened someone. The three moved quickly, working together smoothly. Blood splattered everywhere. The last assassin, about to bite his tongue to kill himself, was stopped by Yun-Kei, who grabbed his chin. The street was empty. Only bodies lay on the ground. Qin Jinji leapt onto the roof. I'll count to 3. Give you one more chance to kill me. She turned her body, and the tip of her sword scraped the roof, making a screeching sound. She turned back. Suddenly, 2 people jumped down from a nearby restaurant window, heading straight for Qin Jinji.
Qin Jinji didn't move.
She just watched the 2 people come down through the window. She smirked and said, "Found you." Qin Jinji quickly jumped forward. Just as the 2 people were about to stab Qin Jinji, a sword suddenly blocked them. Yunjin and Yunjia appeared in front of the masked men, smiling. "Your opponents are us." Qin Jinji turned and entered through the window. But the room was empty. The sound of the sword scraping the ground was very sharp. Qin Jinji walked around the table in the middle of the room. She raised her hand and cut the table in half with her sword. A cruel smile appeared in Qin Jinji's eyes. "We got you, Uncle 15. Xiao Che couldn't believe it. "Your martial skills are so high." Qin Jinji was covered in blood. She stepped closer to Xiao Che. "I really didn't expect that you, a coward, would dare to kill me in the street." Xiao Che awkwardly backed away. "You, don't come any closer." Qin Jinji directly stabbed her sword into his foot. "Ah." Qin Jinji squatted down, level with his eyes. "Is this revenge for your friend, or are you trying to get rid of me for your good brother?" "Uncle 15, you're still so kind-hearted." Xiao Che was crying out in pain, clutching his foot. At this moment, Qin Jinji looked like a fierce ghost just crawling out of. Qin Jinji pulled out her sword. "I also want to see what this so-called kindness really looks like." Xiao Che looked at her in disbelief. "I'm a prince. Qin Jinji, if you kill me, our father won't let you go. Your Qin family won't be able to protect you either." Qin Jinji grinned, her beautiful face showing no kindness. "Then Uncle 15 will try it out for his niece. What happens if you kill a prince?" Qin Jinji raised her hand and stabbed her sword into his stomach. She stomped Xiao Che's chest. "Uncle 15, do you know what it feels like to have your intestines torn apart?" Xiao Che, bleeding from his mouth, pointed at Qin Jinji. "Even in death, I won't let you go." "You won't have a good death," Qin Jinji chuckled, turning her sword inside his stomach. "Good luck with that." Xiao Che died painfully, staring at Qin Jinji with unblinking eyes. Qin Jinji looked at him, unmoving, then pulled out her sword. She walked to the window, where Yunjia and Yunjin had already subdued the 2 men. Qin Jinji leapt downstairs. She casually wiped the blood off her face. Walking up to one person, he said, "You're the guard who was with Xiao Che at Chun Terrace last time." One of the female assassins was Chiwen. Chiwen didn't expect that the expert beside this princess was so numerous, and not only that. Her skills were even comparable to these 2. Qin Jinji squatted in front of her, reaching out with a bloody hand to grab her face. Then she smiled and said, "You are Xiao Yin's person." Chiwen immediately looked down. Qin Jinji stabbed her in the stomach with a sword. Blood immediately flowed from her mouth. Qin Jinji pulled out the sword, smiling as she looked at her. "Go tell Xiao Yin to wait for me to take his head." Chiwen covered her stomach, looking at her in disbelief. Qin Jinji tilted her head. "Don't want to leave." Chiwen suddenly ran away. Qin Jinji looked at another assassin. "Then you must be the one who tried to kill the 15th prince." Before the assassin could speak, Yun-Kei cut his neck. Qin Jinji went to the carriage and knocked on it. "Is everything okay?" Lu Yi crawled out from the corner this time.
"I'm fine."
"Are you all okay?" Qin Jinji quickly pulled down the bow and arrow nailed to the carriage. Their Northern King's carriage was custom-made. Ordinary arrows couldn't pierce it. This arrow was made of fine iron. Lu Yi asked, "Are we going back to the mansion or reporting to the officials?" Qin Jinji smiled. "Of course, we are going to the palace." The emperor saw Qin Jinji covered in blood and immediately panicked. "What happened? Where are you hurt?" Qin Jinji simply threw the fine iron arrowhead onto the ground. Today on Yeoman Street, Xiao Che tried to assassinate me in the street, and after being exposed, he was silenced by the assassins around him. The emperor's face darkened instantly. He looked at the fine iron arrowhead. Xiao Che had colluded with the Ministry of War. He, a disfavored prince, dared to conspire with the Ministry of War. Or perhaps it wasn't Xiao Che who was colluding, but someone else. Qin Jinji looked at the emperor and said, "Grandfather, I am going to act. You can protect him or try to stop me. If I lose, that will be Xiao Che's fate today. If he loses, he will die a worse death than Xiao Che. He was taught never to show mercy to enemies." Now, she was doing very well. The young wolf has grown up and no longer fears the Wolf King. Qin Jinji's words sound more like a challenge. Let's see if he can save Xiao Yin. The emperor stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Then let's see what you can do, grandfather." He had already made his choice when he went to the northern king's residence. He wouldn't interfere in Xiao Yin's fight. He also wanted to see how the wolf cub he raised would get his prey. Qin Jinji looked at the emperor's smiling eyes and showed a confident expression. Xiao Che, this fool, is from the royal family, yet he still believes in the so-called father-son bond. Besides the crown prince, only the one the king cares about can be called his son. The others are just pawns. The emperor wants to protect Xiao Yin because he sees value in him. His cleverness made the emperor cherish him. Xiao Che was killed by her. The emperor knew this well. But the emperor didn't care at all. To them, these people are just insignificant. A new era requires many people to die. To them, these lives are unimportant. Only useful people can survive in this world. Fools can only die in one whirlpool after another. They are sacrifices, and no one will remember them. When Chiwen arrived at the second prince's residence, she was already on her last breath. She covered her wound and, holding on to her final strength, saw Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin was shocked. "Chiwen, who hurt you?" He quickly held her in his arms. Chiwen, clutching her wound, said, "Your Highness, Qin Jinji killed the 15th prince. All the assassins are dead. She asked me to tell you that she's coming to take your head." Xiao Yin's face darkened. "You say Qin Jinji killed Xiao Che?" Chiwen nodded painfully. "Her martial arts are better than mine. The assassins can't defeat her." Xiao Yin hurriedly said, "I'll find someone to treat your wounds." Chiwen grabbed his hand. "Your Highness, be careful of Qin Jinji. She was a killer and had a natural instinct for danger." Qin Jinji gave her a chilling feeling. Xiao Yin thought about Xiao Che coming to borrow someone and guessed he might attack Qin Jinji. He never expected Qin Jinji to dare to kill a prince. She had known from the start that the person behind Xiao Che was him. Take his life? Fine, then let's see who wins in the end. He quickly left the study, not noticing a shadow quietly slipping inside. Qin Jinji didn't return to the Empress's chambers, afraid that her blood-stained clothes would frighten her. Instead, she went straight out of the palace. At the gate of Prince Jinbei's residence, she saw the second prince's consort. The consort was dressed in plain clothes, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. "What are you doing here?" The consort said anxiously, "My lady, may I speak with you inside?" Qin Jinji led her into the residence. The consort handed her a token. "I found this hidden in the second prince's study. I took it while he was away." Xiao Yin's study had never been guarded against Lang Mingyue. When they married, Xiao Yin said he respected her learning and even built her a study of her own. He spent most of his time there with her. So Lang Mingyue rarely went to his study. By chance, she once discovered that the bookshelf at the back of his study was actually a cleverly designed mechanism. Lang Mingyue's knowledge went far beyond the classics. She had read books on almost every subject. She had even studied woodworking and sometimes practiced it herself. But in the royal family, such hobbies were considered improper, so she never showed that side of herself. Since she couldn't travel far, she chose to read widely instead. At first, she thought Xiao Yin was simply clever. But after learning his true reason for marrying her, she realized that his study must hide his secrets. She slipped inside and soon unlocked the mechanism. I found this in a hidden compartment in Xiaoyan's study. He hid it so carefully it must be important. Qin Jinji held the token and asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll notice it's missing?" Lang Mingyue replied, "He's out of the city. He left word that he'll return before curfew." Qin Jinji turned the token over in her hand. "Yunjin, go call Chinsua." Soon, a young girl with 2 buns in her hair came in, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "My lady, what do you need me for?" she asked sleepily. Qin Jinji threw her token to her. "How long will it take?" Chinsua took the token and looked at it repeatedly. "About an hour." Qin Jinji nodded. "Go ahead. By the way, have you heard anything from your brother?" Chinsua looked worried. "No reply to the letters I sent." Qin Jinji patted her head.
Don't worry.
"If there's still no news tomorrow, I will send someone to find your brother." Chinsua finally smiled, showing a cute little dimple. "Then I'll go make the token," she said. Qin Jinji turned around and said, "Wait for Chinsua to make a fake one for you. Then you can put the fake token back in its place." Lang Mingyue thought of something else. "Princess, I've been staying in Fei's palace these days. I noticed her close maid often leaves the palace at night. I suspect she's helping Fei with something, but I don't know where she goes. Fei is high in rank, so some things naturally have to be done by her servants." Qin Jinji nodded. "In a few days, I will arrange Lu Yi to examine you." Lang Mingyue bowed. "Thank you, Princess." Qin Jinji then asked, "Your father interested in the Ministry of Rights position?" Lang Mingyue's eyes lit up, and she suddenly covered her eyes and laughed. Even with her hand over her eyes, tears still streamed down her face. Having been married for over 10 years, Xiao Yi knew how big the gap was between them. But she never thought about helping her father get a higher position. After all, if her father's position became more important, her death wouldn't seem so insignificant. Qin Jinji sat down. "But you're smart. You should know that this means your Lang family will have to pledge loyalty to me. When necessary, even give their lives for me. Have you thought about that?" Lang Mingyue wiped away her tears. "Rather than being to be manipulated, I'd rather fight with swords and blood for my family's future. In this world, weakness is a sin."
Lang Mingyue respectfully bowed.
"I will go back and persuade my father and brother. I won't keep the princess waiting long." Qin Jinji took a sip of tea. "I'll be waiting for good news." Lang Mingyue left through the back door of the Duke of Jinbei's residence, carrying a fake token. Yun Kei came in and gestured, asking, "Can she trust her?" Qin Jinji smiled. "Love lasts longer than hate, and is even more intense than love itself." She looked back at Yunk and asked, "Have you found out Qin-Chi's whereabouts?" Qin Jinji tapped her fingers on the table. "Send a message to Baikei Temple, tell Luo Shui to come down the mountain, and make sure to find Qin-Chi." Yunk nodded and left.
Princess.
A Jiao and a man had been captured. Yunjin hurried in looking worried. Qin Jinji frowned. Who was caught? Behind Yunjin, a crying little girl appeared. "Princess Jinji, please, save a Jiao and a man." Qin Jinji stepped forward. "A Jiao and a man didn't come to see you today. How could they be captured?" This girl was Wei Sueki, whom she had met before. Wei Sueki cried as she spoke. "Today I hosted a feast at my home for a Jiao and a man. But after they drank wine, they lost consciousness. Suddenly many people came and took a Jiao and a man away." Qin Jinji grabbed her by the collar. "Who took them?" Wei Sueki was so frightened by Qin Jinji's fierce look that she couldn't speak properly. I don't know. I only know that the people who took a Jiao and a man said it was Lord He. Lord He will definitely thank my uncle very much." Qin Jinji threw Wei Sueki aside. He Lianghan. A man had cut off He Chi's head, but He Lianghan couldn't hurt Qin Jinji. They wanted to capture a Jiao and a man to get revenge for their son. Since a Jiao and a man weren't with Qin Jinji today, it meant they were following Wei Sueki's plan. Wei Sueki sent a letter saying she had reunited with her family. Her family held a feast to thank Hu A Jiao and Hu A Man for protecting her. But this Wei Sueki's so-called family was just using that as an excuse. Go to He's residence. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Jinji suddenly looked back at Wei Sueki. "Who is your uncle?" Li Bulongzhong Wei Qianfan, she called Yun Ge. Send a spy to check where the people who took a jiao and a man left from Wei's house. If they took a jiao and a man back to his residence, she would definitely find out and go after them. Qin Jinji guessed they might be taken somewhere else. She looked at Wei Sueki and said, if a jiao and a man are in trouble, everyone in Wei's house will pay the price, including you. Wei Sueki was crying now. If a jiao and a man were in danger, she didn't know how she could face living in this world anymore. After half an hour, the secret guard reported that these people had taken a jiao and a man out of the city. Yunjin, send a message to the Qianyao division. Tell them to come out and find me. Qin Jinji and the 3 others rode their horses out of the city directly. The 4 of them galloped quickly, following the clues left by the secret guard. Finally, they heard sounds of fighting coming from the forest ahead. Qin Jinji rode forward and heard a man shouting desperately, "Old Qin, run. These people are coming for you." They saw Hua Jiao and Hua Man surrounded in the middle by a group of men in black. They already had many wounds on their bodies. After Qin Jinji and the 3 appeared, a large number of black-clad men rushed out. Almost all of them were skilled fighters. Qin Jinji saw that the 2 were still alive and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at the group of black-clad men with a cold smile and said, "It's not only Xiao Yin who is loyal fighters." She raised her finger and whistled. Suddenly, the dragon feather guards descended from the sky. When Hua Jiao entered Wei's residence, she felt something was wrong. There were a few young servants in Wei's house who looked like martial artists. Wei Sueki's uncle's excited look was truly strange. Now, since they are sisters and work under Qin Jinji, their statuses are different. Qin Jinji's position is special, and many people want to harm her. If someone tried to use the sisters to trap Qin Jinji, it was possible. Hua Jiao secretly slipped a poison-repelling pill into Hua Man's hand when no one was paying attention. They exchanged glances and quietly ate the pills. They weren't afraid of fighting, only worried about being poisoned. Wei Sueki is simple-minded and probably wouldn't do anything to them. But her uncle might. The situation in the capital is complicated, so they had to be careful. As soon as they drank the wine, they realized it was laced with a sleeping potion. The dosage was quite strong. They both fainted and fell down. However, while pretending to be unconscious, they overheard that these people captured them to lure Qin Jinji out of the city and kill her outside the city walls. As soon as they woke up, they tried to rush out. But unfortunately, there were too many people and they were trapped. The assassin's goal was very clear: Qin Jinji. Attacking fiercely, Long Yue saw the situation and immediately surrounded Qin Jinji in the middle. Hu Jiao and Hua Man finally rushed over to join Qin Jinji. "Are you hurt?" The 2 caught their breath and then shook their shoulders, just minor injuries. Qin Jinji looked at the increasing number of assassins, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It seems I really have to fight hard today." Experiencing 2 assassination attempts in one day, Xiao Yin was truly anxious. The assassins were not only skilled but also kept coming in larger numbers. Qin Jinji suddenly turned around and saw Long Sin wounded by several swords, coughing blood as he looked toward Qin Jinji and shouted, "Young lady, be careful." She quickly turned and stabbed a sword into the assassin's heart. Only then did Long Sin close his eyes and fall to the ground. As everyone was exhausted, Yun Jin finally arrived with the 1,000 Birds Guard. But the assassins seemed endless, constantly attacking. Qin Jinji tore a piece of cloth, tying her sword to her hand. "Everyone listen up, stay alive." The crowd fought chaotically. One assassin finally found an opening and stabbed at Qin Jinji. Yun Kei couldn't speak and directly flew in front of Qin Jinji to block. The sword pierced Yun Kei's shoulder. Yun Kei swung her sword at the assassin's neck and kicked him away. She took a breath, about to smile at Qin Jinji. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Qin Jinji turned around and saw Yun Jin blocking her from behind, with a sword piercing through her waist. She swiftly stabbed the assassin to death. Turning back, she caught Yun Jin. Yun Jin was holding her wound, blood still flowing from her mouth. "Young lady, run. Hurry." Yun Jin coughed violently, blood splattering onto Qin Jinji's face. Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji. I've come to save you. Lu Yi was riding a tall horse, with Xiao Wuji sitting behind her. The officials from the Dali court immediately surrounded the assassins. Qin Jinji. Where are you? I'm here to save you. Chuang rode swiftly, followed by the secret guards of Chui's residence. Everyone worked together, killing most of the assassins instantly. A whistle sounded, and the remaining assassins all fled in the air. Lu Yi's face turned pale as she dismounted hurriedly and ran towards Qin Jinji. Are you hurt? Qin Jinji's eyes became empty. Lu Yi, save her, I beg you. Yun Jin had already closed her eyes, and Qin Jinji was still tightly covering her wound. Lu Yi quickly moved forward to check Yun Jin's condition. Qin Jinji, she's still alive, just lost too much blood and fainted. She took a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and fed the medicine pills into Yun Jin's mouth. Finally, she inserted a gold needle into Yun Jin's abdomen. Chuang also ran over and looked around at Qin Jinji. Are you okay? Qin Jinji shook her head and turned to Longyi. Take Dragon San's body back to the mansion. Qin Jinji ordered someone to find a carriage, as Yun Jin's injuries couldn't handle bumpy rides. On the carriage, Qin Jinji looked at Lu Yi and Chuang, who had suddenly appeared. How did you two come here? Chuang immediately said, When I heard about your stabbing, I started investigating. Yun Jin went to the Thousand Birds Guard to ask someone about you, and I felt something was wrong. I had to ask my father for help. He let me the secret guards from Chui Mansion. I followed Yun Jin's trail and came here. Lu Yi, trembling with fear, said, I went to the Thousand Birds office to find Bai Huan. When Chuang told me you might be in danger, and since her people couldn't fight, I was worried about you. So I went to the Dali Temple to find Lord Zhao. Qin Jinji's face turned pale. Today, I'm really grateful to you both. Otherwise, I might have been left for dead. Lu Yi grabbed Qin Jinji's hand. Puffed, puffed, puffed. No need to talk about collecting bodies. Knock on wood. Chuang looked at Qin Jinji's expression but said nothing. Even if they hadn't come today, Qin Jinji wouldn't have died, but Yun Jin might really have died. Was the person who tried to kill you the same as the one who attacked you on the street, the White Day assassin? Yes, from Ming Wang's people. Chuang suddenly stood up, her head hitting the top of the carriage. She immediately covered her head and crouched down. Ming Wang? Ming Wang wants to kill you. Why would he want to kill you? Qin Jinji looked at Chuang. Zheng Hongwen's actions were all under his orders. The silver embezzled by the Ministry of Revenue was also taken by him. I want his life, so he naturally wants to kill me. Chuang found it hard to believe. Ming Wang, who loved nature and mountains so much, could do such evil deeds? Ming Wang's family was Zheng's family, so Ming Wang wanted that position. All these years, it was just a disguise.
No wonder.
No wonder my father said today that it was too dangerous to stay close to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at Chuang and asked, Your father lent you the secret guard. It seems he knows what I want to do. Does he have any conditions? Chuang raised an eyebrow and said, How do you know my father wants to see you? Qin Jinji has been busy with many things these days. If Prime Minister Chui still doesn't understand, then all these years he has been the leader of the officials would be pointless. But she also thought it was time to meet Prime Minister Chui. Qin Jinji said, Make arrangements. At that moment, Yun Jin suddenly coughed and then shakily made sounds. It hurts. Oh. Lu Yi quickly stepped forward to check on her, then fed her a pill. Yun Jin took a while before opening her eyes. Oh, thank goodness, I'm not dead. Qin Jinji finally showed a smile. Let's see if you still dare to act as a shield. Yun Jin looked at Qin Jinji and said, Princess, I want Yun Ge to make me a soup for a month. It hurts too much. I need to recover. Outside the carriage, Yun Ge, with a choked voice, said with a smile, I'll make it for 3 months. Outside the carriage, Zhao Wuji said, Princess, the bodies of all the assassins have been sent to the Qidiao division with the cooperation of the Qian Niao Guard. Qin Jinji lifted the curtain of the carriage. Thank you for today. Zhao Wuji bowed and left directly. Everyone returned to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. Qin waited anxiously at the door. You faced such a big assassination attempt. Why didn't you call out the Jinbei army? Qin Jinji's face returned to normal, then she put on a playful smile. I didn't summon the Jinbei army in the capital because that would be considered treason. Qin Ye's expression was rarely serious. I need to go to the palace. Qin Jinji shrugged. Looks like an old man is going to get into trouble. When Lu Yi finished settling Yun Jin, she pulled Qin Jinji aside. She placed her hand on Qin Jinji's pulse. Just now in the carriage, Qin Jinji's face was pale. Lu Yi knew Qin Jinji well. Such things wouldn't change her expression. She frowned and said, "It's definitely the toxin acting up." Luckily, the medicine from Chu Langdan has suppressed the toxin. Have you had any recent health issues? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Taste is sometimes good, sometimes bad. Is that enough? Lu Yi looked at her in shock. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Jinji touched her nose. Sometimes it gets better, sometimes it gets worse. I thought the medicine just wasn't working. Lu Yi immediately went back to her room to look through medical books. Qin Jinji returned to Yun Jin's room. The person was already asleep. After a short while, Yun Kei and the others also came in. The four of them sat in a row on the footstool at the foot of Yun Jin's bed. Qin Jinji asked, "Do you want to do anything?" The three of them thought for a moment and shook their heads together. Qin Jinji sighed. "Forget it, just stay with me. When I pass away, you can think about what to do then." Yun Kei gestured, indicating that Yun Jin was fine, and told the princess not to worry. Qin Jinji looked back at Yun Jin, then said to Yun Ge, "I want to eat sweet potatoes." Yun Ge smiled and got up. After a while, the four of them crouched by Yun Jin's bed, eating warm roasted sweet potatoes. "I just know. You all secretly ate without telling me." The four of them turned around, and Yun Jin was trembling as she pointed at them with her hand. But the atmosphere in the palace was no longer so relaxed. In De Fei's Shuehua Palace, a rare guest arrived. The empress sat on the main seat, her face cold. De Fei looked a bit surprised. "Your Majesty, why did you leave the palace?" The empress looked at her coldly. "Kneel down." While De Fei was stunned, Li Mama kicked her leg. The empress looked at De Fei kneeling on the ground and said, "Slap her." Zhao Mama immediately stepped forward and swung her arms. De Fei screamed, "Your Majesty, what did I do wrong?" The palace maids in Shuehua Palace had never seen their mistress suffer such humiliation. They wanted to step in to stop it. But the palace maids close to the empress slapped the two of her ears, knocking her to the ground. The young palace maid saw this and ran away. The palace maid next to the empress wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by the empress. "Let her go." It was probably a plea for help. The empress just watched De Fei being beaten. "Stop when the emperor arrives." "Your Majesty, what did I do to offend you?" All she received in response was slaps. When the emperor arrived, De Fei's face was swollen beyond recognition, and her lips were bleeding. The empress looked at the approaching emperor and stood up. "If Jinji is in trouble, then our agreement is no longer valid." After speaking, she stood up and left. The emperor looked at the tearful consort Da and told her maid, "Go call the imperial doctor." News of the unjust punishment of consort Da quickly spread to the previous court. When Lu Yi brought the news to Qin Jinji, she looked confused. "I've been in the palace for so long, but I've never seen the empress punish anyone so harshly. I heard she was disfigured. What did consort Da do to make the empress angry?" Qin Jinji was lying on a swing. "She's taking her anger out on me." Lu Yi's eyes widened. "Are you saying the empress knows it was the Mingwang's son who attacked you? How does she know?" Qin Jinji closed her eyes. "Who do you think raised my clever mind? If anyone in the palace has the best acting skills, it's not her grandfather. A empress whose family is completely gone, can she really hold power in the harem just because the emperor cares for her? The women still active in the harem don't matter much to the empress now. It's like Shun Luing, who went to great lengths to be close to the empress. The turtle in the pond was still the one the empress had her people put there. She was just bored and wanted to see what these followers would do. No one would know that Qin Jinji's first murder was taught by the empress herself. Now, it seems the Empress doesn't care about the harem anymore, but that was because many years ago she listened to that bald man. He said she was too fierce and unworthy of accumulating good fortune for Qin Jinji. Since then, the Empress's hands have not been stained with blood. If they weren't the Emperor and Empress, their family could really run a drama troupe. Lu Yi pressed her temples and said, "My brain is about to melt. Forget it. I don't understand your world of dragons and phoenixes. Give me your hand." Qin Jinji extended her hand, and Lu Yi checked her pulse, finally feeling a bit reassured. The toxins had been completely suppressed. "I guess yesterday your emotions were too intense, accidentally stirring up the toxins. You need to control your emotions better in the future." "Got it." Lu Yi watched Yunjin leave the estate again. Bai Huan was examining a corpse when she suddenly heard a melody from the yard. She clapped her hands. Sorry, today there are too many bodies. There's no space left inside for the organs." When Lu Yi entered the Yanshi courtyard, she saw a pile of intestines and organs on the ground. The number was quite large, and Lu Yi, who had just adapted, couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Yi waved her hand and nervously went inside. Bai Huan said, "You pour the tea yourself." "My hands are dirty." Lu Yi felt terrible. Bai Huan smiled and said, "Maybe you should rest for a couple of days. It's not easy to get used to this quickly." Lu Yi shook her head. "No, I'm in a hurry." Qin Jinji was worried about the poison in her body not being cleared. Recently, this worry grew stronger. Chueying sent someone to arrange a private room at Yong'an Tower. When Qin Jinji arrived, she saw Cui Qingxiang, Chueying's father, nearby. Cui Qingxiang didn't stand up but said, "Inger, I've ordered some tea cakes at the tea house. Please go and get them for me." Chueying knew her father wanted to send her away. "I'll go and come back soon." Qin Jinji sat opposite Cui Qingxiang. He pushed the prepared tea toward her. She didn't move. Cui Qingxiang said calmly, "When did you find out?" Qin Jinji crossed her legs. "Are you talking about the 3 big families working together to harm my father, or about Cui Qingxiang, the head of the Cui family, instructing his younger brother to my mother?" Cui Qingxiang chuckled softly. "All these years I've schemed in the capital, but I never really paid attention to you. I was blind." Qin Jinji sneered. "Do you think you came to see me just to say these useless words?" Looking at Qin Jinji's rebellious attitude, Cui Qingxiang, who was handsome, seemed to see a young Qin Zi. "Honestly, among my peers, I think highly of Qin Zi." Qin Jinji's eyes were full of sarcasm. "Oh, you're jealous of my father." Cui Qingxiang was stunned but then said very calmly, "When I was young, I did feel some jealousy, but that's not why Qin Zi died." Qin Jinji said nothing and just stared at him. After a long while, Cui Qingxiang said, "The only reason is that the Northern Army is too powerful." Qin Jinji looked at his hypocritical face and burst out laughing, then laughed wildly. "Cui Qingxiang, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily fooled?" Saying some vague words to pretend to be noble, Qin Jinji stood up and walked to the table. "They are just a bunch of greedy wolves making excuses to take what doesn't belong to them. You so-called noble families are not satisfied with the current situation. You want to dominate the emperor's power. My father only blocked your way. As long as the Northern Army is here, you can't succeed easily. You are just a group of thieves trying to steal the throne." Cui Cheng's face was calm and did not get angry at Qin Jinji's words. "So, you are retaliating against the noble families. First the Shin family, then the Du family, and now the Zheng family. You brought Ing to your side to get revenge on the Cui family?" Qin Jinji nodded. "All the families involved in attacking my father must die. The Cui family is no exception, but I won't be as dirty as you noble clans, targeting an 8-year-old child. Cui Ing is the one I chose to be the future head of the Cui family. She will be my sword, and then I will destroy you." Cui Cheng, hearing Qin Jinji's words, also showed a cold expression. "You are still young. Being proud is good, but being too sharp can hurt others and yourself." Qin Jinji sneered. "Cui Cheng, now you can't even admit it. You're afraid. When you were young, you feared my father. Now you're afraid of me. You're afraid I will really cause your noble family to fall apart. That's why you humbly came to see me, isn't it?" Cui Cheng had to admit that this child, who had never been part of his plans, was so talented and dangerous. Qin Jinji suddenly seemed to remember something. Did you find out Cui Ziyu was poisoned? How does it feel to feed the poison of the 10,000 toxins king into your brother's stomach? Do you feel sorry for him suffering from the poison, or are you afraid that the Cui family's reputation will be ruined? She leaned close to Cui Cheng. I guess it's the latter. Qin Jinji smiled and returned to her chair, placing her feet directly on the table. So, now that your false dignity has been exposed, are you ashamed, Cui Cheng, or proud of your clever plan? After all, everything you planned has come true. Cui Cheng chuckled softly. I underestimated you. It seems leaving you behind was truly a mistake. Do you know why your mother gave you the poison of the Biluo? Because I promised her that as long as she fed you this poison, I would agree to her becoming the second wife of the Cui family, so she could openly be with Ziyu. Qin Jinji's face suddenly changed. It was you. Do you know how much pain I am in? After she spoke, her expression suddenly shifted. A smile gradually appeared on her face. Prime Minister Cui, how did I do in my performance? The biological mother poisoning her own child for her lover. That's truly heartbreaking. Prime Minister Cui was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Jinji to show such an expression. Qin Jinji burst into laughter, then looked at Prime Minister Cui with a mocking smile. Prime Minister Cui, have you forgotten? I am a madwoman. Madwomen don't have feelings. Oh, and you probably don't know why your old steward took the blame back then, right? Because he really did send a letter to Cui Lu, since that letter wasn't from you. Prime Minister Cui, guess who gave your loyal old steward that deadly letter? Prime Minister Cui's face slightly changed. Qin Jinji watched his reaction and smiled even more happily. Prime Minister Cui, do you think Cui Ziyu's poison was given by me? That poison was willingly drunk by him. Guess again, why did he willingly drink that deadly poison? Prime Minister Cui frowned, unable to believe it. Yao Miaoing didn't die. Qin Jinji looked like she was hearing the biggest joke. It seems your good brother has kept a lot from you. Prime Minister Cui was stunned. He furrowed his brows and stared at Qin Jinji. You actually used Yao Miaoing to control Ziyu, but she is your biological mother. Qin Jinji sniffed and said, it's not false that you all pretend to be righteous. You always want the hurt to forgive the hurt. Sometimes I don't even know if I am the madwoman or if you all are. Prime Minister Cui looked at Qin Jinji's face. He had let a wolf cub go. The wolf cub has grown up and wants to bite and kill everyone. A murderous look appeared in Prime Minister Cui's eyes. All of this was just because no one was wary of you. Now I know everything. Do you think I will let you go? Qin Jinji tilted her head and pointed to her temple. Prime Minister Cui, have you been locked up too long? Your mind is broken? It's not that I won't let you go, it's that I won't let you go. Get ready? What are you preparing for? When you killed my father, did you tell him to prepare in advance? Since you killed my father, I will kill you. Isn't that just right and proper? Prime Minister Cui sneered coldly. Just because of you? Qin Jinji nodded. Just because of me. She glanced at the door and casually said, today is a rare chance to see Prime Minister Cui. Why don't we play a game? Qin Jinji took a porcelain bottle from her waist and poured the powder inside into the teacup in front of her. This is a deadly poison that causes blood to block the throat and intestines to rupture. You can choose to give this tea to Cuiying or to your so-called favored second son. Qin Jinji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me guess, which of your children do you love the most? Prime Minister Cui finally showed anger on his face. Ridiculous, but Qin Jinji was not angry at all. Cuiying will return soon. If she doesn't drink this tea today, I guarantee that tonight, it will end up in your second son's stomach. You know what I mean, I can say it and I can do it. Prime Minister Cui slammed the table.
How dare you?
Do you think this is your backyard garden? If you dare hurt my son, I will not let you go. Qin Jinji looked excited, her voice like a ghostly whisper. Prime Minister Cui, who will you choose? Father, I've brought back the tea cake you wanted. While Prime Minister Cui and Qin Jinji were confronting each other, Cuiying knocked on the side room door. Qin Jinji's smile on her face was strange and twisted. She leaned back and sat crookedly in her chair, watching him. Cuiying pushed the door open and came in. Although Qin Jinji was smiling, Cuiying still felt the tension in the air. Qin Jinji looked like a big wolf ready to eat a rabbit, smiling as she pushed the teacup toward Chueying. You're thirsty after all that trouble. Have some tea. Chueying nodded. Just right, I'm thirsty. She reached for the teacup, but Prime Minister Chui shouted loudly. Aang. Chueying was startled. What's wrong, father? Prime Minister Chui stared fixedly at Qin Jinji. She is truly a complete lunatic. He didn't doubt for a moment that what Qin Jinji said was true. Prime Minister Chui looked at Qin Jinji. Why didn't the princess come to see me? Where are her guards? She raised her finger and whistled, and 17 figures suddenly rushed into the room from outside the window. Is the dragon feather guard my father left me safe enough? She asked. Premier Chui frowned and said, the dragon feather guard was already wiped out when the crown prince died in battle. Qin Jinji shrugged. Not all of them died. The rest are here. The Dragon Feather Guard is a secret force that can fight 100 enemies with one person. His secret guards are definitely no match for the Dragon Feather Guard. Chueying weakly asked, Father, you haven't told me what to do yet? Premier Chui looked at Qin Jinji, whose eyes were getting more excited, and his face showed some bloodshot veins. Drink slowly, the tea is hot. Chueying nodded. Qin Jinji suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha. She stood up and slapped the teacup out of Chueying's hand. The tea has cooled down, and it won't taste good anymore. I have wine at my house. Let's drink together today. Chueying pouted and nodded. But Premier Chui didn't notice the dull look in Chueying's eyes. Qin Jinji said provocatively, Your daughter now belongs to me. Then she laughed loudly and left the private room with Chueying. Premier Chui also let out a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. After a while, his face suddenly changed. This little wolf really knows how to plan. No wonder she suddenly said they were playing a game. Chueying was probably just outside the door, and she deliberately let Chueying hear their conversation. Chueying clearly understood that her father had abandoned her. He really underestimated this little wolf. But it doesn't matter. As long as Qin Jinji dies, Chueying will return to the Chui family. He will make it up to her then. Chueying followed Qin Jinji onto the carriage of the king of Jinbei. She lowered all the curtains. Can we talk inside? Outside, I really can't hear anything, right? Qin Jinji nodded unknowingly. Of course. Chueying sat to the side and suddenly started crying loudly. Ah. Qin Jinji covered her ears with her hands. Why are you crying? Chueying pointed at Qin Jinji and cried, Bad girl. Big bad girl. You knew I was at the door, and you deliberately let me hear. Ah. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Why don't you say your father is a bad guy? He made you drink. After hearing this, Chueying cried even louder. She knew that no matter how much her father loved her, in her father's heart, she would never compare to her second brother. It was just hearing with her own ears that her father had given up on her, which no one could accept. Qin Jinji poured her a cup of tea. Chueying pointed at the tea and then at Qin Jinji, crying even louder. Qin Jinji sniffed, then drank all the tea herself. She took Chueying back to the Prince of Beijing's residence. Chueying asked for a room, locked herself inside, and refused to come out. Qin Jinji didn't let anyone disturb her. She returned to her own room and took out the token sent by Lang Mingyue. This token must be very important to Xiao Yin, or he wouldn't hide it. But what is this token for? Qin Jinji suddenly stood up.
Lark.
Lark. Lark came in from outside the door. Qin Jinji asked, Are the assassins who tried to kill me being kept alive in the dungeon? Lark nodded. Qin Jinji went straight to the dungeon. All the dead soldiers here had their jaws removed. All the teeth hidden inside had been taken out. None of them spoke. Qin Jinji pointed at one of the most stubborn-looking assassins. Tie him to this stool. The guards blindfolded the assassin's eyes. The assassin thought it was some harsh punishment, but he only felt a drop of water fall on his forehead. After a moment, another drop fell. Qin Jinji said, This is called the water drop punishment. It's not painful at all, but long-term soaking of the scalp in water will cause hair loss and decay. The water drops will make a hole in your skull. You will stay awake, listening to the sound of water drops hitting your skull, slowly, slowly, feeling your death. This is called the water drop wearing through stone. The most important part of this punishment is that it will break a person's spirit. Qin Jinji didn't expect a response. Instead, she took out the token and waved it in front of the other assassins. I will only listen to one person tell me what this token is for. In 3 days, everyone else, and he, will face the same fate. Qin Jinji left with the token. That night, the carriage from the Prince of Beijian's residence stopped again at Chui's back door. But this time, Cui Ziyu came out a bit late. Her face was still swollen and red. Qin Jinji laughed loudly. This Prime Minister Cui looks gentle and refined. How could he possibly fight? Cui Ziyu honestly replied, my older brother found out I faked a letter for Fuxing, which led to Fuxing's death, so he attacked me. Qin Jinji smiled even more happily. Premier Cui, you are so kind-hearted at your own home. That's rare. Looking at Qin Jinji's expression, Cui Ziyu thought about what his older brother said this afternoon. How can you be so foolish? Just for a woman. You disregarded me. Fuxing even lost his life because of it. He was a friend of yours and mine for many years. Cui Ziyu didn't mind being slapped in the face. I owe Miaoying a lot. I don't want her to get hurt. Premier Cui simply couldn't believe it.
Ziyu.
What kind of spell did that woman cast on you? You are the backbone of our Cui family. For just a woman, you are acting so recklessly. And that Qin Jinji, her biological mother, can be used to threaten us. You're playing with fire. She's just a madwoman. A beast that would bite us all to death. Cui Ziyu let his older brother pull him. Brother, I have loved Miaoying since I was 16. When I agreed to those reckless plans, it was only because I loved her too much. I will never let her be harmed. Qin Jinji, our Cui family has caused her family to fall apart. Even revenge is justified. Premier Cui couldn't believe his brother was saying these words. Get out of here. Lu Yi was already eager. She handed over a porcelain bottle. Cui Ziyu calmly swallowed the pills inside. Then he started to convulse, foam at the mouth, and his veins bulged. His body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Yi checked Cui Ziyu's pulse and frowned. Then she wrote and drew in her notebook. After about half an hour, Lu Yi put a pill into Cui Ziyu's mouth. This time, you made some progress. The reaction isn't as intense. I just checked his pulse and felt the toxins seem to be less. I will refine the medicine further and try again next month. Qin Jinji nodded in approval. Just then, Cui Ziyu struggled to get up. Miaoying, are you okay? Qin Jinji praised. Lord Cui is really devoted.
Even now, he still cares about Miaoying.
If I weren't here to seek revenge on you, I might even be moved by you. Cui Ziyu respectfully bowed and said, Princess, I have loved Miaoying since I first saw her at 16. Unfortunately, my family made it impossible for me to marry her. It was my weakness that caused her to marry someone else. So when my brother suggested such a foolish idea, I unknowingly agreed. I love her, and I am willing to give my life for her. Miaoying is a woman who lives for love. She loves me, so I will keep living for her. I am sorry to Prince Qin and to you. I will accept any revenge you take on me. I only ask that you let Miaoying live. Qin Jinji smiled and clapped for Cui Ziyu. You're more sincere than that Prime Minister Cui. Don't worry, I said I will keep Miaoying alive as long as you are useful to me. How long can this wild pair of lovebirds last? It depends on Lord Cui. Cui Ziyu swallowed the blood in his throat again. I understand. The carriage left Cui's residence, and Lu Yi was still reading ancient books. How have things been at the Imperial Hospital these days? Lu Yi didn't look up, just as so.
We keep to ourselves.
Don't worry, when necessary, I will use my power. After all, I have a strong backing. Qin Jinji smiled. How are a jiao and a man's injuries? Lu Yi raised her thumb. A jiao and a man's physical training really paid off. They have so much blood on them, but none of it is theirs. Just minor injuries, Qin Jinji said. In that case, let's go see for ourselves. Hui Jiao and Hu Man live at the Thousand Birds office. When Qin Jinji arrived, the two sisters were busy applying medicine to each other. Seeing no one around, Hu Man cheerfully called out, Old Qin, you're here. Qin Jinji sat by the table. How are the injuries? who a man turned her back immediately, just minor. They were worse when we were in Sangzhou. Hu A Jiao stepped forward. Jinji, this time we sisters are a burden to you. You have a lot on your shoulders and many things to do. If there's a next time, don't worry about us. Hu a man nodded in agreement. Exactly. Qin Jinji stood up and gave each of them a slap on the head. When someone dies, everything is gone. Next time something like this happens, call for help. Hue Jiao and Hu a man covered their heads. Got it. Qin Jinji tilted her chin. What's the situation with Wei Sueki? Huaman immediately said, this matter probably has nothing to do with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the royal palace to find you and ask for help, but that her uncle. Qin Jinji looked at her. The last time you fought with Chun Tai and cut off his head, that was He Qi, the son of Minister of Rights He Lianghan. Wei Sueki's uncle is probably his subordinate, and he might know some details. He might want to use you to get a favor from He Lianghan. The Minister of Rights is below the Minister of Rights deputy. And the Rights Department's officials are below the Deputy Minister. The position of Deputy Minister of Rights has been vacant for a long time. Wei Qianfan probably wants to take this chance to make some moves upstairs. Qin Jinji remembered what Huaman had said before. Wei Sueki's mother is the leader of the Sangzhou Transport Guild, a very ambitious woman who calls herself the Dragon Mother. How could she have brothers working in the government? Huaman was also very confused. Sueki said she came to the capital to find her relatives. I didn't ask much, but I didn't expect her uncle to be on the enemy's side. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. You suffered such a big loss and didn't go after him? That's not your usual style, Huaman proudly said. I'm so clever. With such a big matter, how much favor could I get from Wei Zhang Duo? Think about it, there are so many people at Baike Temple. When they go down the mountain, they'll definitely attract attention. But traveling by water is different. Wei Zhang Duo is skilled and can secretly send people to the capital without anyone noticing. Qin Jinji looked at Huaman in disbelief. Are you Huaman? Huaman pounded her chest. Absolutely. The three of them burst into laughter. Huaman was right. If they wanted to secretly send everyone from Baike Temple to the capital, traveling by water was the best way. If Wei Longmu had the chance, she really wanted to meet him. But since Wei Qianfan dared to target her, even if she couldn't take his life, he would pay a price. If he wanted to move up in rank or influence, he would have to pay a price. Louis checked their injuries. It was late when Qin Jinji finally left Qianyao office. The next day, Qin Jinji finally went to court after a long time. Not only did she go to court, but she also brought 8 Qianyao guards with her. This was the first team of palace guards she trained specifically with Chueying. They were responsible for protecting the emperor closely. Before, she was alone because her training was not yet complete. The 8 Qianyao guards stood in a line beside the emperor. Du Zhong immediately said, Your Majesty, this is not proper. Wei Cha glanced sideways. Old man, why do you keep haunting us? What the emperor wants to do is none of your business. Du Zhong ignored Wei Cha. Your Majesty, Princess Jinji's appearance at court some days ago already broke the rules. Now she's bringing so many women to court. She's acting like a hen ruling the roost. A hen ruling the roost. Wei Cha stepped closer. Old man, are you deaf from anger? Why don't you answer? Du Zhong pointed at Wei Cha and scolded. You old fool, stop causing trouble. I am discussing serious matters with His Majesty. I don't have time for your nonsense. Wei Cha looked at him calmly. You're so angry. Did someone in your family pass away? Du Zhong turned his face away, always the one to suffer losses. Wei Cha said leisurely, Princess Jinji, I ask you, who are these people? Why are they allowed to walk into the main hall so openly? Qin Jinji replied, These 8 are elite members of the Thousand Birds Guard, responsible for protecting His Majesty closely. Wei, these are bodyguards. If they don't enter the hall, where should they stand? Wei Cha raised an eyebrow. Did you hear that, Minister Du? Protecting His Majesty's safety. There's no time for your nonsense now. Qin Jinji has a special group of personal guards on the battlefield. This team is unique because all of them are women. Most of these women are daughters of soldiers in the army. Their martial skills and bravery are just as good as their brothers and fathers. It's their dream to fight in battles and make achievements. The Northern Army has had female generals before, but very few. Before Qin Jinji went to the battlefield, these women soldiers were a headache for Qin Yi, who didn't know how to settle them. After Qin Jinji arrived, Qin Yi handed all these women soldiers over to her. Each of them is very skilled and proud. Qin Jinji didn't waste words. She fought directly to show her strength. She simply defeated them all with her fists. As Qin San's reputation grew in the army, these women soldiers also sincerely followed Qin Jinji. After the war ended, these women soldiers went to the capital with the carriage carrying Huangfu Nanfeng. They were secretly trained at the Prince of North's residence. So, Qin Jinji was confident that she could establish the Thousand Birds Guard without any trouble. Now that they have enough people, these women soldiers are the best choice to walk around in the palace. While Dusham was passionately defending the 8 Qidiao guards in the hall, the Qidiao guards across the palace had already taken their positions. In the Empress's private quarters, during the Emperor and Empress's outings at the palace gates and during patrols, the Qidiao guards were always present. The Emperor looked at Qin Jinji, who managed the guards so well, and felt a surge of pride. The child he raised from a young age had truly grown up. Meanwhile, those who had submitted reports accusing Qin Jinji had been questioned one by Wei Cha over the past few days. They had never seen an old man with such strong vitality. It seemed that insulting others could even extend one's life. From the morning court session until late in the afternoon, they kept arguing, leaving no time to investigate Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji left the court and returned to the Empress's private quarters. But unexpectedly, the old lady snorted coldly as soon as she saw Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji sniffed and smiled in a friendly way, saying, "Great-grandmother, what did you have for lunch?" "I'm starving." The Empress snorted again. "What's there to eat? Anyway, I won't live much longer. I might as well wait to be laid to rest. It would be better if I followed you with a single rope." Qin Jinji shrank back and obediently knelt at the Empress's feet. Seeing Qin Jinji's eager smile, the Empress was even more furious. "You dare hide such a big secret from me? You've grown up and your wings are strong. Your wife, can't even speak properly anymore." Qin Jinji tugged at the Empress's sleeve. "Great-grandmother, I just came back safely. You know my skills, I've got the best master in the martial world. I have plenty of ways to protect myself." The Empress slapped the table angrily. "Do you know how dangerous the battlefield is? You went there silently. A moment of distraction could cost you your life. The Qin family only has you left now. If anything happens to you, how can I face your late grandmother, your late father, and everyone in the Qin family?" Qin Jinji touched her nose. "The Qin family isn't just me. The old man is still alive." The Empress was so angry she slapped her on the back. "You're deliberately trying to make me die of anger. Swear to me, you're not allowed to go to the battlefield anymore." Qin Jinji sighed. "Great-grandmother, the battlefield is the fate of the Qin family. Grandpa is old, and the Northern Army needs someone to lead." The Empress, with tears in her eyes, shouted, "Fate or no fate, I just want you to live." Qin Jinji did not speak. She had many things left undone. When the future wars in Jin State resumed, she would definitely return to the battlefield. She did not want to lie to her grandmother. The Queen Mother was angry and slapped Qin Jinji a few more times on the back. "Just kneel here if you won't speak. When you understand, you can get up." The Queen Mother stood up and went back to her room. Qin Jinji knelt quietly in the middle of the courtyard. Inside the room, Mama Li and Mama Zhao looked at her with concern. "Your Majesty, if she keeps kneeling like this, the princess's legs might be ruined," the Queen Mother said coldly. "If they are ruined, I will take care of her. Even if her legs are damaged, it's better than losing her life on the battlefield. We all fought together in the dangerous war zones, so we know how risky it is." Mama Li and Mama Zhao looked at the girl growing up under their watch. They knew the Queen Mother cared deeply, but the princess was very determined from a young age. She wanted to do things her way, and no one could stop her. But if she kept kneeling like this, what if her legs really got hurt? After half an hour, A chubby figure peeked around and then sneaked over to Qin Jinji. Fian was carrying a big basket. "Princess, wipe your face." Qin Jinji took the silk cloth, wiped the sweat from her face, and handed it back to Fian. Fian then took out a big bowl from the basket. "Princess, this is 8 treasures rice. There's also pigeon soup in the basket." Qin Jinji took the big bowl. "Have you eaten?" Fian nodded and hid behind the table. The Queen Mother watched the little dog sneakily feed Qin Jinji and said to Mama Zhao and Mama Li, "Look, someone cares more than you do." She's afraid of being hungry in such a short time. Mama Li and Mama Zhao looked at Fian, who thought she was hiding well. They didn't know whether to laugh or to comfort her. After eating, Fian took out a plate of peeled peaches from the basket. "Princess, they are frozen." Qin Jinji picked one up and put it in Fian's mouth. Fian smiled with her eyes closed. "So sweet. Princess, eat quickly." The Queen Mother looked at Fian hiding behind the table and took a deep breath. "Tell them to come in." Mama Li smiled and said, "I'll go call the princess now." The Queen Mother still cared deeply for the princess. Madame Li went to the courtyard and said, "Princess, the Empress is calling you." Fian quickly covered her face and said, "The Empress has seen me." Qin Jinji smiled and got up to go inside. The Empress was still turned away from Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji knelt politely at the Empress's feet. At this moment, Mammy Zhao came out from inside, holding a bundle. "Princess, this is a soft armor specially made for you by the Empress. It is resistant to blades and arrows and can withstand fire and water. It is even stronger than the iron armor you are wearing now." Qin Jinji grinned and said, "I knew it. My grandmother loves me the most." She unfastened her clothes, took off the iron armor the Empress had made for her, and put on the soft armor. "Fits perfectly, thank you, grandmother." Qin Jinji hugged the Empress's waist. The Empress sighed. She knew her child very well. Since she couldn't stop her from going to battle, she would do her best to protect her. The Empress, with red eyes, held Qin Jinji in her arms. "Jinji, you must know that I am alive now only because of you. If anything happens to you, I will go with you." Qin Jinji returned to the palace and Yunshan said, "Princess, the Queen of Ming has arrived." Lang Mingyue was still dressed in rough clothes, but there was a taller figure behind her. When the man saw Qin Jinji, he stepped forward and bowed. "Lang Qingfeng greets the princess." Lang Mingyue stepped forward and said, "Princess, this is my older brother." Qin Jinji looked at the two and smiled. It was clear that Lang Mingyue had convinced the Lang family. Lang Qingfeng spoke calmly. "The Lang family was originally your servant." Qin Jinji asked, "Even if it means dying for me?" Lang Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. "Even if it means dying for the princess." Qin Jinji chuckled. "You brothers and sisters are quite interesting. Since that's the case, you should also know that your career is being blocked by Xiao Yin." Lang Qingfeng's eyes finally showed some emotion. His family was not prominent. He entered the Hanlin Academy as a scholar because of his talent and knowledge, but the Prime Minister held all the power, and now the Hanlin Academy was not being used properly. He had a chance to transfer to the Central Secretariat, but the transfer was always delayed. After investigating, he found out that it was actually Ming Wang's idea. Previously, he always thought that Ming Wang was calm and did not like political fights. If his family held an important position, it might cause trouble for him. But he didn't know that Ming Wang had a wild ambition and was secretly planning something. His sister was harmed because of this. Ming Wang looked down on the Lang family, thinking they were weak, and he mistreated his sister so badly. If Lang Qingfeng did not seek revenge, how could he be called a real man? Qin Jinji signaled for the two to sit down. Yun Kei served tea to both of them. "Chancellor Cui has too much power, but don't worry. Soon, his authority will be divided and given to the Hanlin Academy. I suggest your father become the Vice Minister of Rights. I admire his knowledge, and because he has been involved in politics for many years, he is suitable for this role. You are still young and not yet ready." When Lang Qingfeng heard Qin Jinji's words, his view of her changed even more. From his sister, he heard that Qin Jinji was very different from what he knew. If she were a man, she would surely achieve great things. Now, seeing her in person, Lang Qingfeng realized he was too shallow. Such a person, even if she were a woman, could stir up the court. He respectfully said, "I understand." Qin Jinji was very pleased that the Lang siblings were sensible and calm. "Right now, just focus on your duties and wait for my orders." Lang Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Lang Mingyue stepped forward and said, "Yesterday, I overheard outside the study that Ming Wang's aides plan to break into the Thousand Birds prison. It seems the person inside is very important to Ming Wang. If they fail, he will go to his own territory early." Qin Jinji sneered. "He's quick to find a backup plan. Recently, assassins have been trying to break into the Thousand Birds prison every day. If Sheng Wenba's ledger is handed over, he will have no chance to turn things around." Ming Wang always thought Qin Jinji's goal was to make the emperor see all his crimes, but that was not enough. She wanted Ming Wang and the Zheng family to disappear completely from the court. One ledger was not enough. Qin Jinji asked Lang Mingyue, "If Ming Wang falls, what will you do?" Lang Mingyue hesitated. "Do I have any other choice?" Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "As long as a person has something they want in their heart, they haven't truly lived in vain. Even if your life only has a few years left, with your talent and knowledge, don't you want to find your own path?" Tears welled up in Lang Mingyue's eyes. If she could accomplish her childhood wish before she died, it would mean her life on Earth was not a complete waste. "Princess, I want to start a girls' school." Qin Jinji looked up at her and smiled. "As long as you want it, I will help you." She had read the poems and writings Lang Mingyue created when she was young. Starting a girls' school had been her dream since she was young. Lang Mingyue felt her heart burn faintly. In this world, men often say that a woman's virtue is to be modest and unambitious. But this phrase means that women without talent are virtuous, implying that even if women lack skills, being able to tell right from wrong is also a kind of virtue. However, this phrase has become the biggest tool to restrict women. "I want to start a girls' school, even if it's just to teach girls some characters, some principles, or simply to let them learn to write their own names. I hope all the girls in this world can have their own thoughts, not just blindly follow others. They can have their own ideas." Lang Qingfeng watched his sister finally regain her youthful confidence and ambition. For a moment, his eyes also turned red. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Then I thank the girls of this world on behalf of Mr. Lang. She is not anyone's wife or daughter. She is Lang Mingyue, the future founder of the girls' school." In an instant, Lang Qingfeng understood why his sister held such high regard for a princess, often called a spoiled rich girl by outsiders. People like her make others willing to follow. After sending off the Lang siblings, Yungo reported that one of the assassins had spoken. Qin Jinji was not surprised. She placed the assassin who used the water drop torture in front of everyone. His gradually breaking mental defenses would influence all the other assassins. People are fearless because of ignorance. If they knew how cruel and painful their death would be, how many could truly endure? Qin Jinji went to the prison cell. She saw an assassin eagerly say, I told you what this token does. Will you really let me go?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "As long as you tell me what's most valuable, I always keep my promises." The assassin immediately said, "This is the command token for troop movements." Qin Jinji smiled. "You assassinated me because you received this token's order. The people above? Don't you know who your master is? We only follow the orders of our superior. The master's identity is unknown to us below." Qin Jinji smiled thoughtfully. This Ming Wang is really cautious. Even the people he raised don't know his true identity. "Where do you usually train and hide?" "Outside the city, in Daliang Mountain." Daliang Mountain is a wild, barren area filled with poisonous plants. Ordinary people wouldn't dare go there, making it a good hiding place. "How many of you are there?" "I only know that Daliang Mountain has 4 camps: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Camp 1 has 500 people. Xiao Yin has actually trained 2,000 elite soldiers there." "Did you use a whole camp's force to attack me this time?" The assassin immediately nodded. No wonder there were so many people. But Xiao Yin really looks down on her. Using a whole camp's force to attack her means she's definitely going to die. Just as Qin Jinji turned to leave, the assassin, who was being tortured by Xing Shuidi, suddenly shouted in despair. I know who gave the orders. If you let me go, I will tell you. Qin Jinji walked over with interest.
Oh?
Since no one else knows, how do you know? The assassin quickly said, I am from the Tianzi camp, and I saw that person when he negotiated with my superior, so I know who he is. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. Then tell me. The assassin shouted, let me go first. Qin Jinji smiled. No conditions. She was about to stand up and leave. These assassins were skilled fighters, so they could hear Qin Jinji's footsteps as she left. It was because of their keen hearing that the water torture was so intense. That person is the 19th prince. Qin Jinji's smile grew wider. The 19th prince, Xiaozhen? What a surprising turn. Xiaozhen's mother was at least a noble consort, one of the 9 imperial concubines. But Xiaozhen's biological mother was just a beauty who had already passed away. Xiao Yin had gathered all the princes in the harem who had no background and no importance. If Xiaozhen issued commands, even if someone found out, it would be Xiaozhen who took the blame. With a scapegoat, no wonder Xiao Yin dared to raise troops near the capital. If the 9th prince discovers that his biological mother was harmed and killed by consort Da, would he still willingly obey Xiao Yin? Qin Jinji looked at the executed assassin and said, Unfortunately, what you said isn't valuable enough. You killed me. A desperate cry echoed from the prison. Qin Jinji left the cell and told the nightingale, send someone to watch Xiaozhen. Report everything he says, who he meets, and where he goes. The nightingale nodded and left. Qin Jinji went to Yunjin's room. She pushed open the door and saw Yunjin slowly getting off the bed. Qin Jinji leaned at the door and asked, Where does this young lady want to go? Yunjin grimaced and said, Princess, I really can't lie here anymore. I want to get up and move around. With a glance from Qin Jinji, Yunjin moved back onto the bed. Qin Jinji walked to the side of the bed, took out a book from her pocket. This is for you. Yunjin looked at it curiously and then said excitedly, A man's body training technique. Qin Jinji poured her a glass of water. A man said he wanted to teach you, but he hasn't had time. Since you're resting at home, you can memorize the instructions. When your injury heals, he will teach you. Yunjin looked happy. Princess, thank a man for me. By the way, how are their injuries? Qin Jinji handed her the water. Don't worry, they are only lightly hurt. Yunjin clicked her tongue. Princess, this body training technique is really powerful. How long do you think it will take me to become as strong as a man? Qin Jinji smiled at her. A man and a Jiao started practicing this from the age of 5. They have been doing it since they were young. How long do you want to practice? Yunjin stroked her chin. Then I might as well strengthen my body a bit. Qin Jinji patted her head. Rest well. I might not be here these days. If you need anything, call Yun Shan and the others. Don't get out of bed yourself, and be careful not to tear your wound. Yunjin chuckled softly and then asked cautiously, Princess, are you angry with me? Qin Jinji once said that injuries can be healed, but life cannot. So Yunjin was still a little nervous these days. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Angry? That's why I decided to deduct your salary for a month. Yunjin smiled and said, As long as the princess isn't angry, it doesn't matter how long you deduct. Then she scratched her head and said, Princess, I am a bit slow, and sometimes I don't understand what you all are talking about. That's why I am glad my martial arts are good enough to stay close to you. The day you asked us what we wanted to do, I, Yunk, Yunsong, and Yuga didn't have any specific plans. Actually, that's not quite right. We just want to follow the princess. Wherever you go, we go. Whatever you want to do, we do it. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Got it. Rest well and recover. She left Yunjin's room and went to Cui Ying's door. She sighed softly, thinking how many injured young girls there were. She knocked on the door and asked, Is the Peach Blossom heroine inside? There was no response from inside, so Qin Jinji pushed the door open. She saw a large bump on the bed. Cui Ying was wrapped in a blanket, curled up tightly. Qin Jinji stood by the bed and said, Are you trying to suffocate yourself with the blanket? The person on the bed didn't move. Qin Jinji quickly pulled the blanket away. Cui Ying's eyes were swollen like walnuts. She was crying and looked at Qin Jinji. asking, "Why didn't you knock?" Qin Jinji turned and knocked twice on the door, then asked, "Is the peach blossom heroine inside?" Chuang immediately closed her eyes and ignored her. Qin Jinji chuckled and said, "Should I send someone to kill your second brother to cheer you up?" Chuang replied hoarsely, "It's my father who wants me dead." "Why would you kill my second brother?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and said, "Then should I send someone to kill your father?" Chuang suddenly sat up and stared at her angrily. Qin Jinji laughed softly, "Or I could ask the emperor to give you a separate household for women, so you can leave the Chui family." Chuang wiped her tears and said, "If I leave the Chui family, how can I borrow their influence?" Qin Jinji smiled and threw a small box to Chuang. "Apply this to your eyes to reduce swelling. Cry quickly, then come out with me." Chuang opened the small box and used the clear, shiny ointment on her eyes. Immediately, her eyes felt cool and refreshed. She asked, "How does Lu Yi make so many strange things? If she sold them, she'd make a lot of money." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and said, "Honestly, I do want to open a shop like that, but these items are only affordable for wealthy young women. The market isn't ready yet." Chuang sniffed and said, "Give me 10% of the profit, and I will help you sell it." Qin Jinji smiled and replied, "Deal." The first noble lady of the capital was truly very useful. In many ways, very useful. Prime Minister Cui thought that Qin Jinji pulling Cui Ying into her camp was revenge against him. He really overestimated himself. Cui Ying's current value was much higher than Prime Minister Cui's. If Cui Ying didn't have this value, she would have died in the pond 3 years ago. Likewise, Cui Ying knew the benefits Qin Jinji could bring her. They were far greater than what Cui Ying could gain on her own. They were both the same kind of person. But Cui Ying's environment kept her somewhat naive. Qin Jinji liked her innocence, but couldn't allow her to stay so naive. So, she shattered the image of Cui Ying's father in her heart. She needed a completely ruthless Cui Ying. Cunning, cruel, smart, and ambitious. Such qualities in a woman could bring unexpected rewards. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Cui didn't understand this. They were getting old, and their vision was becoming narrow. They would never know the great things the women they looked down on could accomplish in this world. Qin Jinji was not a kind person. As Cui Ying said, she was a bad girl, a complete villain. After Cui Ying's eyes had healed from the swelling, Qin Jinji took her to the residence of the Hua sisters. Hua Manshi and Hua Manlu approached them separately to do their makeup. Cui Ying closed her eyes as Hua Manlu applied makeup, asking, "Are we going to hold another flower viewing banquet?" Qin Jinji smiled and said, "You still think about holding a flower viewing banquet." Cui Ying pouted, "Then where are we going?" Soon after, the Hua sisters said, "All done, princess. All done, Miss Cui." Cui Ying opened her eyes and was immediately shocked. This was not her face at all. It was a completely different, delicate young man's face. As long as she didn't speak, even the people from Cui's household wouldn't recognize her. She looked back, and Qin Jinji had also completely changed, now with a very heroic and spirited face. Qin Jinji threw a small bottle to her. "Apply this to your ear. Once it dries, it will form a thin film that can hide the ear canal." Cui Ying took the porcelain bottle, poured out the ointment, and applied it to her ear. She clicked her tongue in amazement. "This is the most impressive disguise technique I've ever seen. You don't even need a human skin mask," Hua Manchi replied. "People think that rouge and powder are only for women to put on their faces, but using different shades in different areas can have surprising effects. A human skin mask can look unnatural and might reveal wrinkles or expressions. But with rouge and powder, even face-to-face, others can't see your true face." Hua Manlu stepped forward. "Just one thing. Rouge is water-sensitive and shouldn't touch water." Cui Ying nodded. "Got it." The Hua sisters handed 2 sets of men's clothes to the two. While changing, Cui Ying asked, "What exactly are we going to do? Why do we need to disguise our faces?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Because your face is too easy to recognize in the capital." Cui Ying thought about it and realized she was right. Among the women in the capital, only they would be so distinctive. A carriage took them to a tea house. Qin Jinji suddenly opened her folding fan. "Little brother, let's go." Chuang muttered to herself. Ugh, why does she look so cool with that fan? Young gentleman, would you like to sit in the main hall or a private room? The waiter greeted them with a smile upon seeing the two. Qin Jinji threw a gold ingot at him. We want the best seat. The waiter immediately beamed. Oh, this young master looks extraordinary. The best spot in our tea house is the private room on the second floor. Please follow me. They followed the waiter to the top-tier private room. It was decorated very elegantly. The waiter pulled open the sliding door in front of the room. From here, you can see the entire tea house. If you'd prefer not to be disturbed, I can close the door for you. Qin Jinji waved her hand. No need. My brother, and I want to see how the young men of this capital compare to those in Gusu. The waiter replied, certainly. I'll bring tea right away. They sat by the railing, drinking tea and watching the bustling crowd in the tea house. Chuang used her fan to cover her face and leaned close to Qin Jinji. Who are we waiting for? Qin Jinji raised his chin slightly and said, the person has arrived. Chuang looked downstairs as a very elegant young man entered. He wore a bright white brocade robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. Chuang stared at him for a while and asked, why does this person look so familiar? Then she suddenly remembered, is he the 19th prince? Qin Jinji sipped his tea leisurely and said, remember, your current identity is a wealthy merchant from Gusu with the surname Zhao, and I am your brother. Now, no matter what method you use, you need to make friends with Xiaozhen. Chuang looked annoyed and said, do you always have to be so sudden? Qin Jinji put down his teacup and said, Xiaozhen is leaving. Chuang quickly opened her folding fan and said, let me show you the charm of my second young master Zhao. She stood up and left. Young master Rong, all the private rooms are full today. How about you sit in a fancy room? The waiter looked a bit hesitant as he looked at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen was very patient and said, that's fine. The waiter happily led him to a fancy room. At this moment, Chuang came down from upstairs. Waiter, where is the biggest jade shop in the capital? The waiter, having just received a silver ingot, was very enthusiastic. Young master, are you looking to buy jade antiques? Chuang waved her hand. My grandmother is celebrating her birthday. I originally planned to find her a purple jade Buddha statue, but my brother said it was too ordinary. I think the best things in the capital are better than in Gusu. I want to find an even better one to give to my grandmother. Many people in the hall gasped when they heard Chuang's words. A small piece of purple jade the size of a finger could be worth a fortune. A whole purple jade Buddha statue would cost a fortune, and even millions of gold couldn't buy it. Yet, the young man in front of them said it was too ordinary. But everyone noticed that the young man's clothes and accessories were all worth a fortune, probably belonging to a wealthy young master visiting from Gusu. This was incredibly rich. Xiaozhen, hearing her words, looked at her with a meaningful expression. The waiter immediately said, young master, with such impressive wealth, you should visit Mingzhen. It's the most famous jade shop in the capital. If you want to find more precious jade than purple jade, that's the place to go. Chuang smiled brightly and said, thank you. She looked up and called to Qin Jinji on the second floor, brother, give me a silver ingot. Then she looked at the young servant and said, reward you. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. Qin Jinji smiled, knowing how to trick people. She casually threw down a gold ingot. The young servant almost wanted to kneel and bow to both of them. Thank you, young masters. Thank you, young masters. After Chuang went upstairs and sat next to Qin Jinji, she said, later, we'll go to Mingzhen. Xiaozhen will definitely go there to pretend to meet us. Qin Jinji looked at her happily. What do you mean? Chuang calmly sipped her tea. As a prince, the most important things are two, power and money. He's just an overlooked prince, barely noticeable among the princes. Since he has no power, he naturally needs a lot of money. Using the name of a wealthy merchant from another place is just to lure him in. But I didn't expect he's also interested in that position. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. How do you know Xiaozhen wants that position? Chuang casually said, because you pay attention to him. You only care about people with value, good or bad. If he were just a casual prince, you probably wouldn't even remember his name. Qin Jinji smiled and put down her teacup. That's true, but here, they don't distinguish good or bad. Princes fight for the throne. That's natural. No prince doesn't want that position. Some just have bad luck and get in my way. Qin Jinji stood up. All right, second young master, it's time to go to the next stage. Chuang stood up, leisurely walking downstairs with her hands behind her back. The young servant saw them about to leave and hurried forward. I'll see you off. These two are the most generous people I've seen. After Chuang got into the carriage, she sighed. How rich is the Duke of Jinbei's estate? The carriage was decorated with gemstones. She thought, why would someone disguise themselves and still ride such a flashy carriage? They arrived at Mingzhenxian. They looked around casually. Chuang was surprised by the high prices of many jade items. She quietly said to Qin Jinji, why don't you just steal Mingzhenxian? It's all about stealing money. You and Mingzhenxian are just fighting fire with fire. Qin Jinji replied, I'll take the biggest one. You take a few smaller ones, and we split up to do our own things. Chuang pouted, this is way too expensive, but she still pretended to be calm. Aren't your Mingzhenxian the biggest jade shop in the capital? Why are these just broken pieces? No good stuff left. Chuang asked the shopkeeper with a look of disgust. Seeing that both of them looked noble and refined, the shopkeeper immediately smiled warmly. Two gentlemen, you seem to know your stuff. To be honest, the first floor mostly has common items. If you'd like to see better ones, please come upstairs. Chuang looked at Xiaozhan at the door and tugged Qin Jinji's sleeve.
They exchanged a glance.
If you have good things, why not show them? We thought your shop in the capital was just so. The shopkeeper's smile grew wider. Please go upstairs. Rich visitors from other places are just easy targets. Chuang and Qin Jinji followed the shopkeeper upstairs. The items on the second floor were truly different. Even Chuang couldn't help but be a little stunned. The shopkeeper asked, are you looking for something specific? I can introduce some options. Chuang said, I'm looking for a high-quality jade piece to make a Buddha statue for my grandmother. The shopkeeper smiled happily. You're very lucky. We just received a fine piece of Nanjing jade, perfect for making a Buddha statue. He led them to a small box containing a piece of natural Nanjing jade. It was clear and translucent, with a faint yellow color, an excellent material for a jade Buddha. Chuang asked, how much is this? In truth, wealthy people wouldn't usually ask about the price, but the prices at Mingzhenxian seemed to be outrageous, and she couldn't help but ask. The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled. This Nanjing jade is one of a kind, the only one in the world. It's worth 50,000 gold coins. Qin Jinji remained calm and smiled slightly. Nanjing jade is indeed precious, but it's not the only one in the world. She had a fist-sized piece in her storage, just not as large as this one. The most valuable Nanjing jade is worth about 50,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper at Mingzhenxian doubled the price, clearly thinking they were easy targets. Master Du, you're joking. While Nanjing jade is rare, it's not one of a kind. If I remember correctly, 5 years ago, a small Nanjing kingdom presented a piece of Nanjing jade to His Majesty. Suddenly, a white figure slowly ascended the stairs. They looked at the person with gentle, kind eyes. The shopkeeper was surprised. He didn't expect to meet someone who truly appreciated valuable items. On the second floor, only those who spent over 10,000 gold could go up, without his permission. Since they were important guests, the shopkeeper couldn't refuse them. Seeing Xiaozhan's face, Chuang pretended to realize something and said, are you tricking us? The shopkeeper quickly replied, please don't be angry, sir. I haven't finished speaking. I only mentioned the value, not the price of this jade. Our shop hasn't seen such knowledgeable customers in a long time. So, I am willing to sell this southern border jade to you both for 100,000 gold. Chuang held back her eyes from wandering and quietly pulled Qin Jinji aside. Qin Jinji calmly said, wrap it up. I want it. She then took out a stack of 10,000 gold notes from her sleeve. Both the shopkeeper and Xiaozhan clearly saw that the gold notes in Qin Jinji's sleeve were quite thick. Everyone present was surprised. 10,000 gold was no small amount. Qin Jinji took it without hesitation. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. I'll go pack it right away. As the shopkeeper left, Chuang turned to Xiaozhen and said, "Thank you, brother, for speaking up. Otherwise, we might have been cheated by this greedy shopkeeper." Xiaozhen looked a bit puzzled and asked, "Since you both know the shopkeeper is overcharging, why did you still buy this southern border jade?" Qin Jinji replied, "Although the shopkeeper exaggerated the price, this southern border jade is truly rare and of excellent quality. Since Mingzhen is open for business, the shopkeeper must want to make a profit. Moreover, cutting off someone's livelihood is like harming their parents. Since you both spoke up for me and my brother, causing trouble would be our fault." Chuang stepped forward naturally and said, "Rest assured, brother. My older brother isn't short of this gold. If you like, I can give it to you as a thank you. In this world, the hardest debts to repay are emotional debts. Anything can be solved with money, which is the simplest solution." Xiaozhen smiled and said, "You both are too kind. I didn't speak up for material gain. If you truly want to thank me, why not invite me to share a drink? These two brothers are wealthy or noble, and even if they spend more silver, they don't want to owe favors. If such people can befriend him, it would be very helpful. So he must have some interaction with these two brothers." Qin Jinji and Chuang exchanged a glance and said, "If the brother doesn't mind, that would be very good." Soon after, Manager Du came over and said, "The items are packed. Would you like us to deliver the jade from the southern border to your residence?" Qin Jinji waved her hand and replied, "No need. Just send it to us by carriage." Manager Du immediately said, "I'll arrange that right away." Qin Jinji turned around and said, "My brothers and I live at Tianqiang Tower. Would you like to ride with us in the carriage?" Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. These two brothers really spend money freely. Not to mention where Tianqiang Tower is. Staying at Tianqiang Tower for one night costs at least 1,000 gold. Xiaozhen was shocked by the luxury of Qin Jinji's carriage. The most extravagant thing he had seen in the entire capital was the young lady Qin Jinji, who was raised by the emperor himself. He was not favored by the emperor and was not familiar with Qin Jinji. But every time he saw Qin Jinji at court banquets, even princes and princesses did not have her level of wealth and comfort. These two brothers were even more lavish. Xiaozhen spoke, "I don't know your names, brothers. I am Rongzhen." It seemed that Rongzhen's mother was the Rong family. It appeared that Rong family held a very important place in Xiaozhen's heart. Qin Jinji said, "Zhao Shi-sun." She then pointed to Chuang and said, "Zhao Ruoying." The carriage arrived at Tianqiang Tower. Luo Xiangxiu was waiting at the door. "Young Master Zhao, you're back. Did you bring Xiuji with you today?" Qin Jinji said naturally, "No need. I have guests today. Prepare a private room with some wine and food." Luo Xiangxiu waved her silk handkerchief and said, "No problem. I'll go prepare right away." Qin Jinji turned around and said, "Brother Rong, please." Xiaozhen was visiting Tianqiang Tower for the first time. To be honest, he, a prince, couldn't afford such luxury. But once his great plans succeed, the world will be his. The three of them passed through the main hall and headed to the top floor. Suddenly, Chuang stopped in her tracks. Qin Jinji looked in the direction of her gaze, a sly smile on her lips, and continued walking upstairs. Chuang withdrew her gaze and sneered. Her father's proud son, her good second brother, was just a simple man who couldn't resist the comforts of a gentle life. His friends were famous troublemakers in the capital. Why did she once think her second brother was different from these people? Because he always comforted her when her talents weren't recognized. But what was the purpose of that comfort? Her father took her essays to her second brother to make him famous. Her second brother was a beneficiary of the family's wealth. He enjoyed the family's resources and her support. Her second brother was just an ordinary man in the capital, neither ambitious nor special. Family ties were just a way to control her. Her father acknowledged her talent, but gave up on her because of her gender. If that's the case, then, father, let's see whether your son can bring honor to the family, or if the family will survive because of her, your daughter. Qin Jinji saw Cui Ying's faint smile. Cui Ying, a girl from a noble family, was different from ordinary women in this world. The bonds and long-standing restrictions behind her made it impossible for her to fully detach emotionally from her family. So she wanted her to see through all these fleeting feelings. These feelings were her weakness, her vulnerability. Abandoning them, Cui Ying's sword was finally ready to strike. Cui Ying had Luo Xiang apply the special floral perfume from Tianqiang Tower. It was rich and lingering. She guessed that someone like Xiaozhen probably hadn't been to Tianqiang Tower, let alone knew about its drinks. No one knew that she was a good drinker, but Cui Ying's status prevented her from drinking freely. Qin Jinji's body couldn't handle alcohol, so only Cui Ying and Xiaozhen shared a drink. Xiaozhen took a sip. Brothers Zhao came to the capital for sightseeing? Cui Ying pretended to be casual and said, "My father plans to move part of the family business to the capital, so he sent us two brothers to explore the area." Xiaozhen's eyes shifted. It was said that Suzhou merchants were wealthy. How big did a business have to be to expand into the capital? I don't know what kind of business Brother Zhao's family is in. I have some connections in the city and can introduce you to a few. Qin Jinji spoke at the right moment. Silk. Cui Ying eagerly poured wine for Xiaozhen. Brother Rong, could you tell us which silk is most popular in the capital right now? Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. Suzhou silk is famous all over the world. With the wealth these two brothers have, they are probably among the top silk producers in Suzhou. He patiently said, "Right now, the most popular fabric among noble ladies in the capital is Lu Yun brocade." Cui Ying glanced at Qin Jinji. Since she wore Lu Yun brocade at the polo club, this fabric has become the most sought after in the city. Xiaozhen continued, "But recently, the hardest fabric to find in the capital is Luwan silk. Suzhou Luwan silk is renowned worldwide. It is as thin as a cicada's wing, cool to wear, and when made into an outer garment, it looks like floating clouds on the body, giving a graceful, fairy-like appearance. However, it takes a long time to make and is very expensive. Because the supply is limited, it is very hard to find." Qin Jinji calmly said, "My family is in the Luwan silk business. We have improved our techniques recently, greatly increasing the output. I wonder which fabric shops in the city sell Luwan silk." Xiaozhen thought for a moment. Currently, only Rong embroidery shop supplies Luwan silk. Qin Jinji looked thoughtful. "I see." Xiaozhen smiled. "But Brother Zhao, the power in the capital is widespread. Without a strong background, it's not easy to gain a foothold here." Qin Jinji nodded. "That's natural. Our family has been in Suzhou for generations, so we lack connections in the city. Recently, we've been planning to visit some important figures in the capital." Cui Ying poured wine and said, "Brother Rong is kind and loyal. Since he's from a city, why not tell us about the situation here? We could visit some influential people and not look like lost children." Xiaozhen smiled slightly. "The power in the city is mostly controlled by noble families. If you want to make connections, the 5 great families are the best options." Qin Jinji asked, "You mean there are other choices?" Xiaozhen took a sip of wine. "Brother Zhao, you're clever. Besides noble families, the royal family is also a good choice." Cui Ying pretended to be disappointed. "Our Zhao family has been merchants for generations. We have some savings, but how can we establish ties with the royal family? To be honest, even visiting the noble families is difficult, let alone the royal family." Xiaozhen put down his cup. "I feel a kinship with both of you, Brother Zhao. If you trust me, I can introduce you to someone tomorrow. After you meet him, you can decide how to proceed." Qin Jinji exchanged a glance with Cui Ying. "I wonder who Brother Rong wants to introduce us to?" Xiaozhen chuckled. "Just let Rong have a little fun. I promise you won't be disappointed tomorrow." Cui Ying smiled. "Thank you, Brother Rong. Let's have a drink." Xiaozhen stood up. "No drinks for me. Someone important will arrive tomorrow, and I need to prepare. I'll come to pick you up at noon." "How does that sound?" Qin Jinji stood up. "That's very kind of you, Brother Rong." Xiaozhen nodded and took his leave. Qin Jinji pushed open the upstairs window and watched a carriage take Xiaozhen away. Cui Ying held a wine jar and cup, standing beside Qin Jinji. "Who do you think he's going to see tomorrow?" "The second prince?" Qin Jinji shrugged. "Maybe not." Luo Xiangfu entered the room. "What's the matter, gentlemen? Are you staying at Tianqiang Tower tonight?" Cui Ying finished his drink. As I said, he'll come to pick us up tomorrow, so we're staying here tonight. I want to experience what it's like in this place. Qin Jinji looked at Luo Xiangfu. Chungji sent me a message a few days ago, saying you haven't replied to him in a long time. Luo Xiangfu waved her silk handkerchief. I've been busy lately. With all these business matters, I have to handle everything myself. I need to earn enough money for my son to get married. Qin Jinji raised her chin. Go back now. Luo Xiangfu looked indifferent. When I have free time. Qin Jinji cut her off. Go back now, or I'll bring him to see you tomorrow. Luo Xiangfu hesitated but finally relented. All right, I'll go back. Qin Jinji finished her warm tea. Luo Xiangfu, don't do anything foolish. The next day at noon, Xiaozhen indeed sent a carriage to pick them up. However, as soon as they got in, someone blindfolded their eyes with black cloth. My young master said that person has a special identity. Please forgive us. Qin Jinji calmly said, let's go. The carriage sped away. Unbeknownst to the driver, there was already a tail following behind. The carriage traveled for about an hour before stopping. A servant helped them walk to a residence. After walking for another hour, the servant finally removed the black cloth from their eyes. You see Xiao dressed in the emperor's exclusive dragon robe, smiling as he looks at the two of them. Qin Jinji pretends to frown and asks, Brother Rome, what is this? Xiao steps forward and says, Brother Xiao, please don't mind. My identity is a bit special, so I had to use this approach. To be honest, I am the 19th prince of the current emperor, Xiaozhen. Chuang acts very surprised and says, What? Brother Rong is actually a prince. Qin Jinji then says, I'm afraid my brothers can no longer call you brothers like before. Xiao quickly replies, Brother Xiao, please don't be upset. Yesterday was a special day, and I felt a strong connection with you too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown my true face today. Qin Jinji asks, So, the 19th prince wants to introduce us to whom? Xiao smiles gently and says, If you don't mind, just call me Xiao. Since I invited you here, the person you see is naturally this prince. Qin Jinji and Chuang exchange a look. Qin Jinji asks, What does the 19th prince mean by that? Xiao signals for them to sit down. Brother Xiao, if you want to bring Gus's business to the capital, why not work with me? Nothing in this world is more secure than the support of the royal family. Qin Jinji looks at Xiao, thinking for a moment, then says, 19th prince, forgive me for being direct. The power in the capital is complicated, and each prince is supported by powerful noble families. He continues, Who supports you behind the scenes? Our Zhao family is just common folk. We only want to earn some silver and don't want to get involved in royal struggles. Xiao smiles softly and says, Brother Zhao, you're smart. I won't beat around the bush. Soon the capital will be in turmoil. You know, the power in the city is complex. No matter whose side you choose, you can't escape the influence of the princes. If you choose the wrong side, Brother Zhao, it will be disastrous for you. Qin Jinji's expression darkens. Then how can the 19th prince guarantee that he will stay safe in the capital? Although we are far in Gusu, we still hear news from the city. The crown prince is in his prime, the 6th prince is gaining fame, the 2nd prince has just been made king, and the 17th prince's mother is the emperor's favorite concubine. Any of these princes have a better chance than you. If you really want to ally, these 4 are more advantageous than you. Xiaozhen laughed loudly. Brother Zhao, you speak frankly, and I truly appreciate that. As you said, I have my own ways to secure my future. But I want to ask, have you ever thought about making this silk business the #1 in the world? Qin Jinji looked at him. Are you talking about the imperial merchants? Xiaozhen nodded and smiled. Exactly, the imperial merchants. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. The 19th prince is joking. Everyone knows that the imperial merchants are controlled by various noble families. My Zhao family isn't a noble clan and doesn't even qualify to be part of it, let alone become the #1 in the world. Xiaozhen's expression turned serious. Brother Zhao, how do you usually transport your silk to different places? Of course, by carriage and horse. Xiaozhen asked again. And what is the biggest danger in this kind of transport? Qin Jinji looked at Chuang with a smile in her eyes. It seemed she understood what Xiaozhen's confidence was based on. Chuang held back her words and looked down at the ground. This Xiaozhen really has quite a bold spirit. For important goods, they usually hire special guards. Sometimes, they even have their own merchant teams accompanied by skilled guards. Because if the goods are lost or damaged, it can cost a lot of money. Sometimes, it can even hurt the seller badly. So, the biggest danger during transport is encountering bandits on the road. Xiao Zhan looked at Qin Jinji with a smile and said, "Just as Brother Zhao guessed, the upcoming Imperial Merchant competition is approaching. If other competitors' goods have problems, then this year, only your family can become the top Imperial Merchant." Qin Jinji's smile grew wider. All the noble families, including the Zheng family, are involved. As long as one noble family's business is still active, ordinary merchants can't stand out in the competition. These bandits are something Xiao Zhan secretly raised to cause trouble. Qin Jinji asked, "What does Brother Xiao want?" Xiao Zhan immediately replied, "Brother Zhao, you are straightforward. If your family wins the Imperial Merchant competition this time, I will take 50% of the profit." Chuang tightly held her cheek, thinking Xiao Zhan was really greedy. He just asked for half the profit right away. Qin Jinji pondered for a moment. Xiao Zhan then asked, "Brother Zhao, do you think I am being too greedy?" "But Brother Zhao, you should know that once you become a top merchant, your family will gain benefits far beyond just silver coins. Also, not all of this silver ends up in the prince's pocket, since the brothers handling the affairs also need to be rewarded." Qin Jinji nodded. "Brother Xiao, I understand. Sorry to ask, but do you have full confidence in what you said? After all, my Zhao family is just common folk and can't afford to offend so many noble families." Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Brother Zhao, rest assured, this plan is very safe. There will be no mistakes." Qin Jinji still looked uncertain. "Brother Xiao, may I ask if I can send my two brothers back to think it over? This matter is very important." Seeing Qin Jinji still hesitant, Xiao Zhan asked, "Brother Zhao, what are you worried about?" Qin Jinji looked around. Xiao Zhan said, "This is my private house. You can speak freely." Qin Jinji stepped forward. "Brother Xiao, if something happens to everyone else and only my Zhao family remains safe, it might raise suspicion. If others retaliate, my family can't handle it." Xiao Zhan waved his hand. "Don't worry, Brother Zhao. The official responsible for registering as a top merchant is my uncle. He will give me all the information. I will instruct some people to pass inferior goods, so you can win among these people. No one will suspect anything." Qin Jinji frowned. "I don't doubt Brother Xiao, but the goods sent by the major noble families are guarded by experts. Can you really guarantee everything will go smoothly?" Xiao Zhan smiled. "Are you worried that the prince's people are not a match for these experts?" Qin Jinji sighed. "This concerns the survival of the Zhao family. I can't gamble with the lives of my family." Xiao Zhan was silent for a moment. Qin Jinji's meaning was clear. "If you want this benefit, you must show me your strength." Xiao Zhan said, "All right, Brother Zhao, you two go back and discuss. Come back tomorrow at this time and tell me your decision." "How does that sound?" Qin Jinji agreed. "That is exactly what I intend." The two were sent back to Tianqiong Tower. Chuang asked, "Did Xiao Zhan suspect anything?" Qin Jinji shook his head. "The more I delay, the less he will suspect." Chuang looked puzzled. "Even if he doesn't suspect today, he will find out tomorrow. If he probes a little, he'll know there is no Zhao family in Gusu." Qin Jinji smiled. "No, Gusu really has the Zhao family." Chuang thought Qin Jinji was very good at trickery. They both liked to deceive without fear. The Zhao family in Gusu was probably not something Qin Jinji decided on just because of Xiao Zhan. It had likely existed long before. Chuang asked, "Are you really involved in the business of selling Luwan silk in Gusu?" Qin Jinji smiled. "Like I said, it's the Zhao family doing the Luwan silk business. See, this is the highest skill in lying. Every word they say is true, but the speaker is a liar." Chuang leaned in closer. "Do you think Xiao Zhan will come to discuss something with us again tomorrow?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Before recruiting someone, don't you think they should show their strength? He thinks he's like Wei Lao, relying on just words to gather an army of thousands." Chuang nodded. "When I was with you before, I thought these princes weren't very smart. Now I see it's not that they lack brains, but that they don't understand you." Who would have guessed that the 19th prince, who seems so unassuming, actually keeps horse bandits, and no one in the capital knows about it? Qin Jinji chuckled softly. I'll take that as a compliment. Cui Ying's expression suddenly became very serious. Qin Jinji, if I cause trouble in the future and leave you with a mess to clean up, can you handle it all? Qin Jinji leaned against the window. In this capital, if you tear a hole in the sky, the princess, can patch it up for you. Cui Ying looked at her silently for a moment, then asked, Can Lu Wan's silk give me a horse? Qin Jinji was speechless. Have you seen Wei Lin recently? Cui Ying rested her head on Qin Jinji's back and spun around. Ah, I want to. Qin Jinji washed off her face powder, revealing her true face. Soon, a young servant led someone wrapped so tightly that only their eyes were visible into Qin Jinji's room. As soon as the door closed, the person shouted, Third brother. Luo Qingji took off his cloak, looking a bit happy. Qin Jinji signaled him to sit down. You haven't eaten yet, right? Luo Qingji nodded. The Imperial Academy just finished classes. Qin Jinji said, All right, let's eat together. Later, third brother will test your skills. Cui Ying blinked at the side. Qin Jinji introduced, This is my friend, Cui Ying. Ying is short for winning, so you can call him Brothering. Luo Qingji called out nervously, Brothering. At that moment, Luo Xiangfu's voice came from the doorway. There are so many cooks at Tianxiang Tower, yet you insist on eating my special cedar cake. The door was pushed open and Luo Qingji's eyes lit up immediately. Mother! Luo Xiangfu was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked around and swiftly closed the door. Why are you here? Qin Jinji spoke. As a son. I miss my mother. Why wouldn't I come to see you? Luo Xiangfu stepped forward. Did anyone see you when you arrived? I told you. I would come to see you once I finish my work. Luo Qingji looked a little sad. But, mother, I haven't seen you in a long time. You didn't reply to my letters either. Luo Xiangfu looked at Qin Jinji. I already replied to his letters. Qin Jinji seemed not to hear and said, Qingji, sit down and eat. Do you miss the cedar cake your mother made? Luo Qingji looked at Luo Xiangfu, whose face had changed, and didn't dare to sit down. Luo Xiangfu's eyes turned red as she placed the cedar cake on the table. Eat quickly and then leave. Qin Jinji said, Sit down and eat with us. Luo Qingji carefully looked at Luo Xiangfu. The last time he ate with Luo Xiangfu was during the New Year. Since they came to the capital, he saw his mother less and less often. From every few days, to a month, then 3 months, half a year. Luo Xiangfu also didn't allow him to come to Tianxiang Tower to find her. Cui Ying saw the tense atmosphere and had to invite Luo Qingji. Qingji, sit first. Luo boss, since Qingji is here, let's eat together. Luo Xiangfu glanced at Luo Qingji, who looked hopeful, then sat to the side. Sit down, eat quickly. Luo Qingji smiled and nodded, sitting beside Luo Xiangfu. Mother, you should eat too. But before the food was placed in Luo Xiangfu's bowl, she hurriedly got up and left. Qin Jinji looked at the helpless Luo Qingji and said, You, eat first. I'll go see your mother. She got up and followed Luo Xiangfu into another room. Luo Xiangfu, with red eyes, asked, Why did you want him to come to Tianxiang Tower? Qin Jinji, through the letter Luo Xiangfu gave Luo Qingji in front of her. Busy with work, don't worry. Is this your reply? Luo Xiangxu wiped her tears with a silk cloth. This big Xianglo requires me to handle everything. Besides, what's wrong with earning more silver to support my son? Qin Jinji looked at her coldly. If he knew his mother left him nothing but silver, what would he think? Luo Xiangxu couldn't hold back anymore. He wants to take exams, become top scholar, inherit his father's ambitions, enter the court, and become an official. If people find out he has a brothel madam for a mother, how can he stand in the court? Qin Jinji frowned. So, you want to cut all ties with him and quietly die yourself? Luo Xiangxu stopped speaking. Qin Jinji snorted. Stop with your useless ideas. If he can't handle these troubles, how can he aim for high positions? Besides, he has me as his support. What are you imagining? Qin Jinji looked at her. Li Qingji has 2 years before exams. No matter what you think, you must stay alive. If you dare to die, I will reunite your family. Luo Xiangxu looked at Qin Jinji's departing figure and took out a small tiger head doll she always carried. It was made by her, when Li Qingji was a child. Tears fell on it, soaking the doll's face. Li Qingji saw Qin Jinji come back and stood up. Third brother, is my mother angry? Please tell her I won't come again next time. Qin Jinji signaled him to sit down. Your mother isn't angry. She just doesn't understand something. Eat your meal, and later, study. Chuang tried to smooth things over. Yes, eat quickly. Qin Jinji joked. Your brother Chuang is quite learned. If you have questions, you can ask her. Chuang served Li Qingji a fragrant pinecone cake made by roast xiangxiu. Don't listen to your third brother's nonsense. Eat it while it's hot. Li Qingji nodded. At this moment, roast xiangxiu pushed the door open, her emotions hidden well. She sat beside Li Qingji. Eat up. From now on, I will come back often. Li Qingji quickly nodded. Got it, mother. Cui Ying watched Li Qingji while eating, her face full of curiosity. Finally, after finishing the meal, roast xiangxiu measured Li Qingji's height. Cui Ying asked Qin Jinji, why do I feel like Qingji looks a bit familiar? Qin Jinji casually said, he looks so much like Luo Xiangfu. Of course I recognize him. Cui Ying wanted to shake her head.
No.
Not just like Boss Luo. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. Qin Jinji pointed at Luo Qingji's textbook. He studies at the Imperial Academy. Maybe you've seen him there? Chuang thought for a moment. That's possible. Suddenly, Qin Jinji asked, Zheng Hongwen was caught. Is the position of the Imperial Academy's chief priest still vacant? Chuang casually replied, of course. Zheng Hongwen's case is still unresolved. Who dares to take on such a risky position? Qin Jinji smiled. Someone will take it soon. Chuang squinted. Do you have a plan? You'll find out soon. After Qin Jinji finished testing Luo Qingji's homework, she threw him a bow. Luo Qingji moved his body. Then his face turned slightly red. The two stones of the bow were pulled apart. Although still a bit difficult, he had made great progress. Chuang nodded in amazement. Qingji is talented in both studies and martial arts. Luo Qingji confidently said, it's all thanks to my third brother's good teaching. Luo Xiangfu hurriedly urged Luo Qingji. All right, let's go quickly. Be careful not to be seen. Luo Qingji covered himself with his cloak, making himself look very proper. Mother, third brother, brothering, I'm leaving. Qin Jinji nodded, and Luo Xiangfu took Luo Qingji out through the back door. Cui Ying watched their figures and said, indeed, children can only be truly held back by their mother. Even such a carefree boss Luo can't escape that. Qin Jinji smiled. That's not always the case. The next day at noon, Xiaozhen's carriage was already waiting at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower. The two of them got in smoothly, blindfolded with black cloth. When they arrived at Xiaozhen's private residence, his attitude was more enthusiastic than the day before. Qin Jinji quietly sipped her tea. It seemed Xiaozhen had gotten the information he wanted. Xiaozhen asked with a smile, how did the two Zhao brothers decide after returning home? Qin Jinji put down her teacup. Xiao Xiong, I've thought carefully about your proposal. It is indeed feasible, but until I am completely sure, I cannot agree. My Zhao family cannot risk following me. Zhao brothers' business in Gusu is very successful. I didn't expect the head of the family to be a woman. Cui Ying was surprised. Had her disguise been seen through? She quietly moved closer to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. My older sister works very hard managing the Zhao family. That's why I try to help her. If we can successfully bring Zhao's business to the capital, she won't have to work so hard anymore. Xiaozhen spoke casually. Running such a big business, your sister must be a remarkable woman. Do you think she might be interested in marriage? Qin Jinji shook her head. Our parents died early and our older sister raised us all. She missed the right time for marriage. Xiaozhen smiled. I wonder what kind of man your sister likes. Such a woman is truly admirable. Cui Ying nudged Qin Jinji. If it weren't for pretending to be friendly with Xiaozhen, she really wanted to see how big Xiaozhen's face was. Is he really planning to marry her for the treasure? Qin Jinji smiled. That's not something we can comment on. Xiaozhen said playfully. If I get the chance, I must see this legendary woman. Qin Jinji replied, definitely. The carriage traveled for nearly 3 hours before stopping. Xiaozhen said, Zhao brother, we've arrived. You can take off the blindfold now. Qin Jinji and Chuang removed their blindfolds, and the three of them got out of the carriage. They found the carriage had stopped at the entrance of a village. As soon as Xiaozhen appeared, a villager-like person came forward and said, "Master, you're here." Qin Jinji looked at Xiaozhen with surprise. Xiaozhen walked ahead and asked, "Where are the people in the village?" The person replied, "They're training." Chuang looked at the villager's back and whispered so only they could hear, "That villager seems suspicious." Qin Jinji looked at the villager, who was dressed normally. However, he did not seem to have the look of someone who had worked hard over the years. Also, he moved with skill. Xiaozhen took Qin Jinji and Chuang to the top of the mountain. From there, they saw the village square filled with villagers practicing with weapons. Qin Jinji asked, "Brother Xiao, what is this?" Xiaozhen smiled and said, "Brother Zhao is worried I can't compete with the noble families. This is my confidence." Qin Jinji looked at the granary on the hill and the villagers practicing below. He estimated there were about 3,000 people. Xiaozhen had taken over a village of 3,000 people to work for him. Chuang whispered, "These villagers seem suspicious." Suddenly, Xiaozhen turned around and startled Chuang. He smiled and asked, "Brother Zhao, what do you think?" Qin Jinji pretended to be surprised and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you so open about secretly raising troops with us?" Xiaozhen smiled and said, "Because I believe Brother Zhao is smart." The scout reported that the Gusi Zhao family was a wealthy household, but not a famous noble family. The head of the family was even a woman. Without any background, they were easy targets. Xiaozhen was not afraid of being exposed by the brothers. If they cooperated with him, they could have a place in the capital. If they refused, he would have to swallow the Zhao family. Qin Jinji looked at the large village and said to Xiaozhen, "In that case, Brother Xiao, please make arrangements quickly." He then took out 10,000 taels of silver from his sleeve. "This is to treat everyone to drinks. After the matter is done, we will host a banquet." Xiaozhen took the silver and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't let Brother Zhao down." On the way back, Qin Jinji and Chuang talked happily with Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen saw them off at the Tangxiang Tower and arranged the next meeting. They entered through the front door, wiped off their makeup, and left through the back door. As Chuang got into the carriage, she said, "That village feels strange. All the land is abandoned. Even if all those villagers work for Xiaozhen, they wouldn't let the land go to waste. Furthermore, we searched the village for a long time but found no elders, women, or children. As far as I know, there are no abandoned or migrated villages around the capital." Qin Jinji's eyes showed a cold look. "There is only one possibility. They killed everyone in the original village and took over it." Qin Jinji and Chuang returned directly to the Thousand Birds office. Chuang couldn't believe it. So many people, and Xiaozhen is so ruthless. No wonder Xiaozhen could secretly support bandits under the emperor's nose without anyone noticing. These princes truly see human lives as worthless. To hide soldiers, they are willing to kill an entire village. Qin Jinji went straight to Huaman and Hu Ajiao's room after returning to the Thousand Birds office. "How are the injuries?" Huaman and Hu Ajiao immediately raised their arms to show their muscles. "See that? That's strength." Qin Jinji smiled, then sat aside. "Let the people from White Sparrow Temple prepare to leave the mountain." The two were surprised. Hu Ajiao asked, "There are too many people on the mountain. The Thousand Birds office can't hold so many. Is it too early?" Qin Jinji waved her hand. "Today I found a good place. But after leaving the mountain, we need to do some good deeds to maintain order." Huaman was surprised. "I'm good at robbing homes." Qin Jinji chuckled. "In other words, black eats black." Huaman gave a thumbs up. "That's my specialty," Qin Jinji said. "There is a village about 100 miles outside the capital. The people there are all bandits disguised as villagers. I estimate it can hold 5,000 people. Let 5,000 go down the mountain, and the rest stay at White Sparrow Temple to support." Hu Ajiao thought for a moment. "So, we just need to take the village, or?" Qin Jinji's eyes turned cold. "Kill the mountain." Xiaozhen dared to openly show her support for raising bandits because she had no background from the Zhao family. Having money but no power is always dangerous. Xiao Zhen is probably still happy about discovering such a rich opportunity. But it also confirmed one thing. Xiao Zhen is eager for silver and money to support the private soldiers in the village. If it were Xiao Yin's order, she wouldn't have to worry about money at all. It seems Xiao Zhen and Xiao Yin are not on the same side. It was still her words. Princes fighting for the throne is natural. Which prince wouldn't want a certain position? However, Xiao Zhen is truly not to be underestimated, cunning, bold. Relying on Xiao Yin's power, he has built his own influence. If she weren't in such a hurry to get Xiao Yin's life, Qin Jinji would really like to see this pair of allies turn against each other. But Qin Jinji also found a way to make Xiao Yin and the Zheng family lose their chance to recover. When Qin Jinji entered the palace the next day, she saw the Qidiao guards carefully inspecting the officials entering. Du Zhong was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. No matter how much he yelled, the Qidiao guards kept a cold face and told him that without inspection, he couldn't enter the palace. Qin Jinji walked over to Du Zhong. Minister Du, why aren't you cooperating with the inspection? Are you hiding a hidden weapon? Or are you afraid the Qidiao guards will take advantage of you? Suddenly, a voice behind him made Du Zhong's blood pressure rise instantly. Every day you cause trouble. I wonder if it's because you've done too many bad things and can't have children. You just pretend to be a child all day. The officials around tried to hold back their laughter and hurriedly cooperated with the inspection, eager to leave this place. When gods fight, little ones suffer. Who knows what words Wei Lao might say next? If Minister Du hears their laughter, he might retaliate. But Qin Jinji laughed out loud, without worry. She said to Wei Jia, "Come on, Wei Lao, I'll give you a little privilege." They then stepped toward the palace gate. The Qidiao guards let them pass directly. Du Zhong immediately shouted, "Why don't they have to be inspected?" The guards replied calmly, "Commander Qin is our leader. If you were our leader, we wouldn't inspect you either. Please cooperate, Minister Du." Qin Jinji handed the memorial in her arms to Wei Jia as they walked. "Today, I trouble Wei Lao to show the power you once used to debate fiercely with the emperor's grandfather." Wei Jia raised an eyebrow and opened the memorial. Inside were the deeds of the Zheng family over the years. All evidence, both human and material, was complete. All these matters, combined with the fact that the Zheng family and Zheng Defei had no relation, made it impossible to deny. Wei Jia stroked his small beard. "You're pushing the Ming king into a dead end." Qin Jinji crossed her arms and said, "I have no choice but to press him. If he isn't in a hurry, how can I find his mistakes?" Wei Jia chuckled and said, "There are people from the Ming Wang in the imperial censorate. I heard that today many are accusing you." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you know that?" Wei Jia proudly replied, "I've been influential in official circles for many years. Among the officials who speak out, I am quite respected. Everyone has a few admirers. Many officials in the imperial censorate have powerful backing, but since they are officials who speak out, they naturally want to contribute to the country. Wei Lao is a legend among the officials of Jin State. Anyone who sincerely wants to be a good official would look up to him. As more people move around, news spreads easily." Qin Jinji laughed out loud, saying, "Old age and still alive is a crime. You really got that right." Wei Jia was so angry, he slapped the table. Qin Jinji jumped forward and said, "You old thief, you'd better practice your legs." Wei Jia looked at Qin Jinji retreating and watching him. His expression was bold and dazzling. Refusing to accept aging is not good. The new talents are already rising. But this old thief of his hasn't reached the end yet. Wei Jia put the memorial into his sleeve. He walked while rolling up his sleeve cuffs. He even stretched his shoulders. Many officials behind him saw Wei Jia's actions and started to feel uneasy even before entering the hall. Who has this king of set his sights on now? Qin Jinji stood in the hall and looked at the emperor. The emperor's eyelid twitched. This little rascal hadn't informed him in advance. He wondered what trouble he had caused today. Before Hong Gong could speak, Wei Jia stepped forward and said, "I have a report to make." The officials behind him instinctively took a step back. Wei Jia didn't wait for the emperor to speak. He pulled out today's death register from his sleeve. With a loud voice, Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow at the emperor. It's not that he didn't inform you. He's just afraid you might show favoritism. The newly crowned Ming Wang stood at the front of the officials. But here, he became a trap for Wei Cha to attack him closely. He used child actors to bribe officials for power and influence. He seized land from common people, causing them to lose their homes and lives. He participated in bribery for selecting imperial merchants. Every case is connected to the Zheng family. Wei Cha stepped forward. Ming Wang, do you know about all this? Ming Wang also stepped forward, looking very worried. Father, you should know my nature. I have no idea about these matters. The emperor's face darkened like ink. If you don't know, then what is the Zheng family trying to do? Are they trying to strengthen their power or overthrow the throne? In one day, all members of the Zheng family involved were put under arrest. Many officials were also implicated. Zheng Defei was stripped of her power over the 6 palace halls and placed under house arrest in Shueihua Palace. During the court session, Wei Cha walked beside Qin Jinji. This is the result you wanted. Qin Jinji smiled. Old Wei, have you been away from court too long? Do you really think the Zheng family can fall so easily? I doubt I've been planning for so long just for that. Wei Cha stroked his small beard. Be careful. When a rabbit is cornered, it bites. And the Zheng family is no rabbit. Qin Jinji raised a finger and held it in front of Wei Cha's eyes. A whole battalion. Wei Cha looked confused. What? Qin Jinji smirked. The people who tried to assassinate me before, they had enough soldiers for a whole battalion. After saying that, she turned and walked forward. Wei Cha's face changed. He snorted coldly. As expected, royal children are never easy to deal with. He guessed what Qin Jinji was planning. Qin Jinji spoke to Wei Cha. You go ahead. I have something to do. Then she turned and headed toward Li Chao. Minister Li. Hearing Qin Jinji's voice, Li Chao's face immediately turned cold. He really couldn't look at this princess with any friendliness. Princess, what do you want with me? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. I want to talk to Minister Li about a business deal, Li Chao snorted. If you want me to exchange money for secret agents from Chu, there's no need to ask. Qin Jinji smiled. Well, that secret agent business is no longer useful. They've all been recruited. I'm here to discuss another deal with Minister Li. Li Chao frowned and looked at Qin Jinji. I wonder what kind of business I can discuss with the princess. Qin Jinji grinned. 20 miles outside the city, a private house burned to the ground.
Li Chao's face changed.
Qin Jinji reached out and asked, Minister Li, please? Li Chao looked very unhappy. How did Qin Jinji find out about that house? What does she want to talk about with him? The carriage from the North King's residence stopped proudly in front of Li's house. Qin Jinji sat down confidently in the main seat as usual. Minister Li, last time you didn't invite me for tea. Li Chao's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Jinji said, I have a sharp tongue. If Minister Li offers me poor tea, I might get angry. Li Chao took a deep breath. Go to my study and bring the new tea from this year. While waiting for the tea, Qin Jinji took a sip. She acted as if she was just here to drink tea. Li Chao ordered the servants. Everyone leave. No one is allowed near here without my permission. Once all the servants left, Li Chao looked at Qin Jinji, who was relaxed and carefree, and asked coldly, What do you mean by your words today? Qin Jinji crossed her legs and said, Minister Li, don't you understand what I mean? A private house, and pregnant girl. A big fire. Do I need to explain more? Li Chao squinted. How did the princess find out? Qin Jinji looked innocent and said, It's because your young son died so suddenly that I couldn't help but investigate. And once I did, I found out that the Li family is quite extraordinary. Li Chao stepped forward. What exactly do you know? Qin Jinji smiled loudly and said, Minister Li, are you feeling guilty? You're so nervous that you don't even bother to use formal titles? Li Chao directly called her you. Qin Jinji lightly tapped her chin with her finger. Do you want to hear about the illegitimate daughter who is pregnant with the dragon's heir, or about Li Mi, the good man who likes men? Li Chao's face grew darker, and his eyes filled with killing intent. It seems the princess knows everything. Since that's the case, I can't keep you alive. Whether she colluded with the prince or her son liked men, if this got out, his career would be over. Qin Jinji's smile grew wider. You want to kill me? Li Chao's face turned crueler. I know you deliberately parked your carriage openly outside my house to prevent trouble. You're so naive. I, Li Chao, have been in the Ministry of Justice for many years. Faking a murder scene is not difficult for me. The princess must only blame herself for being too stubborn, she said, then suddenly reached out with her hand like claws, aiming for Qin Jinji's neck. Her hand was just 3 inches from Qin Jinji's neck. Suddenly, Qin Jinji grabbed her hand. She kicked Li Chao's leg, causing him to kneel down. At that moment, she lifted her leg and kicked him hard in the head. Li Chao was dazed but was brought back to reality by a sharp pain. His hand was broken by Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked curious. I've never hidden my martial skills. I don't understand why everyone in the capital thinks my fighting skills are just for show. Do you really think you can kill me just because of that? She casually threw Li Chao's broken hand aside. Li Chao painfully held his wrist. No wonder Qin Jinji dared to enter the Li residence alone. Her martial skills are so high. Qin Jinji tilted her head, supporting it with her hand, and smiled at Li Chao. And there's one more thing. Minister Li, you guessed wrong. The carriage from the North King's residence parked outside your house isn't because I was worried about trouble, she smiled maliciously. It was for the Bright King. I was fighting him, but now I've entered the Li residence. Guess what the Bright King will think? Li Chao's face turned pale, not out of fear of the Bright King, but because he realized that the huge trouble with the Zheng family was caused by Qin Jinji. He knew nothing and had no idea. Their Li family had spies all over the court. Even though he had a vague suspicion that Qin Jinji might not be an ordinary spoiled girl. After all, that spoiled girl managed to build a whole new organization in such a short time. But even so, if he hadn't heard Qin Jinji's words with his own ears today, he wouldn't have linked the Zheng family situation to her, even in his dreams. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Minister Li, can we talk now? Li Chao struggled to stand up and faced Qin Jinji. What does the princess want to talk about? Qin Jinji picked up her teacup. Let's talk about your eldest son, Li Xiao. Li Chao frowned and didn't speak. Qin Jinji smiled. Li Xiao is the only hope for the Li family's future. Your wife is very capable. Your several concubines have no children, only her, who gave birth to 2 sons. But the younger son is fond of men, and was recently killed. If something happens to Li Xiao, I worry that, given Madame Li's age, it might be too late for her to have another child. Li Chao stared at Qin Jinji. What exactly does the princess want to do? Qin Jinji waved her hand. Don't be nervous. I have no interest in Li Xiao's life, but I am somewhat interested in him as a person. Li Chao was increasingly confused by Qin Jinji. She was just a young girl in her prime. But now, standing in front of her, Li Chao felt a chill down his spine. Qin Jinji looked at Li Chao, whose face was pale with pain. Although your Li family has a poor family tradition, your eldest son does have some real talent. In this exam, which is more like a decoration, all the noble children seem to be just going through the motions. But I've seen Li Xiao's exam paper. He's different from those useless ones. Given time, he will surely shine in the official world. You are allying with the Ming King, hoping to find a strong supporter for the Li family and to pave the way for Li Xiao. Is that right, Minister Li? For the first time, Li Chao looked directly at Qin Jinji. What exactly does the princess want to do? Qin Jinji smiled. A strong supporter? There's not just the Ming King. Do you think I or the Ming King will come out of this unscathed? Li Chao couldn't believe it. Did Qin Jinji really want the Ming King dead? He hesitated and asked, May I ask, Princess, since you have no grudge or enmity with the Ming King, why are you fighting him to the death? Qin Jinji smiled again. Minister Li, is it still useful to pretend to be naive? This world was won by my great-grandmother and great-grandfather, fighting through fire and blood, bearing many wounds. Your noble families just want to take a share without contributing? My Qin family only recognizes the son of the Empress. Even if my crown prince uncle is a fool, He will be the one to sit on that throne in the future. The Ming King is plotting to take that position for my foolish uncle, isn't he? Tell me, why should I fight him to the death? Li Chao, who had been a government official for many years, finally realized he had been blind. In all of Jin's state, he had never paid much attention to a young girl with a childish face. But the shock Qin Jinji brought him in just a moment was even greater than the pain of her breaking his wrist. Yes, the Qin family could be called the strongest supporter of the emperor in Jin's state. That's also why the noble families have always wanted the emperor to take back Qin Ye's military power. As long as the military power remains in Qin Ye's hands, a sword hangs over their heads. After a moment, Li Chao regained his composure. What does the princess want? Qin Jinji smiled and said, I want to know what you have done for Xiaoyin. Since Li Chao had used the dragon heir to form an alliance with Xiaoyin, he must have done secret things for Xiaoyin. It was both a sign of closeness and a way to hold leverage. Looking at the silent Li Chao, Qin Jinji casually said, think about your Li family, think about your son Li Xiao. Guess, if the Bright King loses, do you think I will spare your family? Li Chao had never seen such a bold person. Even the threats were made openly. She even told him directly that if the Bright King lost, the Li family would be doomed. Li Chao stared at Qin Jinji. This is a serious matter. Please, princess, give me a few days to consider. Qin Jinji smiled. Of course. 3 days. After 3 days, I will come to see Minister Li myself. As she stood up to leave, just as she opened the door, Qin Jinji added, Minister Li, you'd better call the court doctor soon. I might have hurt your wrist. It's probably broken. Without looking back, Qin Jinji left. Back at the Thousand Birds office, Cui Ying came forward. Did you visit the Li family? Qin Jinji nodded. Yes, and Li Chao still wants to silence me by killing me. Cui Ying clicked her tongue. What a unlucky fellow. Qin Jinji had been involved in constant assassinations since she was young, with many guards around her. The 4 young guards were especially skilled. Now, with a Jiao and a man added to her team, she was even more formidable. Because Qin Jinji never hid her martial skills, people in the capital thought her skills were just minor tricks. But no one ever said her guards were weak, or that her master was useless. Cui guessed that Li Chao wouldn't get anything good out of this. Do you want Li Chao to turn against us? Qin Jinji smiled. No. I want him to pass a message to the Bright King. Cui frowned. With your methods, does Li Chao dare to betray openly? Qin Jinji lay back in her chair. The Li family is too closely tied to the Bright King. They can't cut ties. If the Bright King falls into trouble, the Li family won't fare well either. So, no matter what, Li Chao won't betray me. Cui looked puzzled. You said Li Chao's eldest son, Li Xiao, is talented and not a fool. Wouldn't he be loyal for his son's future and the family status? Qin Jinji supported her head with her hand. Having some talent only proves that a person has the gift for reading, but it doesn't teach good character. Do you know who came up with the idea for this dragon heir? It wasn't Li Chao, it was Li Xiao. Cui looked cold. These men, climbing up by stepping on their wives' sisters' corpses, don't treat these living women as people. They're just as bad as the Ming King. She looked back at Qin Jinji. But if we do that, the Ming King will surely be on guard. Should we do something? Qin Jinji nodded. Of course, we must act. But I want him to be cautious. I want him to be anxious. Let him know I've already started. If he doesn't act soon, he'll be swallowed by me. Cui nodded. In that case, I'll take a Jiao and a man to do some things so the Ming King will get really worried. Qin Jinji smiled. A sharp sword is forged through repeated honing. Look, the sword is starting to show its edge. Sure enough, in the afternoon, reports came from the people watching the Li residence. Li Xiao disguised himself and went to Yong'an Tower. Yong'an Tower's room number 2 is always reserved by Xiaoyin. Qin Jinji whistled and returned to Prince Jinbei's residence. As soon as she reached the courtyard, a maid reported, Princess, Miss Li wants to see you. Qin Jinji turned and walked to the pavilion. Yun Shan and Yun Ge brought water basins to wash her hands and face. Princess, the little kitchen has made you old duck soup. Shall I serve you a bowl? Qin Jinji handed her silk scarf back to Yun Shan. We have a guest. Serve some snacks. Li Liao now feels a physical reaction of fear whenever she sees Qin Jinji. She hesitated and entered Qin Jinji's courtyard. Qin Jinji looked at her. Sit. Li Liao immediately said, No, no, princess. I'll stand. Qin Jinji smiled.
Relax.
Sit if I ask you to. Li Liao didn't dare argue and carefully sat down. Then she placed a pair of mandarin duck pendants and a marriage token in front of Qin Jinji. Princess, my father has already cancelled my marriage. This is my marriage token and the token of betrothal. Father said that my marriage will be decided by you. Qin Jinji picked up the marriage token and asked, What kind of husband do you like? Li Liao was stunned, then said, I'll listen to whatever the princess decides. Qin Jinji threw the marriage token onto the table. If you had known to be sensible earlier, I wouldn't have to bother. Li Liao immediately knelt on the ground after hearing this. Princess, I was ignorant before and wanted to take over someone else's place. I have reflected on my actions with my father these days. From now on, my Li family will wholeheartedly follow the princess and have no other intentions. Please forgive my previous unreasonable behavior. Qin Jinji waved her hand. Get up. In the future, don't kneel when you go out. Don't embarrass the Qin family. Qin Jinji called out toward the room. Yun-Kei, bring me the letter paper from the second drawer in my study. Soon, Yun-Kei came out of the study and handed a piece of letter paper to Qin Jinji. Yun-Shan and Yun-Ge also brought food and placed it on the table. Yun-Ge softly said, Miss Li, this is the old duck soup cooked in the small kitchen. Please try it. Li Liao looked a bit surprised and flattered at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji raised her chin. It tastes good. Li Liao then picked up a spoon and took a sip. It was indeed delicious. Qin Jinji handed over the letter paper. All the people listed are from noble families in the capital. Their official positions are not high, and they are not very important in their families. But their family power is large. If you marry into such a family, it won't be too hard. If you can find a way to keep your husband under control, your life will be more comfortable. Li Liao looked a bit confused. Does the princess mean? Qin Jinji said while drinking soup. You and your father should investigate these people's characters yourselves and see if they are suitable. If you find someone you like, I will help you arrange it. Li Liao's eyes lit up. She didn't expect to be able to choose her husband herself. She had thought about marrying into a noble family before. But after staying in the capital for many days, she deeply understood the gap between her and these noble families. It's not that she is bad, but these families look down on them. If she really married into a wealthy family, she might be worn down and die within a few years. The people Qin Jinji chose for her wouldn't let her end up in despair. Li Liao was about to kneel again, but, remembering Qin Jinji's words earlier, she looked up gratefully. Thank you, princess. After Li Liao left, Yun-Shan came over. Princess, why do you still show respect to the Li family after they were so rude earlier? Qin Jinji put the osmanthus cake Yun-Ge made into her mouth. Training a dog requires both a slap and a treat. That way, the dog will be grateful. If you only hit the dog, it might run away. Yun-Ge covered her mouth and laughed. The princess really thinks ahead. Qin Jinji stretched lazily. Let's go see Yun-Jin. I haven't been home these days. How is her recovery? Yun-Shan spoke up. Oh, you don't know, princess. Yun-Jin has been very lively these days. Miss Liu and 2 other girls have visited her. The colleagues from the Thousand Birds office also brought gifts for her. She's been eating and drinking happily, very carefree. Qin Jinji smiled. She's always popular. When she opened Yun-Jin's door, Qin Jinji underestimated her popularity. The room was almost full of gifts. As soon as Yun-Jin saw Qin Jinji, she quickly threw aside her storybook. Princess, you're back. Yun-Jin patted her bed. Please sit, princess. Qin Jinji sat on the edge of her bed. How about I have someone prepare a storybook for you? Yun-Jin chewed her lip. These dramatic stories are so exciting. I want to read them all. Qin Jinji asked, How is your injury? Yun-Jin sat up straight. Princess, I'm almost fine. I don't need to lie down anymore. Louis's medical skills are excellent. I can go back to work tomorrow. The 3 Yun-Kei were nearby, miming Yunjin coughing up blood from her sword wound. Then they spread their hands. Their lives were almost gone, and after just a few days of rest, they had to go back to work. Yunjin pouted. Yun-Kei is also injured. Why isn't she lying down? Yun-Kei looked expressionless and shook her injured shoulder. She also looked at Yunjin's injured abdomen. Yunjin looked helpless. But I'm bored. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. How about I invite a troupe to perform tomorrow? Yunjin's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Tomorrow, I'll bring Fian out of the palace to keep you company. There will be food, drinks, company, and a show. That shouldn't be boring, right? Yunjin suddenly had a clever idea and looked at Yun-Kei and the others. Are you all going out with the princess? Will I be left alone at home? Yun-Kei pointed to her head. How did I become so smart? Yunjin gritted her teeth. When will her injuries heal? However, Qin Jinji did not go back on her word. The next day, the opera troupe from Chun-Tai arrived. But an unexpected person appeared. Miaotong Chun, a famous performer in Beijing, would not perform at a private residence. Qin Jinji did not specifically request him to come. However, when he heard they were going to the Prince of Junbei's residence, Miaotong Chun immediately asked the shopkeeper to let him perform. He thought about how Qin Jinji had sat on the railing that day, and it moved him. Many young ladies in Beijing had invited him, but he politely declined. He knew they were worlds apart, but he still longed for her, even if it was just to sing a show for her. Miaotong Chun brought his finest costumes to the Prince of Junbei's residence. Unfortunately, when he was on stage, he did not see the person he longed for. Below the stage, there were two maids lying down. One looked sick, and the other was a chubby girl. Yunjin and Fian whispered to each other. Is this a show where the princess spends a fortune on Miaotong Chun? Fian opened her eyes wide and swallowed her snack. A fortune. How many osmanthus cakes could that buy? They looked at each other seriously. They wanted to see just how spectacular this show costing a fortune really was. They stopped lying down and stared intently at Miaotong Chun. Even a performer who had acted hundreds of times might feel uncomfortable under their gaze. There was no admiration or infatuation in their eyes, only something strange. But Miaotong Chun finished his performance. Yunjin and Fian supported their chins with their hands, leaning close. Fian said, he sings really well. Do you think the princess hired him to open a theater and she'll make a lot of money? Yunjin took a bite of her apple. Do you think the princess has fallen for this young man? Anyway, neither of them understood much of the performance that afternoon. The stage was not taken back, and Qin Jinji directly invited Miaotong Chun to perform at Hechuan-Tai for 3 days. Miaotong Chun changed into casual clothes and, after a moment of hesitation, went to the two girls. Miss, I am Miaotong Chun. Seeing the man without makeup, with a beautiful face and handsome appearance, the two girls looked at him. No wonder he looked so good. Miaotong Chun carefully asked, the princess invited me to perform at Hechuan-Tai. Why isn't the princess here? Did I perform poorly? We can change it tomorrow. Two brand new little heads suddenly lit up with bright ideas. Yunjin and Fian exchanged a glance. They didn't know if the princess had taken a liking to this young man. What they did know was that his mother was interested in the princess. Yunjin immediately crossed her arms and said, Chun-Tai is just here to keep the princess company when she's bored. The princess has many things to do, so she doesn't have time to watch plays every day. Miaotong Chun felt a wave of disappointment after hearing this. It turned out the princess wasn't interested in watching plays. Seeing Miaotong Chun look so disappointed, Yunjin's eyes widened. This is infuriating. How dare he have thoughts about our princess? After leaving the Prince of Junbei's residence, Miaotong Chun rested for 7 days at Chun-Tai. Fian looked worried and said, you can't let him get hurt badly, right? If he's injured, he's not worth much. Yunjin shook her fist and said, don't worry, at most he'll have a black eye for a few days. If he dares to have ideas about our princess, he needs to be taught a lesson to show him how tough she is. Fian scratched her cheek and asked, so, what should we watch tomorrow? Yunjin also scratched her cheek and said, I wish I had waited until he finished singing before I hit him. That day, Qin Jinji didn't go to court. Instead, Cui went to the palace. Prime Minister Cui looked at Cui standing beside the emperor, full of pride. He was a bit dazed, unsure whether to regret letting Cui join Qianyao or to be happy that she could show her talents. But Cui Ying's eyes, looking at him, were already emotionless. Prime Minister Cui knew that Qin Jinji's tricks had worked. His daughter was now standing beside Qin Jinji. Du Zhong looked at Cui Ying and snorted coldly. No wonder Prime Minister Cui agreed. Turns out he was just paving the way for his own daughter. Everyone knows Cui Ying is the top noble daughter in the capital. Now, for a bit of power, she's showing herself off. Who knows which noble family will still want to marry her in the future? Du Zhong's voice was loud, and many officials heard him. Cui Ying remained calm and stood quietly beside the emperor. Prime Minister Cui, hearing Du Zhong's words, shot back. Minister Du's family traditions are strict. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his daughter to be a concubine. A large group of officials behind them immediately closed their eyes. In this hall, besides Wei Cha, only Prime Minister Cui dared to speak like this. If you talk about my daughter, I will talk about yours. Just as Du Zhong was about to shout back, Gong Gong Hong's voice rang out. Report when there is an issue. Withdraw when there isn't. This was Cui Ying's first time attending court, and she was a little nervous at first. But as she saw the memorials accusing Qin Jinji one after another, she secretly glanced at the emperor. She even felt a shared sense of understanding with him. Her nervous heart surprisingly became calm and steady. She stood nearby, listening quietly, and felt a mix of emotions. Compared to Qin Jinji, she felt like she was just a rookie. Indeed, to achieve great things, one must be willing to cause trouble. Qin Jinji, on the other hand, was relaxed. She was working at the Qianyao office. She took some time to meet with someone. When Shun Chongqing was brought out, his face was a bit pale, but he looked quite alert. Qin Jinji crouched by the prison bars, watching him. After being a military governor for so many years, your mental strength is quite strong. Shun Chongqing smiled faintly. You're more ruthless than Z. He is always honest and straightforward and wouldn't resort to such tricks. Qin Jinji also grinned. I haven't met my father, so I don't know what kind of person he is. But I think his honesty is wrong, which gives you and others like you a chance to take advantage. I am not a person who harms others without reason. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them either. She smiled even more brightly. So, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of such a mean trick? Shin Chongqing remained calm. What do you want to know? Let's talk about conditions. Qin Jinji raised a finger and shook it. I never negotiate conditions. She stood up with a smile. I don't want to know anything. I just want to torment you. Being confined isn't pleasant, right? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. She waved to the guards in the cell. From today, he will only get 1 meal a day, and his cell will be shrunk by 10 inches. Shun Chongqing's eyes turned cold. You're starting to act like a real person. Qin Jinji put her finger to her lips. Sure, our conversation ends here today. After saying that, she turned and left. Back at her office, Huaman entered. The letter has already been sent back to Baike Temple, and the message to Wei Zhongduo has also been sent. With Wei's help, our people will be in the capital soon. Qin Jinji nodded and looked at Huaman, who was hesitating, and asked, What's wrong with you? Huaman looked at Qin Jinji and said, I want to ask you for something. Qin Jinji looked at her with a slight smile. Borrow money. Huaman clicked her tongue. I'm quite wealthy, you know. Qin Jinji crossed her arms. Then why are you making that face? Huaman sighed and stopped pretending. Can you accept someone? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and said after a moment, Wei Sweki? Huaman nodded and smiled. Qin Jinji looked a bit confused. She wants to join the Thousand Birds Society. Huaman nodded again. Qin Jinji said, That's fine, but the Thousand Birds Society has its rules. To join, you need a special skill. You know that. I don't keep idle people around. Huaman scratched her head. Forget it. Let her talk to you herself. She then went outside and brought Wei Sweki in. Wei Sweki was very afraid of Qin Jinji before. She was so scared that she would tremble just seeing her. But the last time she asked Qin Jinji to save A Jiao and A Man, even though Qin Jinji almost hurt her, She saw that Qin Jinji cared deeply for her friends. Someone like that, even if they had a bad reputation, wouldn't be a bad person. Seeing Qin Jinji again, she wasn't as scared anymore. "Greetings, princess." Qin Jinji looked at her with her hands behind her back. "Why do you want to join the Thousand Birds Society?" Wei Sweki nervously clenched her dress and whispered, "I want to be useful." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "What is a useful person?" Wei Sweki, though less afraid, still felt nervous looking into Qin Jinji's eyes. But this time, she didn't hide her gaze. "I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to hide behind my family and friends. I don't want to see my loved ones suffer and feel helpless. Besides my mother, you are the second person I admire. That's why I want to stay by your side," Qin Jinji exclaimed in surprise. After 18 years, this was the first time someone said they admired her. She smiled. "Having ideas is good, but the Thousand Birds Society doesn't keep useless people. If you can't carry a load or lift a hand, why should I keep you?" Wei Sweki swallowed hard. "I can hold my breath underwater for half an hour." Qin Jinji's eyes flickered. Being able to hold her breath for 15 minutes was already impressive, but Wei Sweki could do it for half an hour. She truly had extraordinary talent. At that moment, Qin Jinji heard Wei Sweki say, "I can teach everyone in the Thousand Birds division how to water walk, and I can hold my breath underwater for at least the duration of an incense stick. Water walking is not an essential skill, but learning it can often lead to surprising tactics. If used in marching or fighting, it becomes a clever trick." Hearing Wei Sweki's words, Qin Jinji thought of a different plan. "Do you want to follow me, or do you want to join the Thousand Birds division?" Wei Sweki looked at Huaman and then at Qin Jinji. "I want to follow you." Qin Jinji nodded. "Write a letter to your mother. If she agrees, you can come with me." Wei Sweki's eyes lit up. "Really?" Qin Jinji responded with a soft Wei Sweki immediately took Huaman by the hand. "Aman, I'll go write a letter to my mother now. You don't need to see me off. I'll go back by myself." Huaman still accompanied Wei Sweki to the door. When she returned, she closed Qin Jinji's door, rubbing her chin as she looked at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji let out a sigh. "Just say what you want to say." Huaman grinned mischievously. "Be honest with me. What kind of tricks are you up to?" Qin Jinji leaned back. "Why do I feel like your mind has gotten a lot sharper since you came to the capital?" Huaman's eyes brightened. "I think so too. I've become much smarter lately." They both laughed. Huaman said, "Sweki has been weak and sick since she was a child. She was even kidnapped once. She's very timid. I was surprised when she said she wanted to follow you this time." Qin Jinji was also surprised by Wei Sweki's experience. The merchant guild was chaotic, with many mixed influences. Wei Long's mother, a woman, managed to hold a leadership position among many men, which must have involved a lot of hardship. Her daughter faced the same challenges. Huaman moved closer to Qin Jinji. "But if Sweki follows you, do you think it will be easier to ask Wei Long to help with matters in the future?" Qin Jinji smiled. "I never ask for help." Huaman looked as if she already knew the answer. Although she didn't know exactly what Qin Jinji was planning, she was sure there was a plan. As soon as they entered the palace, Chancellor Cui quickly approached Chuiying. Chuiying turned to look at Chancellor Cui and said calmly, "Father." Prime Minister Cui spoke, "You haven't been home these days. Your mother is very worried. Will you be able to go back today?" Chuiying thought for a moment. "Recently, the Thousand Birds office has been very busy. Please tell my mother I will find time to visit her." The Prime Minister was silent for a moment and then said, "All right." At the palace gate, Chuiying turned onto her horse and said to Prime Minister Cui, "Father, I have official duties. I will go ahead." She was polite and respectful, with no sign of disrespect. Prime Minister Cui watched her figure walk away and felt even more anger towards Qin Jinji. Back at the Thousand Birds office, Chuiying closed the door and let out a deep breath as she looked at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did a dog chase you?" Chuiying shook her head. "I never thought I would face my father and stand in the main hall, listening to officials discuss state affairs." "Are you so confident in sending me there? Aren't you worried I might cause trouble?" Qin Jinji smiled. "Do you know how young eagles learn to fly? When they become adults, they are pushed off a high cliff. During the rapid fall, they learn to spread their wings and fly. If they can't learn, they will die. Chuang took a deep breath. Thank you for being so gentle with me. Qin Jinji happily accepted. You're welcome. Chuang came over and, with a curious look, said, By the way, do you know how many petitions there are today accusing you? I counted 18. I've memorized all the names so we can seek revenge later. Qin Jinji laughed even louder. Good, but remember to keep track carefully. Don't miss anyone. Chuang frowned. Are all these people under the command of the King of Bright? Qin Jinji shook her head. Du Zhong, your father, Li Chao, and the Shen family might be involved. It's hard to find people in the capital who have no grudges against me. Chuang looked at her with a look of disgust. How do you say such things so naturally? Qin Jinji blinked. Just get used to it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Princess. Qin Jinji opened the door to see Yun Shan looking serious. Princess, Chun Shi might be in trouble. Yun Shan handed over a letter. Since entering Zhong, there's been no news of Chun Shi. Spies have been investigating for over a month, but haven't found any trace of Chun Shi. Qin Jinji's brows furrowed deeply. I have urgent matters. I will return to the palace first. Chuang nodded, just as she was about to start working. After returning to the residence, Qin Jinji called for Chen Suo. Do you have any secret signals only you and your brother understand? Chen Suo nodded, then looked worried and asked, Has my brother gotten into trouble? Qin Jinji looked serious. Chen Shi disappeared after entering Guanzhong. I suspect he sensed something and is hiding himself. I will send a team to support Chen Shi. Chen Suo immediately nodded, seeming to remember something, and asked, Is my brother's trouble related to the counterfeit money case from 10 years ago? Qin Jinji looked at the girl with teary eyes and nodded. Chen Suo wiped her eyes. Our entire Qin family was killed in that false money case 10 years ago. If my brother found any clues, he wouldn't give up easily. Qin Jinji patted her shoulder. Trust your brother. Only by staying alive can he seek revenge. To clear the family's name, he won't risk losing his life. Chen Suo cried and threw herself into Qin Jinji's arms. I will bring my brother back. Qin Jinji patted her head. Come back alive. Chen Suo wiped away her tears and went to pack her belongings. Qin Jinji took out a letter from a compartment in the study. 10 years ago, counterfeit money was widespread in Guanzhong, involving many people. Everyone involved was executed. The main culprit was Yang Ping, the governor of Guanzhong. However, Chen Shi and Chen Suo's father was tricked into being part of the false money case. Yang Ping deceived his superiors and subordinates, giving their father counterfeit coins and forging a fake imperial decree. The Qin family believed they were serving the court honorably. But when the truth came out, everyone in the Qin family except the siblings, who were out playing, was executed without a chance to defend themselves. There were many strange details in this counterfeit money case. In recent years, fake coins from that time have appeared again in Guanzhong. Though small in scale, if the source isn't found, the counterfeit money could spread and cause trouble for Jin's state. This confirmed Qin Jinji's suspicion. Yang Ping was just a scapegoat. Chen Suo and Chen Shi inherited their father's skills perfectly. Not only are they excellent at making counterfeit money, but they are also good at hiding their tracks. If it's about killing, the siblings are useless. But if it's about escaping, no one can catch them. Qin Jinji put the file back in the cabinet. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yun Jin and Fian standing at the entrance, looking very eager. Fian cheerfully said to Qin Jinji, Princess, the opera troupe from Chun Tai probably won't come tomorrow. Can we change the troupe? Qin Jinji looked at them and asked, What did you two do? Yun Jin rubbed her hands and said, That Miao Tang Chun dared to have bad thoughts about the princess. I couldn't help but hit him twice. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Tomorrow, let Commander Xue change the troupe for you. Fian immediately smiled happily and came to Qin Jinji. Thank you, princess. By the way, the Empress Dowager also asked me to bring you a letter. Qin Jinji opened the letter, and the writing on it was very elegant, like her own handwriting. Go ahead and do what you need to do. If you can't handle it, leave it to the grandmother of the emperor. When Cui Ying's second brother, Cui Ting, stopped her on the street, he couldn't believe his eyes. The tyrant, who was riding a horse and commanding the Thousand Birds Guard to arrest people, was actually his own sister, a noble lady from the capital.
Aang.
What exactly are you doing? Chue replied coldly. Deputy Minister Chue, I am on official duty now. It's not appropriate to discuss family matters. When my shift ends, I will talk to you about family. She looked coldly at the person being taken away. Take them all. Chue Ting didn't have time to speak before Chue had already ridden her horse and left. These people weren't innocent. They were powerful officials colluding with the Zheng family. What the Zheng family did, they all had a hand in. In the capital, many factions were involved, and without solid evidence, no one would bother these people. But the Thousand Birds Guard was directly under the royal family, and Qin Jinji had the authority to act first and report later. Qin Jinji wanted the Ming king to be anxious. Without increasing the pressure, how could that be possible? She couldn't afford to hold Qin Jinji back. Soon, the prison of the Thousand Birds Division was overcrowded. The gates of Chue's residence were almost being trampled by various families. When Chue heard the news, she smiled. That was the benefit of having a strong family. She had captured so many people, and so far, no one dared to come into the Thousand Birds Division to question her. Qin Jinji had originally chosen her, probably because of her status. Now, she found her status very useful. People are afraid of being bound by rules. Once free from restrictions, they realize there are many ways to live life. For a moment, Chue understood why Qin Jinji could accomplish so much. She also understood why so many people willingly followed her. Fortunately, they were on the same side. No matter what Qin Jinji was planning, she was heading toward the same goal. Chue believed she could also achieve her own glory on this path. When these people were captured, they still looked proud. But when a few of them were beaten and thrown back, the prison was completely in chaos.
Queen.
As the daughter of Prime Minister Chue, you were once a model noblewoman in the capital. Now you have become Qin Jinji's tool, taking lives without mercy. Are you not afraid of retribution? Chue sat in the interrogation room, drinking tea while watching the injured people in front of her. She smiled gently. If you had confessed earlier, why would I have to hurt you? Tell me, have you colluded with the Bright King? Did you do anything for him? Chue, are you trying to force a confession? What is this nonsense about the Thousand Birds office? It's just a false case. I will ring the alarm bell and report this to the emperor. Chue smiled. All right, send someone to beat him with 30 sticks of the punishment staff and take him to the palace gates. By the 20th strike, the man was completely silent. Chue looked disappointed. No more breath? Then I can't help him. She waved her hand. Take him out. Next, when the Bright King heard about the large-scale arrests of the Zheng family and the Thousand Birds office, he smashed his study to pieces. Prepare the carriage. Go to Chue's residence. Prime Minister Chue was not surprised to see the Bright King at his home. When Chue Tingyi returned, he told him about Chue Ying's large-scale arrests. He understood all the details of these recent events, even if others did not. All of this was part of Qin Jinji's strategy against the Bright King. With this understanding, he gained a deeper insight into Qin Jinji's cleverness. The Bright King had kept his plans secret until now, and even he hadn't uncovered so much. Each of these actions was aimed at taking the Bright King's life. Now Chue stood beside Qin Jinji. To the Bright King, the Chue family was just on the same line as Qin Jinji. But the fact that the Bright King personally came to Chue's residence showed that Qin Jinji had truly pushed him to the edge. The Bright King, with a gentle expression, said to Prime Minister Chue, Prime Minister, I hope you are well. Chue Prime Minister ordered someone to serve tea to the Bright King. He asked, May I know what brings the Bright King to Chue's residence today? King Ming smiled and said, I have heard that the daughter of Prime Minister Chue, Miss Chue, is very talented in painting. My wife has admired her from afar for a long time. Would it be possible for me to meet her? I also hope to request a painting for Miss Chue. Prime Minister Chue smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. My daughter is just a little skilled in art. I dare not embarrass myself in front of the king. King Ming still smiled and asked, Prime Minister Chui, are you at home? Prime Minister Chui inwardly sneered. Aang is out on the street looking for someone she's colluding with. Do you think she's at home? He chuckled. My daughter recently took on a small official role and has been on duty every day. I haven't seen her for several days. King Ming looked into Prime Minister Chui's eyes with a meaningful expression. Prime Minister Chui is very modest. Miss Chui's position is not a trivial one. Throughout history, how many women have achieved the rank of fourth-grade officials? And now, she can even appear in the main hall. Prime Minister Chui is truly fortunate. Prime Minister Chui sipped his tea and said, My wife and I do not approve of her taking this deputy position. But with the grace of heaven, I cannot refuse the Emperor's kindness. King Ming's eyes flickered. Miss Chui is famous in the capital for her talent. Your Majesty naturally values talent. The Chui family is a prominent clan, and the women of the Chui family are no less talented than the young men of other families in the capital. Prime Minister Chui put down his teacup. It's just some childish play. Once she's had enough fun, her mother and I will find an opportunity to ask the Emperor for permission to withdraw her from this role. Then she can return home and prepare for her marriage. King Ming, curious, asked, May I ask, Prime Minister Chui, who do you have in mind for her marriage? Prime Minister Chui looked into King Ming's eyes. In our clan, marriages are arranged. Aang is of marriageable age and will marry into a family of 5 surnames and 7 clans. King Ming took a sip of tea. I understand. Today's visit was sudden.
Please do not take it amiss.
If I am fortunate in the future, I hope to invite your family to my residence for a small gathering. It would also be an opportunity for my wife to meet the long, admired Miss Chui. Prime Minister Chui bowed slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will consider it in the future. After returning to his carriage, King Ming's face darkened. Prime Minister Chui's intentions were clear. He and Qin Jinji would not be involved in the Chui family's affairs. What Cui Ying was doing was simply under Qin Jinji's orders. He would not interfere with how Qin Jinji fought against the Chui family. But harming Cui Ying was not allowed. The Chui family was deeply rooted. If they married into other noble families in the future, offending the Chui family would be harmful to him and bring no benefit. As long as the Chui family does not stand with Qin Jinji, that is good news. Qin Jinji, I really underestimated this niece of mine. In such a short time, she has almost revealed all his secrets openly. Although the Emperor did not explicitly order his house arrest, he was not allowed to attend court today. His mother was also stripped of her authority over the 6 palaces and confined in Xuehua Palace. I never thought I would be driven to such a desperate situation by a young girl. However, just as he arrived at Chui's house claiming that the Queen Mother and Cui Ying had a long-standing friendship, the two had already met. Lu Yi, on her shift, arrived at the Thousand Birds office. The disguised queen had been waiting for a long time. Today marked Lu Yi's second treatment for Lang Mingyue. Lang Mingyue spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and Lu Yi finished her acupuncture. Her long-standing fatigue seemed to ease quite a bit. Lang Mingyue stood up and said, Thank you, Dr. Lu. Lu Yi smiled and replied, That sounds so nice, but don't thank me. It was the princess who asked me to treat you. If anyone should be thanked, it's her. Lang Mingyue chuckled softly. The princess's kindness will not be forgotten, but it was hard work for Dr. Lu. Lu Yi packed up her medical box and went to find Bai Huan. When Cui Ying and Qin Jinji entered, Lang Mingyue's face looked much better. A Thousand Birds guard whispered something to Qin Jinji and then stepped back. Qin Jinji said, The king has gone to Chui's house. Cui Ying shrugged, probably to question my father. I've arrested so many people, it's no wonder he's anxious. But knowing my father's temper, he'll probably tell the king directly that the Chui family and you are not on the same side. Qin Jinji smiled. Then I should thank Miss Cui for being my protective charm. Although Prime Minister Cui deeply hated Qin Jinji, as long as Cui Ying remained at the Thousand Birds office, the Cui family wouldn't attack it. Now, pretending to be a caring father was quite ironic. Cui Ying clasped her fists and said, You're welcome. But I won't go to court tomorrow. I don't want to hear others accusing me with my own ears. She hadn't expected that one day she would be able to enter the main hall and also be impeached. That feeling was quite different. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Get used to it. Seeing the situation, Lang Mingyue spoke. The Ming king hasn't been seen leaving the palace recently. I believe the princess's actions have made the Ming king quite anxious. I will keep an eye on his movements. If anything seems wrong, I will send someone to report. Qin Jinji said, be careful when you go back. After Lang Mingyue left, Chuang looked at Qin Jinji's expressionless face and asked, what's wrong? Qin Jinji replied, the people watching Shaozhen reported that he hasn't gone to Daliang Mountain these days. This means the Ming king still has a backup plan. Chuang blinked. Did you always plan to force the Ming king to start a war? Qin Jinji said confidently, he is still a prince. To defeat a prince and his family is not easy. I won't let him be accused of treason. I want to make sure he has no chance to turn things around. Chuang stared and asked, so, you guessed early that the Ming king would try to assassinate you outside the city. Qin Jinji shook her head. Not that early. I guessed when I heard a jiao and a man were taken out of the city. Chuang looked at her as if she saw a ghost. Did you use yourself as bait? Qin Jinji lay back on a chair. Shaoyin isn't stupid. If I don't show up, he wouldn't send so many soldiers. But his courage surprised me. Chuang couldn't believe it. But you almost died. Qin Jinji tilted her head and looked at her. In a power struggle, winners and losers, death is nothing special. Chuang came closer and asked cautiously, then how do you know the Ming king will definitely kill you? Qin Jinji smiled. Power breeds monsters. They would rather kill wrongly than let anyone go. Once Xiao Yin suspects me, he won't hold back. Do you really think these princes are all harmless? Chuang shook her head. Qin Jinji, your path is too dangerous. Qin Jinji closed her eyes and nodded. That's why I can't keep useless people around me. Then she opened one eye to look at Chuang. But now it's too late for you to leave the ship. Chuang looked at her carefully and asked cautiously, if the crown prince is incompetent, what's the use of all this? He doesn't have a good relationship with the Qin family. Qin Jinji said indifferently, as long as he's a descendant of my imperial grandmother, that's enough. Whether he's the crown prince or the crown grandson doesn't matter. Chuang felt like she was struck by lightning. She had always been confused about something, but today Qin Jinji casually explained it to her. They were in a small room, joking lazily about the future of the dynasty. Chuang looked strange and said, why are you suddenly telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I might betray you? I'm from a noble family. Qin Jinji looked a bit annoyed and said, haven't you already guessed? Chuang covered her face. Guessing is different from hearing it directly, you know. For the first time, she lazily sat down on a chair, propping her legs up, and looked back at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji, you're really crazy. Qin Jinji closed her eyes and smiled slightly. I agree. Chuang raised an eyebrow. But it's not bad. Honestly, I really want to know if the things you want to do can succeed. Qin Jinji smiled. If I fail, you'll die with me. Chuang laughed. When I was at the tea house, Chuang was already dead. Qin Jinji's smile was faint, almost unnoticeable. But Zhao's hidden cards were really deep. He even had a backup plan. The next day at court, news quickly spread from the palace. Empress Zheng confessed her guilt. King Ming knelt outside the main hall, willing to take the blame for his mother. Qin Jinji watched King Ming kneel outside the hall and laughed. She was still wondering how King Ming would retaliate. It turned out he sacrificed his mother. Power indeed nurtures monsters. Empress Zheng took all the blame herself. All the actions were hers alone. King Ming knew nothing. Outside the hall, King Ming cried loudly, Father, everything Mother did was for your son. I am willing to take all the blame. Please forgive Mother and spare her life. I beg you, have mercy. Even after the court ended, King Ming's voice echoed outside the hall. Qin Jinji walked over to King Ming and looked down at him. King Ming didn't lift his head, but continued to plead for Zheng. Suddenly, the sky turned clear and started to rain. The rain made people's hearts cold. Old Hong shouted from afar, Princess! Princess! Qin Jinji turned around. Hong was running toward her with an umbrella. The imperial astronomer said it might rain today. The Empress sent someone early this morning to bring an umbrella for the old servant to prepare. Luckily, I caught up in time, or else you'd get sick from the rain. Qin Jinji took the umbrella and said, "Please thank the Empress Dowager for me." She held the umbrella, with Xiao Yi kneeling behind her, pleading. "Second uncle, don't worry. I will make sure the death of concubine turns out to be a meaningless death." When Grand Hong heard this, he didn't care about getting wet anymore and quickly ran away. With a young princess like her, who knows how many days she has left? Qin Jinji raised her hand and caught the raindrops on the edge of the umbrella. The gentle, steady rain arrived just in time, bringing a cool breeze to the hot capital city. It felt like a breath of relief for people with heavy hearts. But she didn't like it. She preferred fierce storms, destruction, washing everything away. All traces would disappear in a grand rainstorm. Zheng Defei was given poisoned wine. When the Empress came, she was dressed plainly. She looked ready to face death bravely. The Empress sat on a chair and said, "I didn't expect the last person you wanted to see before you die would be me." Zheng Defei smiled sadly. "Otherwise, would I go hysterical to see His Majesty? That would be too embarrassing." The Empress looked at her coldly. "Do you have something to say?" Zheng Defei's eyes suddenly turned vicious. "Do you know how your little princess died?" The little princess was the Empress's forbidden topic, a taboo in the palace. She was waiting for the Empress to become angry. But the Empress just looked at her calmly, without sadness or joy. "Do you think, after having so many children, only Xiao Yin survived?" Zheng Defei's face twisted in anger. "What are you talking about?" The Empress rarely showed a hint of sarcasm. "Shen Mingtang is clever, but not clever enough. That's why I allowed His Majesty to elevate her. But you, pretending to be smart, are truly foolish." Tears filled Zheng Defei's eyes, and her face grew more ferocious. "Ha ha, Zheng Huarong, was clever all my life, yet I was deceived by you two thieves for half my life." Zhang Huarong looked at the cold expression of the Empress and spoke with resentment. "I never thought that the best actress in this palace is you, Empress. So, you never intended for my hidden son to live." Zheng Huarong smiled through tears, saying, "You've acted for so many years, why stop now?" "Zhao Banruo, I underestimated you." The Empress adjusted her robe and told the delivering the poisoned wine, "Send her on her way." They immediately stepped forward and poured the poison into Zheng Huarong's mouth. Zheng Huarong died, with her eyes open. Blood trickled from her mouth, and she stared fiercely at the Empress. The Empress sneered coldly, a daughter of the Zheng family from Xinjiang. In the end, she only received a straw mat and was left to be eaten by wild dogs. King Ming was sentenced to house arrest in his palace, and all officials involved in Zheng's family were executed. Zheng Hongwen and his wife were sentenced to be torn apart by horses. That day, it rained heavily. Qin Jinji sat nearby, watching the execution of the couple. A lark held an umbrella for her. The scene was filled with pain, screams, wails, and the smell of blood that lingered for a long time. At this moment, another umbrella appeared beside Qin Jinji. Under the umbrella was a gentle woman holding a very handsome boy. The eyes of the mother and son were just like Shun Luiying's. Qin Jinji spoke. "Do you want those who did terrible things to you and your mother to suffer the same fate?" The boy's face was numb and cold, but when Qin Jinji spoke, hatred was evident in his eyes. Qin Jinji smiled. "Then climb up. Use any means necessary. Climb to the top of those people so their lives are just a thought away from ending. Make them tremble with fear whenever they think of you." The boy stared fiercely at the bloody scene of the execution. Then he turned and left with the woman. After watching Zheng Hongwen and his wife be executed, Qin Jinji went outside the city. A carriage was waiting there. As Qin Jinji approached, a girl jumped down from the carriage. Qin Jinji handed her a jar.
"Go now.
Take her away, find a peaceful place with green mountains and clear waters, and scatter her ashes." That's probably what she wanted, freedom. The girl took the jar and said to the people inside the carriage, "Everyone come out." Several children, about half-grown, stepped out one after another. They respectfully knelt on the ground. "Princess, we will never forget your kindness." Qin Jinji waved her hand. "Go now. The farther, the better. Leave this place." When Chuang met her at the city gate, She looked at her with some worry. Are you alright? Qin Jinji was a bit surprised to see Chueying. Why are you here? Chueying touched her nose and guessed, I think you will send Jingqi away. Qin Jinji nodded. You're almost like a worm in my stomach. Chueying stepped forward quietly and said, Xiaozhen sent a letter to Tianqiang Tower. Qin Jinji responded with a hum. Let's go. The two, after disguising themselves, were taken to Xiaozhen's private residence. Xiaozhen efficiently handed over the items in his hand to Qin Jinji. Guidance, records, and all kinds of documents that need handling are here. Zhao's caravan can set out now. Qin Jinji took all the items and said, Brother Xiao, you work so quickly. Xiaozhen smiled. Such an important matter can't be taken lightly. I wonder if the head of the Zhao family will come to the capital with the caravan this time. Qin Jinji smiled. Of course. For such a big event as running for the royal merchant, my sister will come in person. Xiaozhen's smile deepened. Then I must meet this Zhao family head. Such a legendary heroine. I am very eager to see her. Qin Jinji raised the corner of her mouth on one side. Certainly. Back at Tianqiang Tower, Qin Jinji sent a letter to Gusu. Chueying looked incredulous and said, You really want the Zhao family from Gusu to come to the capital to compete for the royal merchant title? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Of course. Chueying looked puzzled, but if things get exposed, the Zhao family will become the target of public criticism. Qin Jinji, while writing the letter, said, It was Xiaozhen who did it. What does that have to do with the Zhao family? Chueying turned to the other side and said, But then the Zhao family would be tied to Xiaozhen. Qin Jinji didn't look up. The Zhao family isn't really looking to rely on Xiaozhen. No one in this world can take money out of my pocket. Chueying suddenly looked at Qin Jinji strangely. Are you trying to use Xiaozhen to make the Zhao family appear in the capital? If the Zhao family comes to the capital and you turn against Xiaozhen, how will you handle the aftermath? The palace has many factions, complicated and tricky. Without a background, the Zhao family can't help even I. Qin Jinji held her brush with a faint smile. Who says the Zhao family has no background? Chueying furrowed her brows, unable to recall which clan the Zhao family belonged to. Qin Jinji whistled, and a hidden guard appeared out of nowhere. Send them to Gusu. With the queen's birthday approaching, although the Ming king is under house arrest, there has been no imperial decree condemning him. Everyone probably knows deep down that consort Zheng has died, and the Zheng family is now half broken, like a lizard losing its tail. King Ming has no worries about his life. This is clear from how the queen continues to celebrate her birthday without any trouble. They're just waiting for the queen's birthday, then King Ming will go to his estate and become a relaxed prince. I heard that King Ming set up a Buddhist shrine in his home to atone for consort Zheng. He prays and recites scriptures every day. The sound of wooden fish drums echoes constantly. Prince, are we really leaving the capital so easily? The Zheng family was ruined by Qin Jinji and even the empress. Do you know where we lost? We underestimated our enemies. But Qin Jinji didn't win either. When Qin Jinji arrived at the Thousand Birds office, Huaman eagerly came in. Warden Wei has come to the capital. Qin Jinji wasn't surprised. She had sent a message through Wei Sueki to test Wei Longmu's intentions. Huaman handed her a formal invitation. Warden Wei booked a private room at Yongwen Tower and wants to see you. Qin Jinji took the invitation, which was just the right time for her shift change. She was calm and confident, well-informed. Tell her I will attend on time. Huaman nodded and left. Commander, the prisoner in the small cell wants to see you. The guard outside the cell spoke. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. I thought he was tough. When she reached the cell, Shen Chongqing's face looked very different from last time. His eyes seemed dull and tired. Qin Jinji didn't speak, just looked at him silently. Shen Chongqing sneered. At such a young age, you can manipulate people's hearts so well. The one above probably has been a troublemaker. Qin Jinji still didn't speak. Finally, a trace of hatred appeared in Shen Chongqing's eyes. Back then, someone in Jin's state betrayed the country. Qin Zi was besieged at Shelu Mountain, and several great families cut off his retreat, leading to his death in battle. If you release me, I will give you the list. Qin Jinji chuckled softly, just watching him smile but not speaking. Shen Chongqing, annoyed, said, Don't you want to know who really killed your father? Qin Jinji stepped closer to Shen Chongqing. I guess Pei Yunxiao's death was probably your doing. Shen Chongqing's pupils contracted. How do you know? Qin Jinji looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of teasing. Guess again. Why am I keeping you? Shen Chongqing sneered and looked at Qin Jinji. You want me to point them out? Qin Jinji shrugged. It doesn't matter. Shen Chongqing was surprised. What? Qin Jinji bent forward and looked directly at Shen Chongqing. Whether you want to identify them or they want to turn on you, I don't care. But I hope you are someone without weaknesses, or you'll suffer a lot. Shen Chongqing's expression froze, and Qin Jinji chuckled. Too bad I found out. Shen Chongqing suddenly rushed to the railing. I should have killed you back then. Qin Jinji smiled sweetly. It's a pity there's no regret pill in this world. Shen Chongqing's face turned pale. Give me paper and pen. Qin Jinji clapped her hands. The guards brought in writing tools. After a moment, Shen Chongqing handed over a list. It contained the names of the noble families and officials involved in the crackdown on her father back then. 20 years have passed, so there should be no evidence left. But judging by your methods, if you want revenge, you probably don't need evidence. Qin Jinji took the list and looked into Shen Chongqing's eyes. Who is assisting inside the Northern Army? Shen Chongqing shook his head. I don't know. Assisting isn't my responsibility. Qin Jinji turned and left. Move him to a normal cell. Qin Jinji placed the list on the table. This was the list Pei Yunxiao received before he died. Or rather, it was because of this list that Pei Yunxiao died. The 5 major noble families of the capital were listed. Now, everyone on it held high positions and great power. Look at this world. Good people always have short lives. Qin Jinji wrote a few names and sent them to the Pei residence. The killers who caused Pei Yunxiao's death should know. After her shift, Qin Jinji went to Yong'an Tower. Wei Sueki had been waiting at the door for a long time. Wei Sueki led Qin Jinji to a private room. Madam, the princess has arrived. As soon as Qin Jinji entered the room, she saw a face very similar to Wei Sueki's. But that face showed no fear. It bore the marks of time and a strong sense of banditry. Wei Xuan, greetings to the princess. Qin Jinji sat opposite her. Wei Zhongdua, no need to be polite. You are friends with a man and a jiao, so naturally you are also my friends. Wei Xian smiled openly. I've heard that the princess is different from others in the capital. Now I see. It's true. A small gift to show my respect. She pushed a box toward Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji raised her hand and opened the box, revealing a whole set of gold bars. Wei Xian looked at Qin Jinji calmly. Princess, please don't mind. I am a rough person. This is a gift to meet you, and also an apology. I heard my brother hit a jiao and a man. Although I don't mind the letters between them, since they are now working under you, I should give an explanation. In the future, if you need anything, just tell me. I, Wei Xian, will never refuse. Qin Jinji looked at Wei Xian more and thought this mother and daughter were quite interesting. No wonder Wei Xian, a woman, could become the leader of the dangerous Chao gang. Qin Jinji lightly tapped the table and asked, You don't mind that I made your brother lose his position? Wei Xian smiled freely. Don't laugh at me, princess. Wei Qianfan and I are not related by blood. We are distant relatives. I just saw he had some connections in the capital and wanted to make some contacts. These days, without connections, you'd be crushed into nothing, Qin Jinji agreed. Wei Zhongdua is straightforward. So, you want to talk about cooperation? Wei Xian looked at Qin Jinji with a bigger smile. What do you think, princess? Qin Jinji leaned back. Wei Zhongdua, are you flattering me? I still have some status in the capital, but I'm just a spoiled brat. Why would Wei Zhongdua choose me? Wei Xian directly took out a token and pushed it to Qin Jinji. This is my Tsangzhou Chao Gang leader's token. There are 2 of them. With this token, you can command all my Tsangzhou forces. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Wei Zhongdua, are you giving me your life and everything? Wei Xian laughed loudly. It's just a small Tsangzhou. I hope that in the future, you can use this token to control the entire waterway. Qin Jinji closed the box filled with gold bars. Meeting gift. I accept it. Wei Xian stood up and respectfully knelt on one knee in front of Qin Jinji. Wei Xian, at the princess's command. Qin Jinji helped her up. I like talking to smart people. She picked up the token and said, I really like the title of Dragon Mother. Ambition is never a bad word. Qin Jinji liked such ambition. All the leaders of the trading guilds have nicknames related to dragons. A dragon is the ruler of water. Wei Xian calls herself the Dragon Mother, clearly wanting to dominate all waterways. Their followers come from all over the land and are well-informed. When they learned that the sisters Hu Aiman and Hu Aijiao were working for a famous noblewoman in the capital, Wei Xian started paying attention to Qin Jinji. As she learned more about what was happening in the capital, Wei Xian realized that this noblewoman was very mysterious. She was able to stand out among many gang members because of her sharp eyes and courage. When Wei Sueki sent her a letter, Wei Xian knew her big opportunity had arrived. Qin Jinji went to court, presenting a report accusing the Thousand Birds office. For the first time, the emperor scolded Qin Jinji in the main hall. Everyone who was passionately explaining the crimes of the Thousand Birds office was silenced by the emperor's serious expression. But after the court ended, people realized that the emperor only kept Qin Jinji confined for 7 days. Qin Jinji relaxed and lay in the palace. If the officials knew she was confined in the empress's palace, they would be so angry they might not eat for 3 days. Fian heard that the princess was restricted to the palace and forgot about Yunjin. She quickly packed her small bag and returned to the palace. In the evening, Qin Jinji played kickball with the young maids and eunuchs. She kicked the ball out the door forcefully. She stood inside, waiting for the maids to pick it up. Since she was confined, she couldn't go outside. But suddenly, a small head popped up at the door. Soon, another small head appeared on top of it. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Whose child is this? Fian tilted her head and looked. That's the little prince and the little princess. Qin Jinji blinked. Are they the twin dragons born to Fong Marin? Fian nodded. They're no longer Fong Marin. Now they are Lady Fong. 2 small heads held hands and came out from the door. They weren't afraid and looked at Qin Jinji with bright, shining eyes. Qin Jinji lifted her chin and said, Go find Fong Pin. No one is looking for the prince and princess who have been missing? Fian immediately sent someone to search for Fong Pin. Qin Jinji looked at the 2 little kids. Come in. The 2 children heard her and stepped inside. They were young but understood manners. Qin Jinji sat at a nearby table and asked, Where are the nannies who take care of you? The 2 shook their heads. Qin Jinji frowned. Who brought you here? They shook their heads again. Qin Jinji crossed her legs, feeling a bit helpless. Are you hungry? The 2 nodded and blinked. Bring them 2 pieces of sweet cake. Fian brought the cakes from the small kitchen. The 2 children looked at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. You're quite good at reading the situation. Eat up. The 2 little ones immediately smiled and each took a piece of cake. Then they stood close to Qin Jinji, like little guards, one on each side. One held the cake, and the other tugged at Qin Jinji's sleeve. Qin Jinji pinched the little princess's face. You can't talk. Fian was also surprised. Princess, have you seen them? Why are they so attached to you? Qin Jinji shrugged. Maybe my face is popular with all ages. Fian crouched nearby, but the 2 kids didn't even glance at her. They just focused on eating their cakes, and if anyone approached, they would stick closer to Qin Jinji. Jingyao, Genie. Fong Pin hurried over and saw Qin Jinji sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Her children were sitting on either side of her. Qin Jinji looked up with a cold expression. The prince and princess have been missing for so long. How does your palace handle things? The palace women heard her and immediately knelt down. They didn't have high ranks and rarely saw the young princess. But everyone in the palace knew how fierce this little troublemaker was. Qin Jinji's tone grew colder, and the palace women trembled. Fong Pin remembered how she had seen Qin Jinji kill a palace lady years ago. She suddenly collapsed to the ground in fear. Qin Jinji's face showed displeasure. Now that you are a concubine, why are you still so reckless? At this moment, the little princess suddenly spoke. Fairy sister, don't be angry. My mother is just a little timid. Qin Jinji looked at the two people still holding onto her dress and suddenly laughed. Consort Fong sent you to find me. The little princess shook her head. We wanted to come ourselves. The little prince nodded along. Qin Jinji pulled the two of them forward and asked, Then, why do you want to find me? The little princess pointed at the whip at Qin Jinji's waist. The maid said, Only the strongest can protect us. The little prince then pointed at Consort Fong. Someone bullies us and mother always cries. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and paused for a moment. Then she burst out laughing. Hearing Qin Jinji's laughter, Consort Fong was almost scared to faint. Qin Jinji stood up and approached Consort Fong. I've always heard that extremes lead to the opposite. Now I see it's true. These two little troublemakers came looking for a protector. Qin Jinji glanced at the palace, maid kneeling on the ground. Then she looked down at the little princess. Which maid told you this? The little princess pointed to an old maid kneeling at the front. Qin Jinji's voice rang above her head. You really know how to come up with ideas. The maid's gaze fell on Qin Jinji's shiny gold boots, with a look of fearless resolve. Please, princess, protect us. Qin Jinji returned to her chair. Bring the two of them up. The two little ones clung to Qin Jinji like little shadows. Qin Jinji felt a bit helpless. Bring 2 chairs for them. She leaned slightly on the table and said to the maid, Tell me, what's going on? Qin Jinji had just been restricted from leaving, and people came looking for her. It was clear they had planned this from the start. The maid pressed her forehead to the ground and said, The noble consort wants to take the little princess and the little prince back to her palace to raise. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. She has children of her own. Why does she want her kids? Hearing this, Consort Fong immediately burst into tears. Qin Jinji frowned. If you keep crying, I will send them to the noble consort right now. Consort Fong covered her mouth tightly and started sobbing again and again. The old nurse quickly said, The noble consort asked a fortune teller to predict that the 6th prince has the potential to become a great leader, so she wants to register the little prince and princess under her name, using their good luck to boost the 6th prince's fortune. Qin Jinji squinted and asked, A fortune teller? The nurse replied repeatedly, I've heard that the fortune teller is very skilled. If the little prince and princess are taken back by the noble consort, they might not have long to live. Since when did so many fortune tellers appear in the world? They call themselves wise outsiders. They claim to help good rulers. But most are tricksters and deceivers. They use some vague and questionable methods to achieve their goals. Now, even the palace seems to be full of them. If these fortune tellers were truly so clever, with so many people wanting to harm her, she wouldn't have survived until now. Qin Jinji always believed that people can beat fate. But the nurse was right. If these dragon and phoenix children fell into the hands of the noble consort, it would probably be very dangerous for them. Lady Fong's father was just a minor official, and his high rank was probably because of the auspicious dragon and phoenix. She had managed to stay safe in the palace all these years mainly because of the clever nurse who advised her. Are you Lady Fong's dowry attendant? The nurse immediately said, I am the lady's wet nurse. Qin Jinji seemed to think for a moment and said, You are quite clever. If you can help me with something, I will help Lady Fong solve this trouble. Fian watched with reluctance as the two little ones looked back at Qin Jinji. Princess, when did you become so easy to talk to? Qin Jinji smiled and asked, What do you think of Lady Fong? Fian thought for a moment and said, She's timid. Look at her just now. She's not braver than the little princess or the little prince. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. I'm just an outsider princess. There are so many people asking for help in this palace. Why did they come to me? The Empress Dowager is right behind us, but these two servants didn't even mention her. Fian's eyes widened. Then what is Lady Fong planning to do? Qin Jinji put her hands behind her head and said, The fortune teller's involvement is linked to witchcraft and curses. If we're careless, our whole family could be wiped out. Tell the Empress Dowager to investigate if Lady Fong has any connections outside the palace. But recently, someone in the palace seemed to be enjoying life. Shun Cha has returned from the south. He brought back evidence of Shun Chongqing's crimes. Shun Cha acted bravely and was loyal, earning the title of Loyal and Righteous Marquis. Shun Mingtang was restored to power because of Shun Cha's achievements, and the emperor granted him authority over the 6 palaces. The flood in the south was caused by Shun Chongqing. The Shun family donated all their possessions to help with the disaster. Shun Chongqing's entire family was executed. The male family members were made into slaves, and the women were sent to the brothel. They were exiled 3,000 miles away. Gong Gong Hong came to Qianyao office to read the imperial decree. Shun Chongqing looked at Qin Jinji nearby. How many years did you prepare for this moment? Qin Jinji smirked at Shun Chongqing's words. Do you feel sad about losing to me? Shun Chongqing sneered. A king wins or loses. I can afford to lose. Qin Jinji mocked. Natural disasters are beyond my control. When you see those lives as insignificant, did you ever think there might be a day like this? She knelt in front of Shun Chongqing. I only fought a prepared battle, but you, like all the maggots in this world, are doomed to be discarded along with the rotting flesh. Shun Chongqing stared at Qin Jinji and said, Are you so sure that your path is the right one? Qin Jinji smiled brightly. What's right or wrong? History is always written by the winners. But rest assured, in my history book, you and your kind, those rats living in the gutter, will be remembered with shame forever. Shun Chongqing took a deep breath. You promised to let my wife and children go. Qin Jinji looked a bit troubled. When did I promise that? Shun Chongqing suddenly grabbed the railing. You want to go back on your word? Qin Jinji laughed loudly, looking at Shun Chongqing with a mocking expression. I said I don't make deals. Shun Chongqing's eyes turned red. Qin Jinji, even in death, I will not let you go. Qin Jinji suddenly seemed to remember something. In death. I just remembered. Yesterday, your young son fell into the city moat. It was summer, yet he froze to death in the water. Scared me to death. Shun Chongqing clenched the railing tightly, his eyes filled with rage. Qin Jinji, do you really think you've won? I'm waiting for you to meet a bad end and fall into eternal. Qin Jinji smiled. By the way, was the quilt you slept on a few days ago comfortable? Lady Rong really is elegant and charming. Even her red mole is more striking than the one near my eye. Shun Chongqing felt as if his soul had been drained. He suddenly rushed toward the bed. Qin Jinji, with her hands behind her back, strolled leisurely out of the room, humming a little tune. Behind him, a man's heart-wrenching cry echoed. The wife of the Jiangnan military governor, with skin as white as snow. It is said she bathes daily in fresh cow's milk. The military governor provides her with new, fresh milk every day. He owns over 100 acres of fertile land dedicated to raising dairy cows. Even during floods and famines, he continues this practice. Cui Ing watched Qin Jinji walk confidently out of the prison. She quickly took out her cloak. You're still under house arrest and you're leaving the palace like this? Aren't you afraid of being accused again? Qin Jinji stretched lazily. If I don't come to help, I won't be able to sleep at night. Cui Ing whispered. Xiao Chuan has woken up. Empress Shun will probably come to ask you for an explanation soon. What? Did Qin Jinji cause you to fall from your horse? Xiao Chuan had just woken up recently and still remembered the last look before he fainted. It was Qin Jinji pulling him off the horse with a mocking smile. Xiao Chuan gritted his teeth and said, She tried to harm the prince. Mother, you must stand up for me. He had bandages on his head, arms, and legs. His bones had been broken in several places. Now, even speaking loudly caused him unbearable pain. Shun Mingtang sat heavily on a stool. She tightly clenched her skirt. I can't believe I fell for this scoundrel's tricks. Everything Qin Jinji did was just acting. After a long while, Shun Mingtang released her grip. She chuckled softly, realizing she was the fool all along. It wasn't just Qin Jinji. The emperor was also pretending. The grandfather and granddaughter played her like a puppet. The emperor wanted to use her to deal with the Shun family. Everything seemed so logical. A chill ran down Shun Mingtang's spine. Now that the Shun family had fallen, their main line was gone, and only a few relatives clung on to life. No matter how favored she was, she could never surpass the empress. She wasn't even a threat. Indeed, In this palace, only they truly are husband and wife. A strange look flashed in Shin Mingtong's eyes. But as long as she still had breath in her body, she would keep fighting in the harem. Moreover, her hidden cards are not all revealed yet. After leaving the Thousand Birds division, Qin Jinji did not return to the palace. Instead, she drove out of the city. After waiting for about an hour, she heard the sound of clinking from afar. A very old man with white hair and a thin body was sitting cross-legged on a small donkey. Qin Jinji whistled, and the small donkey, surprisingly, sped up. The old man was almost knocked over by the suddenly quick donkey. He angrily cursed, "You ungrateful donkey." Qin Jinji got off the carriage and walked over. "Old man, why are you walking so slowly?" The old man turned his face away. Qin Jinji said to the coachman, "You can head back to the mansion." The coachman asked, "What about the princess?" Qin Jinji raised her chin toward the donkey. "Shouldn't I help pull the donkey?" The coachman suddenly had a flash of insight and hurriedly ran away. How could he let the princess pull the donkey? That would be a big troublemaker. Qin Jinji led the donkey and asked, "Old man, why didn't your senior sister come with you?" The old man patted her on the back. "What old man?" "Call me master." Qin Jinji pouted. "Master, why didn't your senior sister come with you?" The old man closed his eyes and sat back into a meditative pose. "Your senior brother ran into some trouble in Yuzhou, so your senior sister went to help him." After saying this, the old man opened one eye and asked, "Any recent poison outbreaks?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "A few days ago, I took a divine pill. I shouldn't die for at least 3 years." Wei Xian took the letter. "What is this?" "After you return to Zhangzhou, send people to Yuzhou to find the person mentioned in the letter. They will help you take control of 2 states. Wei Xian tucked the letter into her. "Can the princess lend me some people from Exiled Temple? Taking over 2 states might be difficult, and I don't have enough men." Qin Jinji smiled. "Master Wei, you're quite straightforward." She took out a jade pendant. "Go to Exiled Temple and find someone called Sisha." Wei Xian stored the jade pendant. "Princess, I only have my daughter Sweki. I entrust her to you." Qin Jinji was not an ordinary person. Her future actions would surely be extraordinary. Being close to such a person, her daughter would surely achieve great things. The sky is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Parents love deeply and broadly, so she wants her daughter to have more choices. Qin Jinji looked at Wei Xian. "I will not let you down." After Wei Xian set out for Zhangzhou, a large convoy of candidates for the royal merchant position was ambushed outside the city. Some said it was bandits, others said it was robbers. Some even claimed it was the ghosts of fallen thieves. All the stolen goods and the robbed people vanished without a trace. The government sent many people to investigate, but found nothing. The gates of the capital were crowded with victims. These victims were not ordinary people, they were powerful officials or noble families. After Wei Shui was exiled, no new governor had taken office. Now, all affairs of the capital were handled by the chief clerk. Seeing so many important figures come, the chief clerk was so frightened he fell ill. Meanwhile, in the bustling Juke street, the street was lively and crowded. All residents there were either wealthy or noble. The closer to the front, the more expensive the house. Number 1 residence still remained unoccupied, because it was huge and extremely costly. But on this day, the owner finally arrived. A vintage carriage stopped at the gate. Behind it, a long line of carriages followed. The carriage door opened, and a graceful woman dressed in fine embroidery, wearing a veil, stepped out. She carried a chubby, pure white raccoon-like creature. A young girl, looking like a maid, pushed open the door of number 1 residence. The long convoy had traveled all day. While some people were wondering who was moving into this house, a sign was already hanging on the door. The next morning, all the residents on Juke Street received a gift from the Zhao family. 2 embroidered silk pieces and a jade inkstone. The Zhao family from Gusu suddenly became very famous in the capital. "Miss, the 3rd young master has sent a letter." A young maid handed the letter to the woman. The woman was lying lazily on a fancy bed. Did she cause some trouble again? Being grounded is quite rare, The maid smiled and said, "And the fruits brought from Gusu. The third young master can't enjoy them anymore." At this moment, the butler came in and said, "Master, someone is here to visit. They say they are a friend of the third young master." The woman raised an eyebrow. The news in the capital really spreads fast. I haven't even settled in, and guests are already here. The butler asked, "Should I let them in, master?" The woman sat up and said, "They say they are a friend of the third young master. Not seeing them would be rude to him. Let's go meet this guest." Xiaozhen looked at the luxurious front hall. The Zhao family was truly rich. If I could fully control the Zhao family, I wouldn't worry about my big plans failing. "Welcome, guest. Sorry for not greeting you properly." Xiaozhen turned around and saw a woman step out from behind a beaded curtain. She was beautiful, with smooth skin, delicate eyebrows, and a graceful appearance like a jade ring. Xiaozhen quickly stood up. "Master Zhao." Zhao Yuanying sat in the main seat. "I heard you were a friend of my younger brother." Xiaozhen smiled kindly and opened a folding fan, feeling confident. "I am Xiaozhen, the 19th prince of the current emperor. I met my younger brother, and we became friends. I heard the Zhao family came to the capital, so I came to visit." Zhao Yuanying stood and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, 19th prince. It's an honor to have the royal visit. Sorry for not welcoming you properly." Xiaozhen laughed openly. "Master Zhao, you are too polite. I call Zhao my brother, so no need for formalities." He clapped his hands, and several servants appeared behind him, carrying various gifts. "These are some local snacks from the capital I asked someone to buy. I hope Master Zhao will enjoy them." Zhao Yuanying didn't refuse. "Thank you, 19th prince. When my younger brother returns, I will host a banquet to properly entertain you." Xiaozhen dismissed the attendants and then glanced at the maid beside Zhao Yuanying. Zhao Yuanying saw this and said, "Yonger, go outside and see if anything was left behind." Yonga nodded. Xiaozhen smiled and asked, "Master Zhao, I wonder if I have explained my matter clearly to Brother Zhao." Zhao Yuanying smiled faintly. "Of course. Being selected as a royal merchant is thanks to the strong support of the 19th prince." Xiaozhen tapped his fan and said, "No problem. Now the Zhao family and the prince are on the same side. Naturally, I will support you. But when I need the Zhao family, please don't refuse." Zhao Yuanying's smile deepened. "That's natural. Our Zhao family will stand together with the 19th prince." Xiaozhen looked at Zhao Yuanying, who remained calm and felt satisfied. Such a woman, even if she were a merchant, could be a suitable consort for him. Xiaozhen smiled and asked, "Master Zhao, you are a brave woman. Would you consider marriage?" Zhao Yuanying's expression and smile slightly faded. "I have decided to stay with the Zhao family for life and will not marry." Xiaozhen's smile grew wider. "Master Zhao, your loyalty is admirable." "It's okay. We have plenty of time." Zhao Yuanying smiled slightly. "Of course. My younger brother is not at home now, and I need to handle all affairs in the residence. I will not keep the 19th prince any longer." Xiaozhen stood up and said, "Sorry for disturbing you today. When Zhao brother returns, I will visit again to apologize." After Xiaozhen left, Yonger came out from behind.
Bah!
A toad trying to eat a swan. Doesn't he see what kind of person he is? Zhao Yuanying's eyes turned cold. Burn everything he has touched. While Qin Jinji was relaxing in the palace, the results of the first imperial doctor exam were announced to the world. Chu Xing Sheng ranked first. The first group of folk doctors moved into the imperial hospital. Lu Yi went to the empress's palace, happily chatting with Qin Jinji. "You didn't see. They look like two fighting, with eyebrows like they're on fire. Their attitude is much more intense than when I first entered the imperial hospital." Qin Jinji munched on sunflower seeds and said, "You represent privilege, while these folk doctors represent division of power. Compared to you, they are more afraid of Chu Xingsheng and others." Li Yi grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them while shaking her head. "I can already feel the chaos coming in the future hospital." As she spoke, she took out a small package wrapped in red cloth from her sleeve. "Chu Xingsheng gave this to you as a thank you gift." Qin Jinji asked casually, "What is it?" Li Yi unwrapped the red cloth. "Dragon blood vine." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" Li Yi placed the sunflower seeds on a plate and clapped her hands. That old man probably figured out what poison you have. Don't underestimate this thing. It's rare and valuable. It can help repair your heart's blood vessels. The poison from the Bailuo plant is very harmful to the body, especially to the heart vessels. But this high-quality dragon blood vine can actually help repair the heart. Li looked serious for once. You should check his background thoroughly. The fact that Qin Jinji was poisoned is very serious. If more people know, it could put her in more danger. Don't worry, Dr. Li. Hearing this, Li's cheerful expression returned. That old man really helped a lot. This kind of dragon blood vine is probably a family heirloom of his. This thank you gift is quite valuable, she proudly said. Recently, I've been helping Bai Huan with autopsies. I've learned a lot. When I go back, I'll use this dragon blood vine to make some heart-protecting pills. They'll work wonders. She stood up, ready to leave. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. You're leaving so soon? Li slung her medicine box over her shoulder. What does it mean that the old man brought you dragon blood vine? Qin Jinji looked puzzled. It means he's grateful. Li rolled her eyes. It means there are always people better than you, and things beyond your reach. He can tell you've been poisoned just by observing. His medical skills must be better than mine. Since we're all on the same side, I'll go ask him for advice. He probably won't refuse. She adjusted her hat proudly. Genius always works hard when others don't notice. Qin Jinji smiled and lay back in her chair. Then go carefully, and remember to congratulate Dr. Chu for me. As Li left, Fian was carrying 2 bowls of ice cream. Seeing this, she turned back and took 1 bowl. She can't eat cold things. Fian looked at Li Yi's hurried figure and then at Qin Jinji. She took the bowl of ice cream and put it in her mouth. Fian chewed and said, Lady Lu, it seems like things are not quite the same as when I entered the palace. Qin Jinji looked at her with some helplessness. It's not much different from when I entered the palace either. Fian continued to chew, covering her mouth as she secretly enjoyed herself. However, some people were not so lucky. After the Zheng family was executed, those who colluded with Zheng inside the Qianyao office were the biggest problem. Deciding how to punish them and how severe the punishment should be was a difficult issue. The Qianyao office was busy every day. People came to give gifts and plead for mercy. After passing through Chui's residence, everyone headed straight to the Qianyao office. Cui knew that many of these people had her father's instructions. They wanted her to give up easily. They wanted her to understand how hard it was for women to hold official positions. Some of them were even former close friends of Cui Ying. But Cui Ying was not acting without reason. The evidence against those who conspired and formed factions was clear. On the day Qin Jinji returned to the Qianyao office with the imperial decree, she only left one message for her. During these 7 days, the Qianyao office is under the full control of Deputy Magistrate Cui. After saying this, she quickly returned to the palace. Cui Ying listened to the noisy sounds outside the door, her eyes gradually becoming firm. She picked up her brush and wrote confidently on the official documents. After issuing the decree, Cui's carriage was waiting at the gate of the Qianyao office. Cui Ying's mother had urged her many times to go home. No matter how powerful Cui the prime minister was, her mother was innocent. Cui Ying planned to go home to visit Madame Cui. But as soon as she stepped out, a basket of rotten vegetable leaves was thrown at her.
Queen.
You heartless person. We've been friends for 10 years, and you actually helped that wicked Qin Jinji to ruin my father and brother. You are unworthy of being the prime minister's daughter, a model in the capital. You are just a ruthless villain. At the entrance of the Qianyao office, a girl dressed in pale yellow, with red eyes full of hatred, looked at Cui Ying. Cui Ying looked at the vegetable leaves on the ground, stunned for 2 seconds, then let out a light laugh. Then she calmly raised her eyes. Disobedience to authority, offending this envoy, seize her. She now represented the Qianyao office. Qin Jinji had made this place rise from the ground, and she would not allow it to collapse now. Moreover, she had long known how cruel this world could be. The path she walked was destined to be misunderstood.
Queen.
You are as vicious as a snake. You will not have a good death. I will not let you go. Chui Ying simply brushed off her official uniform and said to the people at Chui's residence, I will ride my horse myself. She then turned and mounted her horse, heading toward Chui's house. Everyone in the Chui family was there. When Madame Chui saw Chui Ying, her eyes filled with tears. Ying, why haven't you come home for so long? Mother has been worried sick. Chui Ting snorted coldly. Mother, your worries are probably unnecessary. Ying is now very powerful, with great influence. She can put people in jail with just a word. Chui Ying sat calmly at the dining table. The Red Lotus girl from Tianxiang Tower was bought out of her contract a few days ago. Next time my second brother visits, she probably won't be there. Chui Ting's face froze. Then he looked nervously at Prime Minister Chui. What are you talking about? Prime Minister Chui's face turned a bit cold. He knew Chui Ying's character since she was young. He wouldn't say such things without proof. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise? When Chui Ting saw who it was, he immediately said, Big brother. Perfect timing. Ying is in big trouble now. She's showing off her power at home. Ying? What's happening? This person was Chui Hao, who had just returned to the capital to report on his duties. He was the prefect of Qingzhou. However, after being posted away for 3 years, he heard that Chui Ying not only broke off her engagement with the Pei family, but also became the deputy envoy of the Qian Niao division. Most importantly, she got involved with the city's notorious troublemaker. But during his time back, he hadn't even seen Chui Ying once. When he asked his mother, she told him Chui Ying hadn't returned home for many days. Chui Ying's face grew cold as she stood up and looked at the 3 people opposite her. Is my big brother here to scold me too? Chui Ying's eyes fixed directly on the father and sons. Chui Hao looked at her change in expression and frowned. 3 years ago, Chui Ying looked at him with admiration. Gentle, modest, dignified, polite. But she was no longer like that now. She was sharp and confident. Ying, Qin Jinji is not as simple as she seems. You should get out of the Qianyao division soon. Chui Ying looked at Chui Hao and chuckled softly. Not simple? Of course she's not simple. Even the king of Bright lost to her. How could she be simple? Chui Hao's face immediately turned serious.
Ying.
Be careful with your words. He has always known that his sister is talented and can see through some of the court's affairs, but Chui Ying has always been very cautious and never spoke so openly like today. Chui Ying walked slowly to Chui Hao with her hands behind her back. Just a few days ago, Qin Jinji gave our father a cup of poison tea. There were 2 suspects, me and second brother. Guess who our father chose? Chui Hao looks at Prime Minister Chui in disbelief. The Prime Minister's face darkens. That day, Ying was indeed standing just outside the door. Chui Ting also looks at Chui Ying with some disbelief.
Ying.
What are you talking about? Chui Ying raises her hand to stop Chui Ting. Actually, I should have continued to flatter our father because I want to do something important and also need the Chui family's support. But today, I suddenly realized something. Father, do you know? All the criminals who colluded with the Zheng family have been sentenced today. Every case was personally written by me. Prime Minister Chui is stunned. Do you know what the consequences of your actions might be? Chui Ying smiles calmly. Being looked down upon by the young ladies in the capital? Being disliked by the noble families? No more good marriage proposals coming my way? Father, in your eyes, is the only way to control women through these means? Chui Hao places his hand on Chui Ying's shoulder. Ying, I don't know what her father has done. If you've been wronged, Big brother will help you. But you can't get involved with Qin Jinji. Do you understand? Chui Ying pulls away Chui Hao's hand. Are we enemies with her? I know. The room is so quiet that even breathing can be heard clearly.
Cui Ying slowly walks to Prime Minister Cui.
Father, I really want to ask you something. We are your children. Why did you abandon me? I was raised according to the rules of the world since I was born. I couldn't do anything because it wasn't allowed for a young lady. I am like a flower vase without a soul, waiting for you to pick the best buyer, then put me on another shelf, still just a flower vase. Although second brother's talent is far less than mine, in your heart, I am far less than him. Is it because I am a girl? When second brother gained fame with my strategies, were you proud that your daughter could help him, or did you ever feel proud of me? Prime Minister Chui is silent for a moment. Ah, Ing, you're still young. Chuang laughed out loud. Are all parents who want to control their children the same? If they can't argue, they just say you're too young and use fake words to pretend they care. Her eyes started to show something different. Today I come back to tell my father that I will do whatever I want as a woman. Even if the road is full of thorns, even if the person blocking me is you, I will stand as a woman and reach heights your beloved son can never reach. I am proud of my identity as a woman. Prime Minister Chui's face darkened. Are you trying to break with the Chui family? Without the Chui family, you're nothing. Without the Chui family, you would have died many times outside. Chuang looked at him with a smile. Father, you're old. Our father-daughter bond is fading away, just like that poison tea. She stepped back and drew her sword, splitting the bench beside her in two. Father, have you always thought this sword was just a decoration? Now you know. I am alive because I have a sword in my hand. Everyone there was shocked. Chui Ying was skilled in martial arts. Chui Hao didn't expect the scene of reunion to turn into a father-daughter confrontation. Chui Ying went to her tearful mother. Mother, if you want to see me, send someone to Qianyao office to find me. Mrs. Chui clutched Chui Ying tightly.
Aang.
Don't go. It was as if she let go, she would never see her daughter again. Chui Ying wiped her tears. No matter what, I am still your daughter. After saying that, she broke free from her mother's grip and walked away quickly. Mrs. Chui chased to the door. This rebellious girl. Let her go. Prime Minister Chui, with a grim face, stopped Mrs. Chui. Chui Ting couldn't believe what he heard today. He spoke with difficulty. Father, is it true about the poison tea? His older brother was clever since childhood and always knew what he wanted. So, their father focused all his energy on him. Even if he was famous, he knew he was not the smartest child in the Chui family. Especially after his younger sister came of age. He felt it even more when he gained fame with Chui Ying's strategies. But he thought Chui Ying was a girl. No matter how talented she was just going to marry someone else. Moreover, she was his sister. It was her duty to pave the way for her brother and bring glory to the family. But he never thought about letting Chui Ying die. Qin Jinji. It's all because of Qin Jinji. If it weren't for her, Aang wouldn't have become like this. It's this wicked girl. Father, didn't you say Qin Jinji has a grudge against our family? It must be her who stirs up trouble between Aang and us. Get rid of her. Aang will naturally come back home. Chui Hao's eyes also turned cold. He really underestimated Qin Jinji. She managed to cause Aang to break ties with the family. He exchanged a look with Prime Minister Chui, his expression darkening. Chui Ying left the Chui residence and went straight to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. Who would have thought that one day, this place would become her safe haven? Chui Ying returned to Qin Jinji's courtyard, where Yunjin was lying in the yard eating fruit. She lay down beside Yunjin and sighed. Quick, have the kitchen make me a bowl of small wontons. I'm starving. Yunjin called someone to the kitchen, then looked up at her. Why are you here? The princess isn't in the residence. Chui Ying pouted, had nowhere else to go, so I came here. Yunjin looked at her with a teasing smile. Did you argue with your parents? Chui Ying thought for a moment. Something like that. She stood up and asked, Who did you learn your martial arts from? Yunjin bit into a fruit. From the Ghost Valley Master. Chui Ying looked disappointed. That's too far away, Yunjin asked curiously. Why do you ask? Chui Ying looked speechless. You know what? Today, someone threw vegetable leaves at me. I didn't dodge a single one. If it had been a hidden weapon, I'd be dead for sure. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit late for you to be learning now? Chui Ying shook her finger. Even if it's late, I have to learn. My life is just one. If I'm not strong enough, what's the point of having ambitions? If I don't have the strength, I might as well be dead. The 7-day restriction ended. The queen's birthday was here. At the palace banquet, Qin Jinji wore a shimmering silk dress and sat in the lower seat of the queen. Opposite her were the crown prince and his family. Not only was the crown princess and two side consorts present, but the crown prince also brought Shen Luiying to the palace banquet. Each consort brought her own prince and princess. As Fong consort took her seat, the little prince and princess ran over to Qin Jinji. The emperor watched the two children and the young palace servant laughing and sticking close to Qin Jinji. "Those two are not afraid of you." Qin Jinji adjusted her face and said, "There's no way around it. She's just too beautiful." She picked up a fruit from the table and forcefully split it in half. Two little people each took a half of the fruit, while one hand still held onto Qin Jinji's skirt. The empress saw this and also showed a kind smile. "Fong Pin, since the little prince and princess like Jinji so much, you should sit next to her." Fong Pin trembled and said, "Thank you, Empress." Fong Pin was only 16 when she entered the palace 10 years ago. Now she was just a few years older than Qin Jinji. Among the many consorts, she looked very charming. Concubine Xian snorted coldly and said, "The prince and princess raised by Fong Pin are quite obedient. The little prince and princess are only 5 years old. If no one taught them, how could they dare to go near Qin Jinji? Who in this palace wouldn't be afraid of hearing Qin Jinji's name?" Qin Jinji looked at her and asked, "What does concubine Xian mean? Which lady taught the prince and princess to be disobedient? Tell me, so the grandmother emperor can decide. Are they all taught by concubine Xian?" Concubine Xian was stunned, then smiled faintly and said, "The princess is joking." Shen Mingtang sat on the right side of the emperor with the 9th princess, who hadn't appeared in a long time. Xiao Yuan Yi, after her period of house arrest, seemed to have changed into a different person. She said to the two little people beside Qin Jinji, "Jiu Jia has osmanthus sugar lotus root, come here." But before she finished speaking, the little princess tightly hugged Qin Jinji's arm. Xiao Yuanyi's face froze, then she forced a smile and said, "Jingyao, Jingyi, come over." The little princess pouted and looked at Qin Jinji, saying, "Jiu Jia hit someone. Jingyao doesn't want to go." Fong Pin immediately covered her mouth. Children shouldn't talk nonsense. But everyone nearby heard what the little princess said. The emperor's gaze toward Xiao Yuanyi also grew colder. However, no one responded to this. Xiao Yuanyi stared fiercely at this side, determined to give them a lesson after the palace banquet ended. She had just been embarrassed in front of her father. At this moment, Consort Shen stood up respectfully and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, today is Empress's birthday. I wish Her Majesty longevity, like the southern mountains. Her Majesty is usually frugal and dislikes extravagance, so I personally copied the longevity scripture to present to Her Majesty." The emperor smiled happily and said, "My beloved consort truly respects the empress." At this moment, the empress also spoke, saying, "Thank you, concubine Shen, for your thoughtful gift. I truly appreciate it." Many people in the grand hall were surprised. It seemed that concubine Shen had now toned down her sharpness and was showing more respect to the empress. With concubine Shen's example, the palace women, princes, and noble families began to present their congratulatory gifts. They offered their presents, each more valuable than the last. However, two people still had not given gifts. One was Qin Jinji, and the other was the emperor himself. The emperor watched as everyone prepared their gifts with care and was very pleased. "Since everyone has finished giving their gifts, I, as your husband, should not be less generous than them," he said. Shen Mingtang asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, what good thing have you prepared for the empress? Please show us." The emperor laughed loudly and said, "Hong Dequan." He then saw Hong Dequan carrying a tray covered with yellow cloth, walking respectfully to the empress. The emperor personally removed the cloth, revealing a jade seal. "Empress, you married me when I was just a humble man. You have stood by my side, fought with me, and given birth to my children, continuing our family line. After I ascended the throne, you managed the 6 palaces and cared for the heirs. Having such a virtuous empress is my blessing. You do not disappoint the title of Queen Mother. I and the empress are one. Now, this Zhao family's territory is partly under Zhao's name, so I specially made a phoenix seal for you. From today, the empress and I will govern the world together. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, several high officials immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty does not forget the kindness of the grass and the love for your wife. Giving half of the kingdom as a gift to the empress shows your wisdom. Long live the prosperity of the Jin kingdom. Many court officials echoed the praise. The empress, being uneducated and inexperienced, could not interfere in palace affairs, let alone state affairs from previous dynasties. The emperor's actions were just for show, to win the people's hearts. The empress's family had been wiped out, so even if she truly ruled the country with the emperor, it was just an extra layer of security for the crown prince. In other countries or dynasties, this would have caused a huge fuss. But at this moment, even the noble families in the hall did not object. A queen with no one behind her, even if the emperor gave her many privileges, was not enough to threaten him. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall was surprisingly harmonious, praising the emperor's virtues. At this moment, the noble consort spoke. Princess Jinjue, Empress Dowager has loved you since you were young. Why haven't you prepared a gift for her? Qin Jinjue sighed. Now that grandfather has brought out the imperial seal, I can only feel ashamed. She then picked up a wooden box from beside her. I found a piece of southern border jade and carved a guanyin statue for grandmother myself. When the box was opened, a very beautiful Buddha statue appeared before everyone. Upon closer look, the face of Guanyin was actually the face of the empress. The empress saw this and immediately smiled happily. Bring it here so I can see. She was more excited than when she received the imperial seal. Everyone raised an eyebrow. After all, the seal was just a decoration, but the carved guanyin seemed more heartfelt. No wonder the empress was so fond of Qin Jinjue. Chuiying sat below, her eyes blinking rapidly. She thought, grandmother's birthday must be true. Indeed, it was the empress's birthday. She had thought Qin Jinjue was just spending money on it. Xiao Zhen, sitting nearby, was stunned when he saw the guanyin statue. Isn't this piece of southern border jade the only one? Does Zhao have it too? Why does Qin Jinjue also have a piece? The empress held the guanyin statue, unwilling to put it down, and said, Put it in my Buddha hall. Qin Jinjue suddenly smiled at the empress's expression. Grandmother, do you think I only prepared this one gift? The empress smiled and said to the emperor, Look at this little rascal, always trying to make me happy. The emperor also smiled and said, What big gift? I want to see what tricks this little rascal has up her sleeve. Qin Jinjue, with a mysterious look, said, My big gift is from someone. Zhao Yuanying slowly bowed and said, Your humble servant Zhao Yuanying greets His Majesty and the Empress. I wish the Empress good health, peace, and happiness. The emperor looked at Qin Jinji with confusion. You little rascal, what are you up to? Qin Jinji stepped beside Zhao Yuanying. Grandmother, look at this person. Do you recognize her? The empress was also surprised and said, Lift your head. Let me see. Zhao Yuanying slowly looked up, and the smile on the empress's face gradually faded. Her eyes showed shock. Ah Jiang. Is that you, Ah Jiang? Tears suddenly appeared in Zhao Yuanying's eyes. Mother passed away many years ago after falling ill from overwork. The empress suddenly stood up. You are Ah Jiang's daughter. Zhao Yuanying pulled a red string from her neck. It held a small wooden pendant. The pendant looked like a tiny dagger. The empress, unable to maintain her dignity, hurried down from the high platform. She grabbed the wooden pendant tightly. This was carved by her herself for Ah Jiang. The empress looked at Zhao Yuanying with red-rimmed eyes, then slowly placed her hand on her face. If my Ah Jiang were alive today, she would look like this. The empress had a younger sister just 16 years apart. Since childhood, her older sister had raised her like a mother. When she was about to come of age, the war among the lords intensified. The empress couldn't bear to see her sister suffer from the chaos. She entrusted her to her eldest uncle's care. After a great victory, on the eve of the emperor's ascension, the empress personally went to bring her sister into the palace. But she found out that her uncle had become addicted to gambling, and his wife and children had been sold off. Even her little sister had been sold somewhere unknown. By the time she arrived, Her uncle had already hanged himself. Her uncle was just a simple farmer, kind-hearted, and loving his family. Why did he fall into gambling? It was later discovered he was lured by others. The main culprit was executed by slow slicing, but her Jiang had completely disappeared. The empress was overwhelmed with grief and anger, which triggered her old illness, and she fell seriously ill. The emperor watched the two crying together and was also shocked. That girl, Jiang, was raised by them like their own daughter. They had spent so much effort and time searching for her. So, this is Jiang's daughter? The emperor also stepped down from the high platform. Everyone in the hall was confused by this sudden event. What is happening? Qin Jinji stepped forward and took out a handkerchief. She wiped the faces of the two people, one with her hand, the other with her cloth. The empress was amused by her actions. The emperor helped the two to their feet. All officials are watching. The empress dried Zhao Yuanning's tears and said, "Good child, don't cry anymore." If others said this was Jiang's daughter, she wouldn't believe it. But since this person was found by Qin Jinji, she didn't even bother to doubt. Seeing this, the emperor said, "Hong Dequan, take a seat." Hong Dequan asked, "Your Majesty, where should Lady Zhao be seated?" Qin Jinji spoke up, "Next to me, closer to the Empress Dowager." The Empress touched Qin Jinji's face and then pulled Zhao Yuaning aside. "Good child, sit with Jinji. After the birthday feast, we will talk properly." Zhao Yuaning nodded with tears in her eyes. "Okay." Qin Jinji returned to her seat quietly and whispered, "Why did Jia also lose her small pearl?" Zhao Yuaning wiped her tears. Aunt's eyes looked too much like mother's. Qin Jinji suddenly took out a silk handkerchief again, as if performing magic. Zhao Yuaning took it, composed herself, and whispered, "Starting tomorrow, you'll have to call me Aunt." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. She saw that the Empress's eyes were red, but her happiness from the heart couldn't be hidden. "If making the Empress Dowager happy means I can call you Auntie, I will." The palace was too cold. The Empress Dowager needed a family member. She was afraid that if something happened to her one day, the old lady who loved her all her life wouldn't be able to hold on. While everyone waited for the Emperor and Empress to explain this situation, with a glance from the Emperor, Grand Hong immediately announced, "Let the feast begin." Amid everyone's confusion, music and dance started. But one person was already sweating profusely. Xiao Zhen felt a bone-chilling cold wind. He discovered that Zhao Yuaning was related to the Empress. Then all his plans with Zhao's family were ruined. Xiao Zhen looked toward Qin Jinji and Zhao Yuaning. He saw both of them tilting their heads to look at him, with a sly smile on one side of their mouths. Xiao Zhen felt all his body hairs stand on end. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and even when swallowing wine, he made a loud gulping sound. Qin Jinji withdrew her gaze and saw Ming Wang staring at her. She provocatively raised her wine cup. Ming Wang's expression darkened, and he also raised his cup. Just as he was about to drink, he suddenly saw Qin Jinji curl one corner of her mouth and pour the wine onto the ground. The wine on the ground was used to honor the spirits of the deceased. Qin Jinji was cursing him to die. Ming Wang's face turned cold, and he calmly drank the wine without showing any emotion. But he wasn't the only one with a bad expression. The various high-ranking consorts and noble families behind them all started to become restless. The Empress, without strong backing, was not a threat. But the Zhao family was incredibly wealthy, more than enough to be called rich beyond measure. In the capital, money and power were both essential. If the Zhao family joined in, that fengxi would no longer be just a decoration. Was His Majesty doing this on purpose? Or was it just a coincidence? And regardless of Zhao Yuaning's relationship with the Empress, she was definitely close to Qin Jinji, who in the capital's noble circles dared to talk and laugh so casually with Qin Jinji. Oh, now there was one. Many people looked at Chueying, who was not sitting with the Cui family. Now Chueying was the vice envoy of the Thousand Birds Division, a fourth-rank official. She already had her own seat and didn't need to act as a family member. Xiao Zhen felt more and more suffocated. When no one was paying attention, He quietly left the main hall. Qin Jinji finished her wine and said, "I'm going out for a bit." Zhao Yuaning tugged at her wrist. "Today is Auntie's birthday. Don't cause too much trouble." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, I won't need to do anything." Xiao Zhen is probably already scared to death. She stood up, gave Cui Ying a meaningful look, and then followed Xiao Zhen out of the hall. After seeing them leave, Cui Ying waited a moment before getting up and chasing after them. Xiao Zhen went to a pond nearby to get some air. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Brother Xiao, where are you headed?" Xiao Zhen quickly turned around and saw that the voice behind him was actually coming from Qin Jinji's mouth. Qin Jinji smiled as she looked at Xiao Zhen's panicked face. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong? It's been a few days, and you and your brother haven't been as close." Xiao Zhen felt a pounding in his head. Zhao Shi's son, grandson of the Zhao family. What a grandson of the Zhao family. It turns out this was Qin Jinji in disguise. He had shown Qin Jinji the horses and bandits he raised. The prince secretly kept soldiers, conspiring in crime. When did Qin Jinji start watching him? "What do you want to do?" Qin Jinji giggled as she walked around Xiao Zhen. "I want to ask, what does the 19th prince want? Does he also want that position after raising private soldiers?" Xiao Zhen felt cold all over. He had planned for many years, and now Qin Jinji knew his secrets. He looked around, but there was no one nearby. His eyes darkened. "I don't know what clever plans Qin Jinji has. Who told you to do this? Prince Jinbei? The Empress? Or His Majesty?" Qin Jinji chuckled. "You really think highly of yourself. Why don't we go to the palace and see if your grandfather remembers your name?" A killing intent flashed in Xiao Zhen's eyes. He hated being just a prince on the edge of the palace. No one cared about him. No one paid attention. No one remembered. Qin Jinji stepped in front of him. "Do you want to kill me?" Xiao Zhen said nothing. He looked at her with a cold, fierce expression. Qin Jinji mocked him without fear. "You couldn't even kill me after helping Xiao Yin move troops. Do you really think you can kill me?" Xiao Zhen's eyes widened. Qin Jinji knew he was working for Xiao Yin, and she also knew Xiao Yin kept private soldiers. Raising bandits was only after she found out Xiao Yin had private soldiers in Daliang Mountain. He wasn't like Xiao Yin, who relied on the Zheng family. Everything depended on his own plans. Xiao Zhen suddenly looked at Qin Jinji with hesitation and asked, "The Zheng family's gone. Did you do it?" Qin Jinji knew Xiao Yin wanted to kill her. At this critical moment, the Zheng family had fallen. All of this couldn't be separated from one person. That was Qin Jinji. He had always thought his second brother wanted to kill her because she was in the way. But now he realized that someone like his second brother would risk calling up an army in the capital to kill Qin Jinji. It turned out they were fighting each other, and his second brother had lost. He lost so badly. Qin Jinji's cunning and deep strategies were truly unfathomable. What is her true purpose in hiding like this? Is Qin Jinji here to settle old scores? Xiao Zhen took a deep breath. "What do you want to do?" Qin Jinji patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I am very generous. I know Xiao Yin wants to kill me, but I won't do anything to you." Xiao Zhen's face grew more confused. What exactly is Qin Jinji planning? If she isn't here to settle scores, then why is she telling him all this? Qin Jinji's smile was strange and bright. "Since I am so generous, does the 19th prince owe me a favor in return?" Xiao Zhen looked into her eyes and asked, "What do you want?" Qin Jinji grinned. "I want all of Xiao Yin's soldiers and horses to surround the imperial city tonight." Xiao Zhen couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What did you say?" Qin Jinji casually shook her skirt. "My good second uncle keeps many private soldiers. It's all for this day. I just helped him do it earlier." Xiao Zhen's voice rose involuntarily. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Qin Jinji looked at him sincerely. "Of course, I am helping my good second uncle plan a rebellion." Xiao Zhen had never seen anyone so crazy. After the palace banquet, his second brother would set out for his fief. Qin Jinji wants to completely block his brother's path. She wants Xiao Yin to have no place to hide or survive. As long as a prince isn't plotting treason, he can survive no matter what he does. But Qin Jinji wants Xiao Yin to be doomed forever. Qin Jinji looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Why are you so surprised?
Isn't this what he wants? Do you feel brotherly love? Can't you betray Xiao Yin? Xiao Zhen's brows furrowed. Why do you think I will listen to you? Qin Jinji's smile was dazzling and wild. Do you know why you are even qualified to talk to me now? In this capital city, in this palace, he, a prince with no favor, sounds funny. He truly has no noble status, like Qin Jinji. There are many princes, but only those favored by the emperor can speak to Qin Jinji. Someone like him, invisible most days, finds it hard to get close to Qin Jinji. Xiao Zhen clenched his teeth. Qin Jinji's arrogance is reckless and unrestrained. Her mockery is even more blatant. Qin Jinji took out the token that could mobilize soldiers from Daliang Mountain. Do you know why I am targeting you? Because I caught an assassin who recognized you. Xiao Zhen clenched his fists. Tell me, why would someone recognize you after you disguise yourself as a nobody among princes? Xiao Zhen's gaze fell on the token. Of course, it was because someone revealed his identity. Xiao Zhen managed to secretly gather many bandits around the capital. He wasn't stupid. Xiao Yin gave him the token and handed over all the troops from Daliang Mountain to him for command, staying out of the fight himself. This was all to make sure his name was the only one known. He was and also a sacrificial piece. If something went wrong, it was Xiao Zhen's fault. If things went well, Xiao Yin would benefit. He knew Xiao Yin was just using him, but Xiao Yin didn't even plan to let him live. Qin Jinji smiled. Not quite so foolish. Isn't it also because you keep bandits in that village hoping to fight for something someday? Even though the Zheng family fell, they are like a 100-legged insect, dead but not gone. If Xiao Yin goes to rest and recover, even if his strength is greatly diminished, he still poses a big threat to you. Don't you want to take this chance to get rid of a rival? Qin Jinji's words sounded like a devil whispering temptations. The seed of ambition in Xiao Zhen's heart was blown by the wind, eager to break through the soil. Qin Jinji looked at Xiao Zhen, lost in thought, and said, I have a grudge against Xiao Yin, so I want him dead. If you do this well, help Xiao Yin kill me, I will forget about it. Otherwise, offending me means you won't have a good time in the capital.
Don't you know?
Xiao Che was killed by me. Xiao Zhen was so frightened by Qin Jinji's words that he staggered. He looked at Qin Jinji's beautiful face, which was as lovely as a flower, yet as deadly as the most poisonous poppy. Even approaching her could lead to death. She dared to kill even a prince. After a long moment, Xiao Zhen finally found his voice. Aren't you afraid I might just leave? After leaving the palace, he found a place to hide. Qin Jinji's reach was limited. She heard his words and laughed loudly. Guess what? Do you think I would do something I'm not sure about? Xiao Zhen immediately knelt on the ground, forced to look up at Qin Jinji. His eyes were full of fear. Do you know martial arts? Qin Jinji sneered. People in this city are really blind. Xiao Zhen knew that Qin Jinji was skilled in self-defense martial arts. But he didn't expect her to be so good. He had no strength left to fight back. Xiao Zhen tightly held Qin Jinji's hand. You just said you wouldn't kill me. All of Qin Jinji's actions in the city flashed through Xiao Zhen's mind. If Qin Jinji really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't survive. Qin Jinji smiled and held up her thumb and index finger in front of her eyes. Why are you so nervous? I just want to use a little trick on you. Then she shoved a pill into his mouth. This is a heart-devouring pill. If you don't return in 3 hours, your heart will stop and you'll die. Xiao Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His chest felt like it was being cut by knives. Qin Jinji loosened her grip on his neck. Your life is in your own hands. Xiao Zhen ignored the pain in his chest. It would take more than 2 hours to send troops back and forth from Daliang Mountain. He covered his chest and ran toward the palace. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped out from the shadows. Chuang looked at Xiao Zhen with a bright smile. Brother Xiao, the horses are waiting at the palace gate. The best blood-sweating horses can travel 1,000 miles a day. Xiao Zhen looked at Chuang, who appeared suddenly, sneered, and ran as fast as he could toward the palace gate. No wonder Qin Jinji dared to act so recklessly. Chuang was giving her information. Qin Jinji really had skills. Even her enemies could be manipulated by her subordinates. Xiao Zhen didn't die in vain. Life and death are determined by fate. Xiao Zhen, your life is so destined. No wonder your brother. Chuang walked over to Qin Jinji, watching Xiao Zhen's back. I thought you would just kill him. Qin Jinji stretched lazily. I just want my foolish uncle to feel the pressure of a prince's struggle. She directly killed the person. What's the point of a prince's fight? Chuang raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid he'll run away? Qin Jinji smiled. As long as he wants that position, he won't run. All greed in the world has a limit. Only that position, once desired, is worth dying for. Chuang nodded. Have you set up defenses outside the city? Qin Jinji shook her head. No, I haven't. Chuang immediately widened her eyes. What? Qin Jinji patted her shoulder. If we don't fight our way into the palace, the effect won't be strong enough. Chuang looked serious. Is there anything you're afraid to do? That's 2,000 elite soldiers. If we really storm the imperial city, it'll be enough for us to have a good fight. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. The responsibility of the Thousand Birds Guard is to protect His Majesty and the Empress. The team size is fixed. If more people need protection in the palace, we will add more guards. Our Thousand Birds division always follows the rules of the court, Chuang hissed. Can I ask, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Qin Jinji lifted her skirt and moved forward. Let's go. The people in the main hall will be waiting impatiently soon. The two of them returned to the main hall one after the other. Qin Jinji sat back in her seat. At this moment, palace maids and eunuchs carrying desserts came in one after another. The last one was a chubby man with a scarred face and a fierce expression. He carried a tray of pastries and placed them in front of the emperor and empress. The emperor's eyes twitched when he saw the suddenly appearing chubby man. The empress also looked at him with some surprise. The chubby man didn't speak. After placing the pastries, he retreated to a corner of the hall. The emperor and empress glanced casually at Qin Jinji, who was happily eating. The music and dance were lively, and the banquet was nearing its end. At this moment, Manhwa stood up and stepped forward. Father, mother, from today onward, I will be leaving for my fiefdom. I cannot stay here to serve my filial duties. It pains me deeply, but I wish you good health and long life. The emperor replied. Manhwa is thoughtful. Manhwa looked up and said, The road to Liangzhou is long, and I still have many affairs to handle at my estate. Please forgive me, father and mother. I will leave now with my wife. After the death of concubine Da, she was not buried in the imperial tomb and could not be worshipped. Manhwa forced a smile and left early. It all seemed reasonable and appropriate. Just then, Qin Jinji put down her chopsticks and said, Second uncle is about to leave for his fiefdom. I wonder when we will see him again. I have prepared a gift to send him off. The music and strings in the hall continued playing, but somehow, the hall felt quieter. Qin Jinji's subtle confrontation with Manhwa had already attracted the attention of many. And in the end, the result was that the Bright King lost. But the current situation suggests that before the Bright King leaves the capital, he might suffer even more setbacks. The Bright King calmly said, As an elder, I shouldn't accept the younger generation's gift. Keep the golden branch for yourself. Qin Jinji sniffed and said, This is a token of my heart. Second uncle, please don't refuse. Gong Gong Hong, please bring in the gift you prepared. Gong Gong Hong looked at the emperor. The emperor, as if not noticing the tension between the two, smiled and said, Since this young man is sincere, you, as his uncle, shouldn't refuse his kindness. Hong Dequan received the order and left the hall. Soon after, he returned with two people wearing caps. Qin Jinji clapped her hands and said, Stop the music. The musicians immediately stopped playing. The two cap-wearing people knelt before the emperor and empress. The person on the left removed his cap, revealing Zheng Wenba, who had been imprisoned for a long time. He took out a ledger from his. Criminal Zheng Wenba pleads guilty to your majesty. Xiao Yin looked at Zheng Wenba, who suddenly appeared, with a frown. Hadn't he already been executed? The criminal has deceived superiors and subordinates for years, collected taxes, embezzled silver, all under the orders of the Bright King. I present this ledger to ask for forgiveness for my family. The so-called ledger was never handed over to anyone else. It was always kept by Zheng Wenba himself. He was just waiting to see who would win, the Bright King or Qin Jinji. Now he was at a dead end. If the Bright King won, he might survive. If he lost, he would find a way to save his family. The emperor's face turned cold. Bring the ledger here. Hong Dequan quickly presented the ledger. The Bright King was unperturbed. Everyone related to him had already been dealt with. Even if there was a ledger, without concrete evidence, he couldn't be convicted. The Bright King calmly said, I am innocent. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Second uncle, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished giving my gift. She suddenly lifted the cap from another kneeling person. It was a woman. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were deep and dark, filled with intense hatred. Second prince, long time no see. When Xiao Yin saw the woman's face clearly, his expression immediately changed. You're not. The woman glared fiercely at Xiao Yin and asked, Second prince, are you trying to say I am not already dead? At the banquet, Li Chao and his son heard the voice and looked sharply at the man and woman. The emperor looked confused and asked, Who is this person? Qin Jinji turned to Li Chao and said, Minister Li, maybe you should introduce her. The emperor looked at Li Chao and asked, Li Chao, do you know this woman? What's going on? Li Chao's face turned pale. He stood up and knelt down. Your Majesty, this is. Wasn't she already buried in a fire and completely burned? The woman suddenly laughed wildly. Father, is my identity really so hard to reveal? For a moment, many people looked at Li Chao's wife. Li Chao only had 2 sons, and he had no other wives or concubines. Where did this daughter come from? The Ming king looked at Qin Jinji, standing nearby. He really should have killed her. The emperor was confused by what everyone was saying and asked coldly, What is going on here? The woman knelt and took a step forward. I am the commoner Zhou Shulan, and I want to accuse the Minister of Justice, Li Chao. He used his power to forcibly take my mother into his house, locked her in a secret room, and forced her to become pregnant and give birth to a girl. He stole from my maternal family, causing the old people to die from persecution. My mother died from depression. Li Chao also drugged me after I turned 16 and forced me into an affair with the second prince, making me pregnant. He kept me under house arrest outside the city, and I wanted to die. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for my mother and my maternal family. Zhou Shulan forcefully bowed her head to the ground, bleeding from her forehead. Li Chao immediately said, Your Majesty, don't listen to my daughter's nonsense. Her mother was my concubine. Since her mother passed away, she has gone mad and always talks nonsense. Li Xiao, take your sister back to the house and stop causing trouble in the main hall. A woman who had looked very upset earlier also hurried to speak. Your Majesty, my daughter has admired the crown prince for a long time and begged to be his concubine. I, as her mother, did not agree to protect the family's reputation. But this caused her madness to worsen. She talks nonsense every day, and now she even dares to slander the prince, disturbing the Empress's birthday celebration. Please forgive her, Your Majesty. The wife returned home and must be kept under strict watch. Li Xiao quickly approached Zhou Shulan, saying, My sister probably hasn't taken her medicine today. I will take you back to the residence right now. The family directly recognized Zhou Shulan's identity. They falsely accused her of wanting to become a concubine for the King Ming and claimed she had lost her mind. They even labeled her as a madwoman. Who would believe a madwoman's words? Just as Li Xiao was about to get closer to Zhou Shulan, a dagger suddenly appeared around her neck. Li Xiao looked up from the dagger, a smile on his handsome face. If you take another step forward, it will cut your throat. Li Xiao didn't even dare swallow because he felt the coldness on his neck. Everyone was used to Qin Jinji's actions. At this moment, a kind yet commanding voice sounded. King Ming, is what this woman says true? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. The speaker was the Empress. Usually, the Empress didn't interfere in court affairs unless they involved Qin Jinji. But today was her birthday celebration. Since something like this happened on her birthday, she naturally had to step in. King Ming immediately said, "Mother, I do not know this woman, and I cannot understand her mad words." The Leaf family confirmed her identity, but King Ming denied it again. Even if Qin Jinji brought her here, so what? King Ming just didn't expect that Zhou Shulan was still alive. Seeing her swollen belly, he guessed the child was gone. He hid his murderous intent deep in his eyes. But Qin Jinji and Zhou Shulan denied everything, showing no change in their expressions. Qin Jinji retracted her dagger and looked at King Ming. "Second uncle, a man should be brave enough to face what he has done." King Ming stared at Qin Jinji. "If I haven't done something, I don't need to admit it. I just wonder where Uncle Qin offended Jinji, causing her to slander him so much. It really hurts, Uncle." Qin Jinji's hairpin jingled as she trembled slightly. "Second uncle, you're already heartbroken. Someone in this hall is even more upset than you." King Ming snorted coldly. "Accusing me without proof? I am innocent until proven guilty." Qin Jinji's sarcasm was clear on her face. At this moment, Lang Mingyue stood up and slowly walked over to kneel beside King Ming. Just as everyone thought she was about to speak up to defend the Ming King, they heard Lang Mingyue confidently say, "I can prove it." The Ming King looked at Lang Mingyue with deep affection. Everything this woman said is true. The smile the Ming King was trying to show froze on his face before reaching his eyes. The hall was filled with shocked voices. What? The Ming King actually did such things. It is well known that the Ming King and his wife are deeply devoted to each other. When the Lang family married into the royal family, everyone was amazed. Even if the Ming King was not interested in court politics, his mother was noble, backed by the powerful Zheng family. The Ming King's love for his wife has remained the same for 10 years and is highly respected among the people. But now, the Ming Queen openly admits that the Ming King has wronged Minister Li's daughter. If what this woman says is true, then Minister Li has allied with the Ming King. It's not just deep love between husband and wife, they are secretly having children from powerful families. Plus, the recent events in the court involving the Zheng family show that the Ming King is very cunning. "Mingyue, do you know what you were saying?" Lang Mingyue ignored the Ming King and took out a stack of letters from her sleeve. These are secret letters the Ming King hid in his study, exchanged with Minister Li. Several of these letters mention Miss Shulan and her pregnancy. The Ming King suddenly grabbed Lang Mingyue's wrist, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty. "Mingyue, we are husband and wife. Why are you helping others to slander your husband? Zheng Wenba and Zhou Shulan are just the beginning. Only with Lang Mingyue can this be considered a real gift." If the Ming King doesn't realize that Lang Mingyue and Qin Jinji are working together, he is truly foolish. They are secretly involved. "Qin Jinji, you are really clever." Lang Mingyue broke free from his grip. "Although I am the Ming Queen, I was raised reading the wise teachings from a young age. I cannot stand by and watch this girl be harmed without doing anything. I know this may not be fitting for a wife, but for my conscience, I have no regrets. I present these letters and request to abdicate. Please, Your Majesty's consort, review them," the Empress coldly ordered. "Hong Dequan, bring the letters here." The Ming King watched as Hong Dequan took the letters to the Emperor and Empress. Years of ambition are now fully revealed. The Emperor and Empress looked over the account books and letters. The Emperor turned to Li Chao and said, "Li Chao, you conspired with the prince and harmed your own daughter. You are worse than animals and unfit to be a father. You also harmed the Zhou family for money and beauty. Do you admit your guilt?" Li Chao immediately replied, "Your Majesty, I am innocent." "Don't listen to her nonsense. I am clear of any wrongdoing with Prince Ming." Qin Jinji slowly walked to Cui Ying's desk. She saw Cui Ying take out a stack of papers from under the desk. "Minister Li, don't think I only took one person and dared to come to the palace," Qin Jinji said with a glance. Hong Dequan hurried over to take the papers. "These are confessions from those involved in harming the Zhou family." Li Chao stared at Qin Jinji fiercely. "Princess Jinji, I have no enemies with you. Why are you framing me?" Qin Jinji shook her skirt. "Minister Li, don't be afraid. These confessions weren't made by me." Li Chao was stunned. What did she mean? She didn't interrogate them. Qin Jinji smiled and explained, Ministerly, if our Jin country has a serious case, we need the 3 law courts to review it. As a high-ranking official, if I falsely accuse you, it could harm our great-grandfather's reputation. So I asked the Dali Court, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice to review the case.
How about that?
Did Vice Minister Wei not tell you? Li Chao suddenly looked back at Vice Minister Wei. He was working with Qin Jinji to investigate him, and he hadn't heard anything about it. If Qin Jinji was framing him, the evidence came from the 3 law courts. His career was over. Qin Jinji watched Li Chao's face turn pale and smiled softly. Her shoulders shook, and the sound of her steps was crisp as her ornaments jingled. She never lied. The Wei family truly wanted the position of minister. In powerful families, they stand united against the emperor. But inside, there's constant fighting. Every family secretly hopes to rise higher. She didn't even need to act herself. She just shared the information with 3 parties. Those eager for credit or promotion naturally took action. The leaders of these 3 courts owed her a big favor because of this. The people watching from the main hall looked at Qin Jinji with changed expressions. Qin Jinji was not a spoiled brat. A decisive strike left Li Chao with no chance to turn things around. And Ming Wang. If some people still couldn't see the situation during Zheng family's recent defeat, now everything was clear. Zheng family fell because Ming Wang lost the fight against Qin Jinji. Now, Qin Jinji had completely cut off Ming Wang's last hope to recover. Ming Wang had lost completely. The emperor's face turned cold. Suddenly, a teacup was thrown and hit Xiao Yin on the forehead. How could I have a failure like you? The emperor shouted. Blood immediately blurred Xiao Yin's vision. Father, why do you believe an outsider instead of your own son? I am innocent. The emperor looked at Xiao Yin's angry eyes and threw all the evidence aside.
Clear as day.
I am not so old and blind that I can't see right from wrong. Everyone in the hall knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Xiao Yin looked at the furious emperor and suddenly started laughing wildly. Father, do you only see the empress and the crown prince? Do you think the other princes are not your children? No, and there's Qin Jinji too. She's more important to you than us. An outsider is more important than your own son. Father, are you losing your mind? The emperor was furious and threw another wine cup. Xiao Yin seemed to give up suddenly and said, I did all this. Father, if you want my life, take it. His words were rebellious, but everyone in the hall knew. The emperor wouldn't kill him. Banishment to commoner status or confinement within the royal family might be his final fate. The emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The empress spoke up at this moment. Since Ming Wang has confessed and been demoted to a commoner, he will be imprisoned in Yongning Alley and never released. Ming Wang sneered and said, Who are you to demote me to a commoner? You're just a stable girl's daughter. How can you compare to my mother's noble status? My mother, Zheng's daughter, is forced to serve you, a fierce woman. I am clearly more talented than that fool. Why does father only see that fool? Your Majesty, it's bad. Ming Wang has rebelled. Suddenly, 2,000 elite soldiers appeared outside the city, claiming to purge the traitors. They've already entered the palace. Outside the palace, a guard hurriedly ran in. The main hall suddenly became chaotic. The bright king has rebelled. Upon hearing the guard's words, Xiao Yin was stunned. It couldn't be true. He hadn't ordered the elite soldiers to enter the city. Suddenly, he looked back toward Xiao Zhen's position. Xiao Zhen was indeed gone. He was quite brave and daring. That's actually good. Today is the queen's birthday, and everyone is celebrating together. The palace guards are relaxed, and if he takes this chance to directly seize the palace, it would be the achievement he has planned for many years. Clear the court, remove the evil spirit. Kill. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Could this evil spirit be referring to her? Before he finished speaking, the elite soldiers outside the hall quickly arrived. Your Highness, we're late. Everyone in the main hall started to run in all directions. Then, they were forced back into the corners by the soldiers who broke in. The bright king looked at his followers who had entered and suddenly burst into wild laughter. He wiped the blood from his forehead and then stood up. Father, you didn't expect this, did you? Even you have today. Xiao Yin spun around, looking at everyone in the hall. Back then, you attacked the imperial city and took the throne. Now I am following your example. The Thousand Birds Guard protected the emperor and empress behind them. Cui Ying rushed to Qin Jinji's side, and the two faced Xiao Yin in a standoff. The emperor sneered, I really underestimated you. You dare to rebel. Xiao Yin laughed wildly. All these years, I've been humble and submissive. Today, everything I do is because of your pressure. Clearly, I am your son. Yet, you let this little villainess keep harming me. Even my mother was killed by her. Today, I will have her and the wicked woman beside you buried with my mother. Kill Qin Jinji. The soldiers in the hall immediately rushed toward Qin Jinji after hearing this. Hu Ajiao and Hu Awan descended from the beams like rain. The hall was crowded and the soldiers couldn't get close, so the two sisters cut off their heads. People in the hall screamed loudly. For a moment, no one could get near Qin Jinji. At this moment, Xiao Yin shouted loudly, Stop! Everyone looked, only to see Xiao Yin being held in Xiao Yin's hand. The sword was pressed against Xiao Yin's neck. Xiao Yin looked at the emperor with great excitement and said, Father, isn't your eye only on this fool? Then let's see. Do you care more about this fool or Qin Jinji? I'll count to 3. If Qin Jinji doesn't die, I'll kill this fool. The crown prince looked terrified. Father, mother, save me. The emperor and empress looked at the crown prince with deep disappointment. As the crown prince, he didn't show any royal authority. Qin Jinji, hearing this, was not panicked. Instead, she stepped forward with a defiant look and said, Xiao Yin was stunned, then looked up at the emperor and empress. It seems you truly care about this little troublemaker. Big brother, if you have any complaints, you can only blame father and mother. In their hearts, Qin Jinji is more important than you or me. Xiao Yin immediately tried to cut the crown prince's neck. At that moment, Qin Jinji shouted, 3. Suddenly, someone hung upside down from the beam above. A sparrow used its palm as a blade and struck Xiao Yin's head. Xiao Yin looked up, and blood immediately flowed down his head. Qin Jinji looked at Xiao Yin lying on the ground with disgust. How could there only be 2 people hiding on the beam? At the moment Xiao Yin fell, a loud voice came from outside the hall. Rebels, break into the palace to protect the emperor and empress. Kill all rebels on the spot. The Thousand Birds Guard is here to rescue. Inside the hall, the Thousand Birds Guard forced the rebels out. The arriving soldiers and the Thousand Birds Guard worked together to kill all the rebels on the spot. In less than an incense stick of time, the fighting sounds had disappeared. Then, a man and a woman quickly entered the hall. Yunshan stepped forward and bowed. The Thousand Birds Guard arrived late. Please forgive us, your majesty and your empress. Another man also knelt on one knee. Hui Qing arrived late. Please forgive us, your majesty and your empress. The emperor said, You arrived so timely. Great merit, no crime, Yunshan replied. This is our duty, your majesty. Moreover, it was Guard Hua who discovered the rebels in time and alerted us. We dare not take credit. Hui Qing immediately said, Protecting your majesty and your empress is my duty. The emperor's gaze was sharp. Good. You do not boast about your achievements, but I still reward and punish fairly. Princess Jinji leads the Thousand Birds Division effectively, and Vice Envoy Cui remains calm and protects the royal during danger. I award the division with 10,000 gold coins. Hui Qingxi is quick-witted and responds swiftly. She is promoted by 1 rank and summoned to the court. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor turns to look at the empress. The empress addresses everyone in the main hall. King Ming has been defeated. As your majesty's own child, he dared to plot against his father and brother, an unforgivable crime. The entire Ming Wang household will be executed. Zheng, her family will be punished for 9 generations. At this moment, Qin Jinji steps forward. My granddaughter wishes to speak. Thanks to the Ming Wang consort's concern for her grandparents and informing the king of his intentions, the guards hidden in the hall saved the crown prince's life. The empress looks at the Ming Wang consort. Lang, though married to a traitor, is loyal and brave, caring for the people and the emperor. She just requested to leave her position. I will grant her a letter of divorce, and she will no longer be the Ming Wang's wife. Lang Mingyue tears up. Lang Mingyue thanks the empress for her kindness. The emperor nods and then looks at Li Chao, who is covered in dirt and looks exhausted. Li Chao, the evidence is clear. Put him in the prison and execute him after the autumn. Li Xiao will be stripped of his official rank, and the entire Li family will be exiled 800 miles away. Their property will be confiscated. Long live your majesty. Long live the empress. While everyone is still shaken, a shocking turn of events has already happened in the court. The banquet ends hastily. But the people in the capital cannot sleep that night. Things happen too quickly. Everyone was caught off guard. When they finally realize what has happened, they see they have all been tricked by Qin Jinji. From the moment the emperor sent the Phoenix seal, it was all Qin Jinji's plan. In previous years, Qin Jinji's birthday gift was always presented first. This year, she waited until the very end. After the Phoenix seal was settled, she brought her own power to support the empress. At the end of the banquet, she presented a way for the Ming Wang to meet his doom. This forced the Ming Wang to plot rebellion. They even mocked Qin Jinji for being reckless and ruining the empress's birthday celebration. But the real gift for the empress was finally presented. Today, the empress issued an order only the emperor could give. Qin Jinji turned the Phoenix seal, once just a decoration, into a true symbol of power. In this hurried conspiracy, the emperor and empress now rule the world together, no longer just empty words. They are all actors in Qin Jinji's play. Who really said that Qin Jinji is a spoiled rich girl? Even if she is just a woman, her cunning is too frightening. They don't even understand what Qin Jinji's true goal is. But no matter what she plans, the capital city is likely to face big changes. The next day, when officials arrived for court, they noticed that the number of Qidiao guards had doubled. Not only in the previous court, but even in the palace patrols, the guards had increased. After yesterday's conspiracy against the king, almost no one opposed it anymore. Because the Qidiao guards arrived just in time to save the emperor, and the increased personnel greatly ensured the palace's safety. When Chancellor Cui attended court and saw the guards everywhere, he thought about how important Qin Jinji's role was in that chaos. He even suspected that if Qin Jinji hadn't been involved, the rebellion might not have happened. Xiao Yin died too quickly. Everything happened because of him. But Qin Jinji's thoughts had already become so intense that even Cui had to be cautious. In the family that surrounded Qin Zi to suppress him, now the Zheng family was completely destroyed and only 2 members of the Shin family, Shin Guifei and her brother, remained. So, who might be her next target? The Cui family? The Du family? Or the Yang family? Someone like Shen Chongqing was driven mad by Qin Jinji. He couldn't just sit and wait. Qin Jinji sneezed and curled up beside the empress, sleeping peacefully. Zhao Yuanying was crying and sobbing. Her mother was sold to a wealthy man as a concubine when she was young. She escaped by jumping into a river but hit a reef and lost her memory. Zhao Yuanying's parents loved each other very much. Though she was a boy, she was skilled in weaving silk, and the family lived a wealthy life. But they were lost at sea in a shipwreck, and relatives seized their property. Her mother, trying to raise her, worked herself sick and, when gravely ill, regained her memory but soon passed away. When Qin Jinji found her, she was being forced by relatives to give up the craft of weaving silk. In such circumstances, Zhao Yuanying managed to recreate the silk using her father's old notes and her talent, showing remarkable resilience. Although Qin Jinji helped her solve some problems, the wealth Zhao family has today is all thanks to Zhao Yuanying. The empress looked at Zhao Yuanying's face and seemed to see her younger sister again. Good girl. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Zhao Yuanying slapped Qin Jinji on the. With this little troublemaker here, who would dare to bully me? Qin Jinji suddenly woke up, sleepy-eyed, and looked at Zhao Yuanying. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yuanying raised an eyebrow. "Your posture is wrong. Get up and sleep again." The next day, Qin Jinji stayed in the palace with Zhao Yuanying. She left the palace and went to a house. She pushed open the door and saw Zhou Shulan making a flower crown. She was singing a little tune while doing it. Seeing Qin Jinji come in, Zhou Shulan smiled. "You're here." Qin Jinji sat down opposite her. She took out a porcelain bottle from her. "Originally, I saved you so you could see the downfall of the Li family. I told you I gave you a choice." Zhou Shulan placed the flower crown on her head. "When I was little, my mother often made flower crowns for me, but I could never make one as good as hers. When I see her again, I wonder if she will think I am clumsy." Qin Jinji nodded and stood up to leave.
She looked back at Zhou Shulan.
Zhou Shulan's face showed a smile she had never had before. "You must succeed in what you want to do. I will pray for you." Qin Jinji said nothing and turned to leave. Zhou Shulan reached out and poured the medicine from the porcelain bottle into her mouth. She watched Qin Jinji's back and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you for giving me a second chance to live." But she missed her mother so much.
"Goodbye."
At the door, a young servant stepped forward and said, "Princess, I have prepared the carriage and silver for you." Qin Jinji replied calmly, "No need. Later, go inside and bury the person properly." Just as she reached the street corner, Chuang hurried over to her. Qin Jinji looked at her anxious face and raised an eyebrow. "Did something happen at the Qidiao office?" Chuang looked at her with difficulty. "It's not the Qidiao office, it's you." Qin Jinji frowned.
"Me?"
Chuang leaned in and whispered, "Someone knocked the drum, saying you abandoned your lover and committed murder." The people from the Thousand Birds Society gathered in Qin Jinji's study. Everyone looked at Qin Jinji with teasing expressions. Huamon couldn't hold back her laughter. "When did you get a secret lover?" "I didn't know about it." Qin Jinji rolled her eyes. Hu Ajiao stepped forward. "That man said 3 years ago you two secretly agreed to marry and ran away together. But 2 months ago, you received an imperial decree to return to the capital, and then you cruelly killed him." Qin Jinji was even more confused. Was the drum a ghost? Chuang moved closer. "Who exactly arranged this?" "They must have known you couldn't say where you were these past 3 years, trying to make you suffer in silence." Qin Jinji's hands were almost turning black from anger. If she wanted to kill someone, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough. And they still let him live and go to the capital to complain? "Commander, Old Hong requests to see you." Everyone heard the message and looked at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked indifferent. "Let Old Hong come in." Old Hong sneaked in like a thief and quickly shut the door. Turning around, everyone in the room was watching him. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Our family has some important matters to discuss with the princess. Please, everyone, give us some space." Everyone glanced at Qin Jinji and then spoke. "Old Hong, please. What important matters could there be?" That reckless man had already reported everything to the palace. It was probably the emperor who sent Old Hong to ask about the situation. Seeing everyone leave, Old Hong hurried over to Qin Jinji, looking anxious. "Oh, my little princess, why are you so relaxed? The troublemaker has already gone to the emperor. You should go to the palace and explain." Qin Jinji rested her feet on the table. "You know where I've been these past 3 years. What is there to explain?" The emperor knew she was on the battlefield, and her personal also knew. Old Hong was so anxious he was pacing in circles. "Who is the dirty-hearted person trying to set you up like this?" Qin Jinji smiled. "What did your grandfather ask you to do?" Old Hong immediately said, "The emperor wants to know if you will handle this yourself or if he should step in directly." Qin Jinji placed her hands behind her head. "If he steps in directly, that would mean he admits I really did this, right?" Public official Hong looked anxious and said, "But he has your token. It's the peace charm you received when you turned 15, personally blessed by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor at Xianghua Temple. The Emperor already sent someone to ask Master Wuyo at the temple. It's the same charm from back then." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "You mean he's holding my peace charm?" Hong nodded repeatedly. Qin Jinji pulled out the red string from her clothes. Then what is this? The peace charm was well known to be personally handled by Master Weo. The Empress ordered her to carry it everywhere. There was only one such charm in the world, and she had never taken it off. So where did the man get that charm? Seeing this, Hong's eyes widened. That thief dares to forge a sacred item. Qin Jinji showed a playful expression. That's interesting. Since it's already reported to the grandfather emperor, I might as well see him. Let's go. I'll return to the palace with you. Hong nodded in agreement. When Qin Jinji opened the door, Hu Awan and the others lost their footing and fell to the ground. She looked at them mockingly. Stop pretending to be dead. Find out who Weo really is working for, and also check if anyone has received a forged peace charm from Xianghua Temple. After speaking, Qin Jinji left the Thousand Birds office with Hong. In the carriage, Qin Jinji closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Was the person behind this trying to ruin her reputation? But she had no reputation worth mentioning. This kind of thing would just become gossip for entertainment. It wouldn't affect her at all. She was more curious about what the person behind it really wanted. Qin Jinji went straight back to the Empress's palace. The emperor was indeed waiting there. Zhao Yuanying was also with the Empress. All three had a teasing smile. Qin Jinji felt a bit speechless. She kicked off her shoes, jumped onto the soft bed, and poured herself a cup of tea. The four of them relaxed comfortably on the bed. The emperor cleared his throat. That person, what do you plan to do about him? Qin Jinji smiled. I thought you'd ask me what's going on with that person, the emperor scoffed. I, a wise ruler, can tell the difference in such small matters. But the empress disagreed. I told you long ago to just kill that person. How dare he tarnish my good grandson's reputation? Yet you insist on keeping him. Qin Jinji took a piece of cake and ate it. This person appeared too suddenly. Don't kill him yet. If you kill him and there's no proof, I won't be able to clear my name if something happens later. Zhao Yuanying thought for a moment and asked, how about locking him in prison and letting him fend for himself? Qin Jinji leaned against the edge of the bed and said, he came right to us. I need to go see him. After all, she was the only one who could frame someone else. This was the first time someone dared to frame her. The emperor looked at Qin Jinji with a look of glee. That night, news spread that the emperor had scolded Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji went deep into the prison. She saw the person inside sitting very quietly. Is it true you're my lover? She asked. The man in the cell heard her voice, turned around, and saw Qin Jinji standing by the bars. He smiled softly and stood up. Princess. Qin Jinji looked at his appearance and figure, then burst out laughing. She crossed her arms with one hand and made circles with the other. Turn around so I can see. The man smiled gently and obediently spun around once. Qin Jinji nodded. You really have a tough behind-the-scenes supporter. This man was very handsome and graceful. He looked very much like someone else, almost like another beautiful young man. If he appeared in front of everyone, and considering she had just spent a lot of gold on a performance, everyone would believe her without her saying a word. Qin Jinji looked at the man who was calm even when seeing her and said casually, What do you want? My life. The man smiled faintly. I don't want the princess's life. I do this only because I love you so much. Even if you want to kill me, I want to stay by your side. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. You're really acting. She thought he liked the kind of handsome young man from Yaotang. Finding someone so similar in such a short time was really not easy. The man just kept a faint smile, without panic or fear in his eyes. Qin Jinji clapped her hands, and Yunk and Yinsong came in. I heard you jumped off a cliff and were saved. Your face is so clean. How can people believe it? Let me help you. Yunk opened the prison door. Finally, a flicker of emotion appeared in the man's eyes. A lark kicked the man to the ground. A dagger appeared in the hand of the spruce. The spruce calmly wiped the dagger clean. Only the man, covering his face and rolling on the ground, remained. Blood seeped from his hand. He stared fiercely at Qin Jinji. It was said that this princess was crazy. But she suddenly ruined his face without warning. The spruce stabbed deep, almost to the bone. Anyone who insulted her lady would face more than just a disfigurement if it weren't for the princess's protection. He kept staring at the departing figure of Qin Jinji and her servant. The three seemed to come specifically to ruin his appearance. They showed no anger or concern about who was behind him.
Crazy.
Devil. The person was kept in the heavenly prison, and the emperor had already ordered the news to be suppressed. But the next day, news spread that Qin Jinji had run away with a man and killed her lover. She was described as licentious and ruthless. Soon, taverns and tea houses all over the city were talking about Qin Jinji. Cui Ying sat with Qin Jinji in a tea house. The storyteller was vividly describing Qin Jinji's elopement with a man. Cui Ying was so angry, she wanted to throw the storyteller's table. Qin Jinji tapped the table to make her sit down. Why aren't you angry? He dared to spread stories that damage your reputation. A woman's reputation is very important, especially for Qin Jinji, whose name was being tarnished.
Qin Jinji was very calm.
I'm not an ordinary woman. My reputation doesn't matter to me. Cui Ying crossed her arms. So, you're just going to let him keep talking? Qin Jinji took a sip of tea. We're just waiting for him to finish his story, then we'll go and confront him. Cui Ying's eyes lit up. Wait for me. I'll find a thicker stick. When the storyteller left the tavern, Qin Jinji saw Cui Ying holding a stick as thick as a fist and couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to beat him to death? Cui Ying looked annoyed. Beating him to death wouldn't be too much. Women face many hardships in this world. The people behind Qin Jinji even used her elopement to ruin her life. Even if Qin Jinji had power, rumors could still damage her reputation greatly. Moreover, if that person truly succeeded, how many women might lose their lives due to false accusations? In this world, only Qin Jinji is truly respected. The person behind all this deserves to be punished. Qin Jinji drew a small dagger from her boot. I prefer to see blood. Cui Ying's eyes lit up, and she also pulled out a dagger from her boot. I also brought a dagger. They exchanged smiles and followed the storyteller. They saw the man hurriedly returning to a house. Both of them quickly jumped into the yard. Cui Ying headed straight for the storyteller's house. She pushed the door open. But as soon as she opened it, she froze in place. Qin Jinji slowly walked over. When she reached the door, she saw a figure swaying on the beam. Cui Ying suddenly turned around. How is he swinging on the beam with his neck? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. His behind-the-scenes person told him to. The two women stood at the door, watching the storyteller hanging. Cui Ying scratched her face. Did you know he would die long ago? Qin Jinji crossed her arms. Guessing, just came to check. Cui Ying also crossed her arms. Yeah, the news spread too openly. It was easy to find him. Was he afraid of punishment and chose to hang himself? Qin Jinji shook her head. Fear of punishment usually means fleeing. Have you ever seen someone commit suicide out of fear of punishment? Cui Ying frowned. Then why hang himself? Since we've already found out about him, everything that should be checked has been checked. Qin Jinji smirked slightly. Because the person behind him is provoking us. Cui Ying's eyes widened. Daring to provoke you? He really has guts. Qin Jinji turned and left. Tell Bai Huan to examine the body and see how he died. Cui Ying tilted her neck. Wasn't it suicide by hanging? Qin Jinji raised her chin and pointed at the house. This house should be the bedroom, but the table and bed are covered in dust, showing no one has lived here. The windows are open, and if you're lucky, you might see footprints on the windowsill. Cui Ying walked over, eyes narrowing. There are footprints. The person who killed him must have escaped through here. Qin Jinji turned her back and walked forward. The person who ordered him to do this wanted him dead just before we arrived, just one step away. Cui Ying showed a cold smile. Are you acting as a manipulator, trying to play us? Qin Jinji laughed. How interesting. Big things are about to happen in the capital, and I am starting to look forward to it. Cui Ying looked worried. Could it be those noble families setting a trap for you again? Qin Jinji shrugged. Who knows? Cui Ying shook her head while watching Qin Jinji. Forget it. With your 800 tricks, you probably won't suffer much loss. Qin Jinji turned back and asked, How is Wei Sweki adapting at the Thousand Birds office? Krui Ing was quite impressed. You really don't say. Wei Sweki is truly talented. On land, she looks sickly, but once in the water, she moves like a slippery eel. Many of the Thousand Birds guards have already learned to swim. Qin Jinji nodded with satisfaction. Everyone at the Thousand Birds office must learn to swim. Commander, this person died from a broken neck. It seems he was choked first, then hung on the beam. Bai Huanhuan recorded all the details of the autopsy and placed them on Qin Jinji's desk. Qin Jinji nodded. Lately, Lu Yi has been coming to see you. Has she disturbed your work? Bai Huanhuan quickly replied, Not at all. Miss Lu has been a great help. She taught me many medical skills. Problems I used to struggle with are now solved. Qin Jinji nodded. Go ahead and do your work. Krui Ing came in and took a big sip of tea. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Did a dog chase you away? Krui Ing rolled her eyes. You have no idea how many reports accusing you today. Qin Jinji shrugged. Being accused isn't unusual. Since the Thousand Birds office was established, I've faced accusations almost every day. Krui Ing waved her finger. Today is different. Today, several officials from the censorate won't stop until the emperor punishes you. Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Did you hit a pillar? Krui Ing widened her eyes. Almost. Qin Jinji chuckled. Old Wei still has his skills. Krui Ing exaggerated. It's not just skills. Old Wei is still cursing at one of your accusers' families right outside their door. Qin Jinji quietly laughed. How is the place I chose for you? Already decided. Once renovated, it will be used as a school. After hearing this, Qin Jinji stood up. All right, you handle the affairs of the department. I need to go out for a while. Cui Ying was already used to Qin Jinji suddenly disappearing. Qin Jinji drove to the Imperial College. Master Chongfeng was meditating. Qin Jinji carried a food box and placed a bowl of drunken crab under Master Chongfeng's nose, while still fanning the aroma toward him. Showing kindness without reason is usually for selfish purposes or theft. Master Chongfeng kept his eyes closed. Qin Jinji picked up a prepared crab and fed it into Master Chongfeng's mouth. Master, this crab is made with 30 years of peach blossom brew. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Qin Jinji with a sideways glance. Speak if you have something to say. Qin Jinji chuckled. I want to take you as a student. Master Chongfeng happily ate the crab meat. After finishing the crab in the bowl, he handed the bowl back to Qin Jinji. He touched his face, closed his eyes, and said, No. Qin Jinji grabbed Master Chongfeng's beard. Hey, old man, are you going to accept or not? Master Chongfeng widened his eyes and grabbed Qin Jinji's ear. Disobedient disciple. Let go of me. Qin Jinji grimaced and said, You first, let go. Who would have thought that a great scholar and noble would be arguing like this? Master Ji, what's wrong? A young servant at the door heard the noise inside and quickly asked. Master Chongfeng released Qin Jinji's ear and cleared his throat. Nothing's wrong. I want to meditate. Don't let anyone disturb me. Qin Jinji rubbed her ear and took out a stack of papers from her pocket, handing them to him. Master Chongfeng snorted coldly and closed his eyes. Qin Jinji took a deep breath and laid all the papers in front of Master Chongfeng. She opened his eyes by lifting his eyelids. He was so angry he wanted to hit her with a fly whisk. But when his eyes swept over the papers, he was still attracted. He glanced at one, pursed his lips, and picked up a paper. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. After reading all the papers, he raised his head and closed his eyes again. Bring people to see me tomorrow. Qin Jinji put the papers away. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Master Chongfeng took his fly whisk and swatted her. If you had brought them out early, I wouldn't have agreed. Qin Jinji smiled happily and said, I'm leaving now. Chongfeng Daoist closed his eyes and said, Go away. Qin Jinji proudly shrugged and quietly left the Imperial Academy. The next day, an event in the capital made students very jealous. The new head of the Imperial Academy, Chongfeng Daoist, had taken on a student. This person was not a student from the capital. It was the former Ming Queen, Lang Mingyue. Everyone in the capital was shocked. But Lang Mingyue's talent quickly gained fame among the people. Tea houses and taverns could spread both good and bad news. With Changfeng Daoist's support, Lang Mingyue's poems and writings became widely known. No one could doubt her talent. When Lang Mingyue came to thank Qianyao, Cui Ying was so angry she almost bit her silk scarf. Why didn't you tell me you also knew Changfeng Daoist? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. What, do you want to be a student too? Cui Ying wailed. Who wouldn't want that? Changfeng Daoist is so powerful. If I could learn from him, my skills would improve a lot. But Cui Ying quickly calmed down. Now it seems Lang Mingyue needs this identity more. Having the status of Changfeng Daoist student will make it easier to start a girls' school in the future. At least no one will doubt her talent. Qin Jinji smiled and picked up a copy of the Book of Songs from the table. Changfeng Daoist's copy of the Book of Songs, a rare edition. Cui Ying carefully took it. I knew it, you're my half-sister. Qin Jinji smiled. I heard you've also been learning body-strengthening techniques from a man recently. Cui Ying proudly waved her finger. Not only that. I also learned light skills from Yin Quebec. If I can't beat someone, I can run away. Qin Jinji nodded. Do you remember General Tuyu? Cui Ying pouted. That bear? Qin Jinji was surprised and smiled for a long time. Tuyu is just a bit intimidating. He caught some suspicious people near the storyteller's house. These people can't be taken to Qianyao. You should find Tuyu and learn how to interrogate prisoners. Cui Ying raised an eyebrow. He's skilled. Qin Jinji sniffed. In an hour, he can peel a suspect's skin completely without killing him. I'm going now. After Cui Ying left, Qin Jinji returned to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. She entered the prince's courtyard. In the courtyard, Qin Yi was practicing a strategic game with his subordinates. The princess has arrived. Greetings, princess. Everyone saw Qin Jinji and immediately bowed. Qin Yi looked up and smiled. My good granddaughter has come. Seeing Qin Jinji looking at the game board, Qin Yi smiled and said, How about a match with your grandfather? Qin Jinji smiled and replied, With so many of your followers here, if I win, where will you put the face of the Prince of Zhenbei? Qin Yi burst into hearty laughter. See that? That's my granddaughter. She's so bold. All the important generals following Qin Yi were present. They all knew that the Prince of Zhenbei was a proud supporter of his granddaughter, which was true. Qin Ye's eyes showed no joking manner. Come, play a game with your grandfather and show your skills. Qin Jinji and Qin Yi played a strategic game against each other. But besides Qin Yi, his soldiers had different thoughts. Qin Jinji was not familiar with these soldiers. She had heard about them at the border. It was hard to believe that the once brilliant general had such reckless descendants. But as the only young lady of the Qin family, Qin Jinji didn't hold much hope. As long as she was alive, that was enough. When they heard Qin Yi wanted to play a game against Qin Jinji, many felt a bit relieved. At least she had some knowledge of military strategy. As the only heir of the Prince of Zhenbei, Qin Jinji wouldn't go to the battlefield. It wasn't a shame for Qin Ye's lifetime of fighting. Just as everyone was thinking of having some fun watching, Qin Jinji suddenly launched an attack. The two armies faced each other, and Qin Jinji played with the style of Qin Yi. For a moment, the grandfather and granddaughter seemed evenly matched. Suddenly, the situation on the game board started to change strangely. Qin Yi and Qin Jinji both seemed to alter their tactics. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have the ladder over the wall. The strategies of the grandfather and granddaughter instantly became more cunning. Everyone's hearts followed the moves on the board, tense and excited. Many looked at Qin Jinji with surprise. One general watched and frowned. The person nearby saw this and said, Do you also think this battle is exciting? It's hard to tell who will win. The general shook his head and said, The young princess's tactics are strange and unpredictable, but I feel this style looks very familiar. The person next to him asked, What style? The general looked at Qin Jinji and frowned more deeply. I have a captain under my command, young but very good at guerrilla tactics. Most of his victories are by small numbers defeating large ones. He has made great contributions in the battle against Chu. The person's eyes lit up and asked, I haven't heard of him before. The general looked a bit embarrassed and said, Although this captain often wins battles, his sneaky tactics make me a little shy to talk about his achievements openly. Suddenly, the person seemed to realize and said, "Could it be that your captain is Qin-san, the one known for his secret tactics?" The general nodded and said, "Although it's not very polite to say, the sneaky style of the young princess is really similar to Qin-san." Everyone around laughed loudly. Who cares if he's black or white? As long as he catches mice, he's a good cat.
Deception in war is common.
Qin-san's strategies are very deep. You might not want to be shy about it. I haven't met Qin-san myself, but his reputation in the army is quite big. The general nodded, agreeing. He had even asked the king of Jinbei to praise him. However, the king of Jinbei had other matters to attend to, so Qin-san didn't return to the capital with them this time. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qin-san, who was said to be extremely sneaky, was actually standing right in front of them, wearing a different face. Qin Jinji placed a chess piece on Qin Ye's main city. "Grandfather, you lost." Qin Yi burst out laughing when he saw this. The soldiers gathered around the chessboard also changed their minds completely. Young princess is mighty. No wonder she's the granddaughter of the prince. Truly talented, she's a member of the Qin family. Whether man or woman, they are born for the battlefield. Qin Jinji watched Qin Yi and the soldiers boast about her intelligence being inherited from him, not knowing if her grandmother's coffin could hold all this pride. After everyone left, Qin Jinji and Qin Yi went to the study. Qin Jinji lay on a chair and asked, "So, you're already helping me gather the army's support so quickly?" Qin Yi calmly replied, "I just wanted to show the Jinbei army's successor what I can do." Today's sand table exercise was deliberately arranged by Qin Yi. Of course, he didn't hold back. It's really hard to outsmart Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji has been separated from the Northern Army for many years. Now it's time for Qin Jinji to gradually take over military affairs of the Northern Army. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "I have my own plans." Qin Yi smiled. "What do you want to tell your grandfather?" Qin Jinji closed her eyes and said, "I suspect there is a traitor in the Northern Army." Qin Yi paused while holding the military report. "What makes you think that?" Qin Jinji tilted her head and looked at him. "Haven't you heard? My former lover, who abandoned me, has come to the capital to complain." Qin Yi was surprised. "The 9th Prince of Chu is back." Qin Jinji rolled her eyes. The news in the capital spread strangely. "My secret sentries didn't find anything, only one channel of information that the guards wouldn't block. That channel is military communication. Only messages within the army could spread so quickly without being discovered by Qin Jinji's people." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. "You sent your little friend to find Tu, just to find out who the traitor is?" Qin Jinji opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling beam. "Shun Chongqing said before he died that my father was surrounded and killed in a battle, and someone in the army helped." Qin Ye's eyes also turned cold. "You think the person involved this time might be the same one who betrayed Z 18 years ago?" Qin Jinji swung her legs. "No matter if it's the same person or not, anyone who can secretly pass messages in the army must be eliminated." Qin Yi looked at Qin Jinji, who was lying lazily in the chair, and felt a twinge of tenderness. "Back then, we all thought the chaos would end before you were born. Your name carried all the hopes of the Northern Army, but in the end, only my granddaughter suffered the most." Qin Jinji looked at the old man with white hair and sighed. "Stop the sentimental talk, old man. Huangfu Nanfeng has returned to Chu, ending the internal strife. There will surely be another battle between the two countries, and the chaos will end. You said it yourself. Qin family members are born for the battlefield. I will make sure you see it with your own eyes." Qin Yi took a deep breath and smiled. "Compared to your two brothers, you resemble Zi more. But Huangfu Nanfeng is indeed dangerous. I hope this war will be the last time it erupts." Qin Jinji stood up and looked at Qin Yi. "This strategy of using the tiger to control the wolf is only a last resort. The noble families are deeply rooted, and each one is not to be underestimated. But if they unite, they become an unbreakable force. I am using border conflicts to balance the noble families. Now, the Zheng and Shin families have fallen. Before Chu invades, I will take down the other 3 major families. Once the 5 great families are gone, the other clans will no longer be a threat." Qin Yi watched as Qin Jinji began to show her leadership qualities, and he couldn't help but smile proudly. The old Xiao guy is no match for me. He has so many children, but none are as well-behaved as my grandson. Qin Jinji smiled. If the censorate hears you say that, they'll accuse you of arrogance and disrespect for the emperor's favor. Then they'll try to take away the remaining 50,000 troops in your hands. Qin Yi looked indifferent. Let them try. Let the young ones eat their fill of how money just disappears into thin air. Qin Jinji stood up. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I've recalled Huiqing back to the capital. News that the Qin family was involved in producing counterfeit coins spread across the city in just one day. No wonder that princess lives so extravagantly. Turns out the Qin family can make their own money. Counterfeiting money is treason and punishable by death for the entire family. The Qin family is really bold. The Qin family fought for Jin country all their lives. Only the grandparents and grandchildren are left. How could there be a 9-generation punishment? Besides, the northern King Zhen has served his whole life. Even if he took some bribes, he shouldn't be sentenced to death. Public opinion in the capital was divided. The northern army had fought for many years and was popular among the people. So, even with this news, people's reactions varied. After hearing the news, Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and then smiled. So, the mastermind behind this was aiming for our Qin family's military power. Yun Ke frowned and gestured, asking if it was someone from Guangzhou. Qin Jinji smiled. The person behind this has always been after our Qin family's military power. They've laid a big trap. She stood up and went straight to the palace. When she arrived outside the imperial study, she didn't go in but called Old Hong out. Old Hong looked confused. Princess, why don't you go in? The emperor has been waiting for a long time. Qin Jinji said, give me that fake peace talisman. Hong was surprised. The peace talisman is in the evidence room. I will go get it for you. I'll go with you. Hong hesitated, then said, Princess, the trip is a bit far. You stay inside and rest with His Majesty. I'll go get it. Qin Jinji smiled mysteriously. Today, I can't enter the imperial study. Not only that, but I also need you to spread the word that the emperor's grandfather didn't allow me in. Hong was surprised. Why is that? Qin Jinji, like good friends, said, just do as I say. If you're worried, take the evidence and ask His Majesty's grandfather. Hong had a strange feeling, as if he was worried about that unlucky servant being overpowered by the young princess. All right, I'll take you to get the peace talisman. They arrived at the evidence room in the prison. Strangely, there were no guards outside. Qin Jinji's face darkened, and she quickly ran into the evidence room. Inside, she saw several black-clad men stabbing the last guard. They immediately shouted, "Kill her!" Qin Jinji drew a soft sword from her waist and faced the approaching black-clad men. Where did all the guards go? This is so unruly. I'll deal with these troublemakers later. Hong followed behind Qin Jinji, angry to see no guards present. As soon as they entered, Qin Jinji was already fighting with the black-clad men. She kicked one of them, knocking his sword away. The sword flew and stuck into the door in front of Hong. Hong shouted. Someone! There's an assassin. Help! The black-clad man immediately stabbed at him with his sword. Qin Jinji kicked a nearby stool at the man's leg. As the man knelt down, she used a hidden weapon to close the door. Go call for help, Hong hurriedly shouted. I'll go get someone. Without Hong's delay, Qin Jinji found it easier to handle the attackers. How does Qin Jinji have such high martial skills? Hearing the black-clad man, Qin Jinji's lips curled into a teasing smile. Do you know who I am? She quietly reached for her waist. The man in black immediately shut his mouth, and the others again raised their swords to attack Qin Jinji. Just as they closed in, Qin Jinji suddenly raised her hand and released a cloud of powder. The men were frightened and stepped back. What's this? Qin Jinji casually sheathed her soft sword at her waist. This is a sleeping powder made by the world's best healer. Just a little inhaled, and it can make a cow fall asleep. Before the others could finish listening, they all collapsed to the ground. Since Qin Jinji was last attacked, Lu Yi and Yun Ke had prepared many hidden weapons and sleeping poisons on her. If Qin Jinji ever got separated from others, These things would help her escape. Today, she finally used them. Princess, I am here to save you. Evil bandits. Don't hurt my princess. Old Gong Gong kicked open the door and saw Qin Jinji crouching beside the men. Qin Jinji turned around and saw Gong Gong and the imperial guards behind him. Quick, lock them all in the heavenly prison. Gong Gong hurriedly said, What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the princess? Quickly lock these people up. The imperial guards quickly carried away the unconscious men. Qin Jinji suddenly called out to the guards. She stepped forward, and everyone heard a faint click. Everyone stared at Qin Jinji with wide eyes. Qin Jinji clapped her hands. Remove their jaws to prevent them from biting poison and trying to kill themselves. Later, check them carefully. I want to keep them alive. The guards looked at Qin Jinji's smooth movements and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Then they nodded repeatedly and took the men away. Gong Gong hurried forward, anxiously saying, Oh, my little princess, are you hurt? These evil bandits are so bold to break into the palace and attack. I will tell His Majesty and have him punish them severely. Qin Jinji said, I'm fine. Go find that peace talisman for me. They probably came for that. Gong Gong saw that Qin Jinji was okay and let out a sigh of relief. Following the clues from the evidence room, he found a small box. When he opened it, inside was the fake peace talisman. Qin Jinji took the item and said, Go back and tell the emperor to find a reason to argue with my grandfather. Gong Gong saw Qin Jinji was leaving and said, Should I call the imperial doctor to check on you? If His Majesty finds out you are in danger, he will be very worried. Qin Jinji waved her hand. Nothing urgent. You can let Lu Yi go to Jinbei Prince's mansion after her shift. Grandpa Hung nodded repeatedly. The most important thing now is to report to the emperor. Someone secretly entered the palace and stole evidence. Qin Jinji returned to the mansion, holding a peace talisman. Lark, bring water and cinnabar. Lark placed the water and cinnabar on the table. Qin Jinji poured some cinnabar into the water. Then she tore open the peace talisman and put it into the water. After the talisman was fully soaked, Qin Jinji hung it by the window to dry. Once it was completely dry, she lit an unknown incense and wafted it around the talisman. In a moment, golden characters appeared on the talisman. Qin Jinji's face darkened. The Yang family, concubine Yang, the sixth prince. This was not surprising at all. Before Shun Chongqing died, he said there were traitors among the noble families. She initially thought it was Chu country. But the information she gathered about the siege also revealed some mysterious powers that were hard to identify. Counterfeit coins were made by the Yang family. At first, the Yang family pushed out a scapegoat and then eliminated all those who knew the truth, avoiding disaster. She guessed correctly about the peace talisman. It was definitely made by Chun Qi. Chun Qi and Chen Sua are rare geniuses in the Qin family. Chun Qi, at only 8 years old, could replicate objects exactly like Chen Lao. Even Chen Lao was very proud. Overly clever people can be harmed. The people the Qin family interacts with are very dangerous. So Chen Lao never let the siblings work with him. In Jin State, only Chen Qi could produce such realistic forgeries. Most importantly, Chen Qi had seen a real peace talisman. The hidden writing on the talisman was a little trick taught by Chen Qi and her brother. It was used to pass secret messages in times of danger. The method was Chen Qi's original idea. Therefore, Chen Qi was not hiding the talisman. She was captured by the Yang family. 300 miles outside the Guangzhou region is Jin State's border. Beyond the border is a small country called Fengqi. That place is famous for its fine horses, and its people are expert horse trainers. Most of Jin State's horses are bought from Fengqi. A large, sparsely populated country, it's not worth attacking. So Jin State has always regarded Fengqi as a natural horse breeding ground. The Yang family of Hongnong has held power in Guangzhou for generations. If they wanted to trade with the Flying Dragon Kingdom, it would be very easy. Warhorses are an essential part of military strength. Another important reason why the Yang family wants to regain control of Qin's military power is that they have generals in their family. During the chaos among the feudal lords, Emperor Jin fought his way to the throne with a firm and ruthless approach. Besides support from the Du family, the Yang family also contributed some troops. However, the victory of the Northern Army gained the people's trust, and everyone recognized only the Northern Army. No one acknowledged the Yang family's generals. After the emperor ascended the throne, he appointed the father of the virtuous consort as the chief military advisor. But because military power was still in Qin Ye's hands, the Yang family's appointment as chief military advisor became a joke. When Qin Ye's military power was taken away, the real control was in the hands of the proper and official Privy Council. Qin family's achievements are so great that as long as they do not rebel, Qin Yi and Qin Jinji have nothing to fear for their lives. The Qin family members who died for Jin's state are only this grandfather and grandson. No one believes they conspired to rebel. So, this grand conspiracy was all about gaining control of Qin's military power. Gossip about romantic scandals is what common people love to discuss after meals. Qin Jinji ran away with her lover, and the murder of her lover made everyone in the capital focus on her. Then, the so-called lover revealed that the Qin family was involved in counterfeiting. They used a traitor within the military to pass messages. 10 years ago, the clues to the Qin family tragedy were deliberately leaked by the Yang family. The Yang family probably discovered that Qin Qi and his sister were working under her. They intentionally led Qin Qi to Guangzhou, using Qin Qi to set the stage for this big drama. This mother and son are quite cunning. Consort Yang is the least noticeable among the four consorts. She is less beautiful than concubine Shen, less talented than virtuous consort Da, and her family influence is weaker than that of noble consort Shu. But she is the one with the most children in the harem. Besides the 6th Prince Xiao Cheng, the 12th Prince Xiao Su, and the only 10-year-old 21st Prince Xiao Lin, she also has a married princess and a princess currently engaged in marriage negotiations. Now that the crown prince is incapable, other princes are starting to compete for the throne. The Yang family has also begun to act. Qin Jinji suspects that if it weren't for the incident with the Ming king, the Yang family might not have acted so quickly. The Yang family can tolerate a reckless ruler holding power, but their fear grew with the conflict involving the Ming king. A clever young master of the Qin family, even if the crown prince is incompetent, with the support of the Qin family, he could still take that position. Now, the Yang family is eager to gain military power. If their goal is to threaten the lives of their ancestors and themselves, that makes sense. But if they initially aimed to control the Qin family's military strength, a small mistake could really let the Yang family succeed. If they control the border region, she plans to create some chaos there. When Xiaozhen saw Qin Jinji at her private residence, her eyes widened instantly. "How did you find out about this place?" Qin Jinji looked at Xiaozhen's panicked expression and smiled. "Next time you bring people here, remember to hide your tail." Xiaozhen looked at Qin Jinji's smile and instinctively took a step back. "I've already brought your second brother's soldiers to the imperial city, and now he's dead. You said we owe each other nothing." Qin Jinji smiled more sincerely. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to do business." Xiaozhen shivered and took another step back. "Does she look like a fool?" Qin Jinji crossed her legs and pointed to a chair nearby. "Sit down." Xiaozhen stared at Qin Jinji closely, then slowly sat down. "What do you want from me?" Qin Jinji smiled. "The bandits you raised in the village are already attracting attention. Have you thought about how to handle them?" Xiaozhen looked very nervous. "What do you want to do?" Qin Jinji waved playfully with one hand. "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't give you the antidote when you return with your troops." Xiaozhen's nerves were tense, afraid of falling into Qin Jinji's trap. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Bandits, bandits. Without horses, how can they fight? I know a place with many good horses. You can go and steal some." Xiaozhen looked at Qin Jinji in disbelief. "You want them to steal horses?" Qin Jinji nodded. "Yes. Without good horses, your bandits won't have much fighting ability." Xiaozhen couldn't believe Qin Jinji was so kind. He hesitated for a moment. "Where is this place?" Qin Jinji smiled slightly. "In the border region." Xiaozhen suddenly stood up. "Border region? Are you sending my men to their death?" Zhong province is the territory of the Yang family, and they have their own army to guard it. The people he has trained could never match a formal army. Qin Jinji naturally said, "Yes, just send them to die." What's the problem? Xiaozhen looked around for any useful weapons. He decided he had to fight Qin Jinji. Is she speaking human words? Qin Jinji leaned back in her chair, supporting her face with one hand. I'll send your people to Zhong province. Once the mission is done, I will ask the emperor's grandfather to make you a king and send you to your fief. Xiaozhen was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Jinji's condition to be this. But becoming a king means he would lose that position forever. He had endured so many years. Could he really give up now? Qin Jinji looked at his expression and slightly curled her lips. Are you still thinking of fighting for yourself? People, the most afraid of not knowing their place. Are you sure you want to stay in the capital and fight me? You might not survive. Xiaozhen seemed to be slapped with a cold bucket of water, waking him up completely. The Qin family is destined to support the crown prince. Anyone who fights the crown prince is Qin Jinji's enemy. Someone like second brother. With such a family, all died without a trace. How could he possibly fight Qin Jinji? Xiaozhen looked at Qin Jinji. What does it take for this to be considered successful? Qin Jinji looked into his eyes, but her beautiful mouth spoke the most biting words. Everyone in Zhong province must be dead. Xiaozhen's hand suddenly gripped the armrest of the chair. He would exchange thousands of lives for a chance to stay alive. Qin Jinji was truly ruthless. Qin Jinji looked at Xiaozhen's serious face and asked with a smile, "Are you wondering why I am so ruthless, using so many lives as a trade with you?" Xiaozhen didn't speak, but his eyes showed agreement. Qin Jinji's smile was bright. "Xiaozhen, don't be ungrateful. You know better than I do where the people from that village went. Put away your fake kindness. I find it disgusting." Xiaozhen's face turned pale. He knew Qin Jinji was clever, but he didn't expect her to be this smart. Qin Jinji looked at his expression and stood up. "Since you care so much about these people, I won't force you." Xiaozhen looked at Qin Jinji's bold face. Suddenly feeling a chill without reason, Qin Jinji wanted these people to die. Even if he didn't agree, Qin Jinji would still make them die. "When do we leave?" Qin Jinji looked at Xiaozhen's troubled face and softly chuckled, then burst into loud laughter. She tilted her head. "I thought you would have some backbone." "That's more like it." Truly, a petty person is more likable than a hypocrite. Xiaozhen's face darkened, but he didn't speak to argue. Qin Jinji brushed off her clothes and said, "Send your people out immediately. Remember, when facing the Yang army, only go in, no retreat. When news of these people's deaths reaches back, it will be your day to be crowned king. But if even one escapes, you will be buried with them." Xiaozhen watched Qin Jinji walk away and then sink into a chair. Fear, anger, coldness, helplessness. His second brother's defeat was not undeserved. Qin Jinji truly did not tarnish the Qin family's reputation. She is smarter than her father and more cunning than her grandfather. People in the capital underestimate her because she is a woman, since no precedent exists for a woman leading an army. But if it's Qin Jinji, Xiaozhen is sure that if she wants to, she could become the next ruler of the Northern Army. The crown prince is truly fortunate, without a powerful maternal clan, yet he is the emperor's legitimate son. Even if the emperor is incapable, he has no intention of deposing the crown prince and appointing someone else. Now Qin Jinji has clearly stated that all princes competing for the throne are her enemies. As long as the crown prince survives until the emperor's long life, that position will surely be his. What does he have to compete with? Thousands of lives exchanged for a peaceful land far from conflict. At least, he can survive. Qin Jinji left Xiaozhen's private residence and returned to the Prince of Jinbei's estate. Meanwhile, the Hua sisters anxiously waited in Qin Jinji's courtyard. "Princess, Li Jin has gone missing." Qin Jinji frowned. "When did this happen?" Hua Manlu spoke. "We found clues about Leng Chanxiang in the black market." Li Jin disguised himself and mixed in the black market for a few years. He kept in contact until a few days ago, but suddenly there was no news. Our people infiltrated, but they couldn't find any trace of Li Jin. Qin Jinji thought for a moment. Where's the last news you received about Lung Chanxiang? Qin Jinji's face was cold. Name, Wu Yuji. Qin Jinji nodded. Continue searching for Li Jin's trail. Li Jin had been mixing in the capital since he was young, and was usually very slippery. Being able to make him disappear quietly in the black market suggests he has strong connections there. To catch the thief, you must first catch the leader. Since he disappeared in the black market, we need to find its main person. I've heard the black market boss has a strange personality, unpredictable and difficult to deal with. Qin Jinji took Yin Kei to a rouge shop located in the southern part of the city. Miss, what would you like to choose? As soon as they entered, a young boy came forward. Qin Jinji picked up a box of rouge, as if choosing something carefully, then said, Qian Sui Hong. The young boy's face changed, and he started to look at Qin Jinji more carefully. Our shop doesn't carry that, he said. Qin Jinji threw a token at him. Tell Qian Sui Hong I will wait for her for 15 minutes. If she doesn't come out, I will shut down the shop. The young boy saw Qin Jinji's impressive demeanor and her unusual clothing, so he thought for a moment and then took the token to the back courtyard. Less than 15 minutes later, a man with oiled hair, a face made up with powder, wearing a red inner shirt and peacock blue outer robe, came out from the back. Who is the noble guest looking for me? Qin Jinji sat with her back to the two at the entrance of the rouge shop. When she heard the man's voice, a slight smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, the shop's door collapsed. The man and the young boy saw that the outside of the rouge shop was filled with soldiers dressed in the attire of the Duke of Jinbei's guards. Each soldier had a rope tied to their horse. On the other end, the ropes were hanging from the shop's roof. The door that just collapsed was torn off by the horses. Now, these soldiers were preparing for a second charge. The man hurried forward. Noble guest, what are you doing? Qin Jinji ignored him and said, Break it. All the soldiers charged together, and the shop's facade was completely destroyed. The entire rouge shop looked like half of it had been cut away. The soldiers turned around again, ready to hook the ropes back onto the shop. The man shouted, Stop. Do you know who our backer is? If you don't stop, I will make sure you suffer the consequences. Lark stepped forward and kicked the man to the ground. Then she took a rope and tied him up tightly, hanging him halfway up the beam.
Who are you?
Quickly let me down. I tell you, I won't let you get away with this. Lark stuffed a cloth into the man's mouth. She patted his chin. Although she didn't speak, the man seemed to understand her meaning, because in the next second, Lark's hand was already slapping his face. Outside, the cavalry shouted, Princess, please go to a safe place to rest. Sitting at the door is dangerous if the beam falls. The man widened his eyes. She was about to destroy his entire shop. He made muffled sounds. Just as Qin Jinji was about to stand up, a sweet female voice was heard. Honored guest, welcome. Sorry for not greeting you properly. A charming woman, dressed in a bright red robe and wearing a peony on her head, stepped gracefully from the backyard. She smiled as she approached Qin Jinji. Countess Hong, greetings to the princess. Then she kept smiling as she walked over to the frightened young man on the ground. She slapped his face. Since the princess has arrived, you dare to be negligent. Go and kneel in punishment. She turned around, still smiling, and looked at Qin Jinji. The new servant is dull and has offended the princess. I will punish him severely. Qin Jinji slowly walked to the man hanging from the beam. She kicked him like she was practicing martial arts on a sandbag. Is this your substitute? Countess Hong remained calm and said, Traveling the world, one must always be prepared. Qin Jinji kicked the man again. Your substitute doesn't even recognize the emblem of the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Such a failure. Should I kill him for you? Countess Hong smiled slightly. No need to trouble the princess. The man was barely breathing from the kicks. Countess Hong's face remained expressionless. Qin Jinji, seeming tired, sat back down in her chair. Countess Hong immediately poured tea and handed it to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji didn't take the tea, but crossed her legs. Just now, you said your stand-in mentioned that the person behind your shop has a lot of influence. Tell me more, so I can see if I can avoid offending them. Qian Suihong still held her teacup gracefully. The princess is joking. Everyone in the capital knows your noble status. He's just trying to show off his power. Qin Jinji smirked. That makes me even more curious. I wonder whose surname this tiger is wearing. Qian Suihong smiled slightly. If the princess wishes, this tiger can have the surname Qin. Qin Jinji swung her foot. What a pity. I don't like tigers. I only like dogs. Qian Suihong remained calm. Your Highness is joking. Qin Jinji rested her chin on one hand and lightly tapped the armrest of her chair. Since this stand-in is so unqualified, I'll take care of him. If he's not good enough as a stand-in, he can serve as a punching bag. Yunk, take him back and hang him in the martial arts field of the palace. I need a punching bag. Yunk nodded and went to take the man away. Qian Suihong's face finally changed. Does the princess have something for me to do? Qin Jinji smiled. I have nothing for you. Qian Suihong stared at the small mole on Qin Jinji's face. Princess, just say what you need. Qian Suihong will do her best. Qin Jinji still swung her foot and tilted her head to look at Qian Suihong, with a playful smile on her face. My person was lost in the black market. I want to see him tonight. Qian Suihong was stunned. I will definitely find out for the princess. But the black market is complicated, and it might take a day. Qin Jinji laughed boldly. Tell your father, if I don't see my person return to the Prince of Jinbei's residence before midnight, I will destroy the black market tomorrow. Qian Suihong's expression grew serious. This young lady from the Prince of Jinbei's residence is as mysterious as a scout's report. Indeed, she is unfathomable. No one knows her true identity. But Qin Jinji not only knows where she stays but also directly reveals her identity. Anyone in the capital who dares to say they will destroy the black market is overestimating themselves. But if that person is Qin Jinji, the lawless Qin Jinji, she is not only brave but also truly capable of taking down the black market. Qin Jinji stood up. I'll take your brother first. My people will return to the palace, and your brother will come back safe and sound. The red sleeve of the 1,000-years-old lady's hand clenched unconsciously. She still couldn't fool her. The lark put the person down, dragged the unconscious man away like dragging a dead dog. The moment Qin Jinji stepped out of the shop, the cavalry immediately tightened the ropes. The rouge shop instantly collapsed and was leveled to the ground. The 1,000-years-old lady leapt back to avoid the falling debris. Qin Jinji turned onto her horse. I said, just wait for a quarter of an hour. If the red lady didn't appear in that time, she would destroy the shop. Qin Jinji always kept her word. The red lady looked at Qin Jinji's back with a serious expression. The ruins at her feet seemed to be ignored. Until Qin Jinji's figure disappeared completely. The red lady turned and left. Qin Jinji told the young servant in the mansion, hang this person at the palace gate. The servant quickly the red lady's brother and hung him at the gate. The lark asked, Princess, with such a big show, won't it scare the snake? Qin Jinji smiled. Li Jin has already gone missing. The people behind already know someone is investigating. Now, it depends on whether those behind dare to offend me, the devil of the capital. In the black market, many shady forces are hidden. If only one person in the capital dares to overthrow the black market, it must be Qin Jinji. Angering Qin Jinji means these hidden, dark forces won't even have a chance to survive in the gutter. It's better to make a big show. That way, it ensures Li Jin's safety. Her grand display in searching for him shows the people behind the black market how important Li Jin is. Once Li Jin is in danger, the black market won't be safe. Sure enough, before midnight, a carriage stopped at the North King's residence. The red lady stepped out of the carriage. She handed Qin Jinji's token to the servant at the gate. Red lady requests to see the princess. The servant saw the princess's token and immediately went inside to report. The red lady looked at her brother hanging at the palace gate, holding back her urge to rush over. Soon, the servant came out with a few people. Where's Li Jin? Chun Suihong pointed at the carriage. Someone is inside. The young servants helped the unconscious Li Jin out of the carriage. The servant who delivered the message said to Chun Suahong, "The princess requests your presence." Chun Suahong followed the servant to Qin Jinji's courtyard. Qin Jinji was lying leisurely on a swing, eyes closed. Chun Suahong stepped forward. "Greetings, princess." Qin Jinji opened her eyes slightly. "It seems that among your siblings you and your sister still hold some status." Chun Suahong smiled softly. "Father asked me to deliver a message. The matter you are investigating involves many people. To avoid harming innocent people, please do not continue your investigation." The swing swayed gently. Qin Jinji spoke slowly. "What if I insist on investigating? If you insist, it concerns the survival of the black market." Father said he will not sit idly by. Qin Jinji opened her eyes and looked at Chun Suahong sideways. Such a small, cold herb as chili moonflower could threaten the black market's existence. "Who is behind your father?" Chun Suahong was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "My father has many children, and I am not favored. I do not know who the powerful figures behind him are. The black market has lasted until now, surely supported by someone. But they hide their support well, so no one knows who they are." Qin Jinji stood up and looked into Chun Suahong's eyes. "Your father has many children, but only a few are capable of taking on big responsibilities. Are you willing to always be his?" Chun Suahong smiled slightly. "I am just a woman, following my father at home. Naturally, I listen to him." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "So, you killed those dozen siblings just because you followed your father's orders?" Chun Suahong's expression grew serious as she looked at Qin Jinji. "Princess, you truly are hiding your true strength." Qin Jinji picked up a fruit and took a bite. Then she asked casually, "Have you ever thought about becoming the owner of the black market yourself?" Qin Jinji threw a fruit to Chun Suahong. "People need to judge the situation carefully. My position is not something just anyone can reach." Chun Suahong held the fruit in her hand. "Are you afraid I will tell my father what you said?" Qin Jinji returned to the swing. "Your brother is at the door." Chun Suahong bowed. Chun Suahong takes her leave, after the sister and brother left. Qin Jinji entered Li Jin's room. Lu Yi put away her needle. "He has no internal injuries. Someone gave him some medicine, and he will wake up soon." After saying that, she went to Qin Jinji and checked her pulse. Then she handed her a porcelain bottle. "Heart-saving pills, one each day." Qin Jinji took one in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi sat beside Qin Jinji. "Today I heard in the palace that the prince and his majesty had a big argument in the study. His majesty broke all the porcelain there." Qin Jinji sipped her tea, tasting the bitterness, and said, "It's just acting." Lu Yi looked convinced. "Everyone in the palace is good at acting. But I found something today." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Lu Yi looked a bit confused. "Today, I checked Princess Fang's pulse for safety, but her pulse showed she probably never had children." Qin Jinji's eyes flashed with interest. "Never had children." When Princess Fang was pregnant with the little prince and princess, her belly was very big. The doctors at the Imperial Hospital, who checked her pulse, all believed she was carrying twins. Lu Yi was very puzzled. "I checked all her previous medical records. The doctors at the hospital are not very skilled, but their pregnancy diagnoses are basic and usually correct. It's impossible for so many doctors to be wrong at the same time. Princess Fang was not high-ranking when she was pregnant, just a beauty. So, she didn't have a dedicated doctor for her pregnancy. Instead, doctors took turns checking her. Therefore, her pregnancy was real and not fake. The only person who could be faking was Princess Fang, who had never been pregnant." Qin Jinji asked, "Does Princess Fang have any signs of disguise on her face?" Lu Yi shook her head. "I also suspect she is an imposter. I secretly examined her bones, and there was no mask or fake face. Could her disguise be like the methods used by the Hua sisters?" "Interesting. Everyone in the palace hides secrets." Qin Jinji suddenly remembered that the two little ones, who were clearly raised by Princess Fang, didn't seem close to her. "I will send someone to investigate. Be careful when you move around in the palace. If you encounter danger you can't handle, run to the Queen Grandmother's residence. Lu Yi adjusts to her hat. Now, everyone knows I am the close friend of the Princess of Jinzijiang in the Jinbei Palace. Who dares to provoke me without thinking? Qin Jinji smiled and said, the palace is complicated. Knowing how to use power helps protect yourself. Lu Yi picked up her medicine box. Qin Jinji called out to her, aren't you going back to the residence to stay? Lu Yi proudly replied, dead bodies rot quickly. Once they decay, my research becomes useless. With a kind-hearted fairy like me working day and night for you, you should be happy. Qin Jinji clasped her hands in thanks. Thank you, Dr. Lu, for your hard work. Lu Yi waved her hand. No problem, no problem. Then she looked at Li Jin. He'll wake up in about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If you want to ask him anything, wait here a moment. Qin Jinji nodded, and Lu Yi carried her medicine box back to the Thousand Birds office. Sure enough, shortly after, Li Jin slowly woke up. He struggled to sit up, dazed for a moment before seeing Qin Jinji. He was about to get up. Qin Jinji waved her hand. You just woke up, no need for formalities. What's going on? Li Jin shook his head and then widened his eyes, saying, we found someone who has been buying cold toad essence regularly. The amount and timing match what the crown princess uses. But once we traced the black market leads, everything was cut off. I used to hang out in the black market when I was young. It's like I was investigating there. I found that person's private house. Just as I reached the back door, I felt a pain in the back of my head. When I woke up, I saw the princess. Qin Jinji frowned. You were discovered while following that person. The person who knocked you out didn't kill you, which shows they just didn't want you to continue investigating. Li Jin nodded. I suspect that person knew my identity and was afraid of angering the princess, so they only knocked me out and didn't want to kill me. Qin Jinji lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Even if they didn't want to kill Li Jin, knowing he was investigating on her orders was enough to offend her. Refusing to let him continue would offend her, but even if it meant offending her, she couldn't let Li Jin find out who was behind the cold toad essence purchase. It seems this person's identity is very important. Li Jin asked, Princess, once I rest well and disguise myself again, I will be very careful this time. I promise I won't let anyone discover my trail again. Qin Jinji stood up and said, no need. You rest well these days. Someone will investigate the cold toad essence matter. After hearing this, Li Jin nodded. Qin Jinji left Li Jin's room. She went to check Yun Jin's injury. Then she entered the palace again. In the prison, the man in black refused to reveal anything, no matter how he was tortured. Qin Jinji removed his chin again, but he still couldn't bite his tongue to commit suicide. Qin Jinji arrived at the prison. The guard quickly stepped forward and said, Greetings, princess. She signaled for the guard to step back. While the guard was confused, Qin Jinji drew a small dagger from her boot. She gently stabbed it into one person's stomach. Then she quickly cut out a piece of flesh from his abdomen. Go get a jar of honey and catch a few mice. The guard immediately turned around to prepare. Qin Jinji wiped the blood from the dagger onto the black-clad man's removed flesh. In a little while, I will have someone put honey on your wound, then lay you on the ground. The mice will smell the honey and start to gnaw at your stomach. In the end, you will die from the mice eating your insides. The guard behind her looked visibly scared. The black-clad man with the removed flesh had bloodshot eyes. Because his chin was gone, he couldn't even scream in pain. Drool dripped from his mouth. Qin Jinji looked at the angry others and smiled slightly. A few bites of honey won't satisfy the mice. Don't worry, everyone will get their share. Everyone looked at Qin Jinji with anger and fear in their eyes. She is a devil. Qin Jinji is truly a devil. The guard quickly brought the jar of honey and the mice. The mice squeaked happily inside the cage. Each squeak deepened the black-clad man's fear. Qin Jinji opened the honey jar herself and scooped out some honey. The mice will gnaw through your intestines in just a moment. You won't be in much pain. The man kept whimpering. Qin Jinji carefully spread the honey on his abdomen. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. The guard brought the cage of mice close to his stomach. He trembled violently. Qin Jinji quickly pressed his chin back into place with one hand. Who sent you here? The man in black stared fiercely at Qin Jinji. If you have the courage, just kill me with one strike. Qin Jinji looked at him coldly. Are you wasting my time? The guard heard this and lifted the man in black off the ground, placing him on the floor. He then took a mouse cage and put it on the man's body. As soon as the mice escaped from the cage, they smelled the strong scent of honey. They eagerly started biting into the man's stomach. The man screamed loudly inside the cell, crying out in pain. It seemed as if Qin Jinji had only brought him back to make him scream even louder in his suffering. Qin Jinji remained silent, watching quietly as the mice chewed through his stomach. Kill me. Just kill me. Qin Jinji. You won't have a good death. Even as a vengeful spirit, I won't let you go. Blood kept flowing from the man's mouth. His face was full of pain, anger, and suffering. Qin Jinji calmly withdrew her gaze and walked over to another man's execution rack. She gently lifted his chin back into place. Before she could ask, the man trembled and said, "It was Lord Sun Qian from the Ministry of Rites who sent us here." Qin Jinji sat down on a chair in the interrogation room. Send a message to the Thousand Birds Guard to bring Lord Sun Qian here. The man on the ground was already dead, his eyes burst and bloodshot, with a look of unfulfilled anger. When the Thousand Birds Guard brought Sun Qian to the cell, the strong smell of blood made him frown. The prison was deep inside the heavenly prison, with no windows letting in light. They could only light candles. This was to make prisoners lose track of time and break their mental defenses during torture. As soon as he entered, he saw a dead body being gnawed on by mice. Sun Qian immediately vomited. Qin Jinji's face was partly hidden in shadow because of her sharp features, making her look more intimidating when Sun Qian saw her. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. The Ministry of Rites controls all horse affairs. Do you know how many fine horses Lord Sun Qian helped the Yang family buy and hide in Guangzhou? Sun Qian looked at her in disbelief when he heard this. He was involved in secret matters under the Sixth Prince. The Ministry of Rites was not very prominent among the 9 ministries, but it was carefully arranged by the Yang family to place him in this position. Over the years, he secretly bought horses for the Yang family without anyone noticing. How could Qin Jinji possibly know? Sun Qian forced a fake smile. I don't know what the princess is talking about. The princess raised her chin. These people who stole important evidence in the palace say they are your men. Lord Sun, look, are these your people? Sun Qian was stunned and said without turning his head, these people have nothing to do with me. They must be framing me. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. Since they are not Lord Sun's men, it seems they are lying. They dare to accuse officials of the court. Bring them all, kill them. The prison guards asked, Princess, shall we continue the interrogation? But the Qidiao guards stepped forward and immediately killed the prisoners. Whether on purpose or not, blood splattered onto Sun Qian. Sun Qian was so frightened he froze. People say this young princess is heartless and cruel. Today, I see it's true. Seeing this, Qin Jinji smiled and said, Lord Sun, don't be afraid. We are now both officials in the court. I was thinking if they are your men, I could let you take them back. In official circles, we need some connections. Sun Qian's eyes fell to Qin Jinji's feet. He hadn't felt such pressure in a long time, and it was coming from the biggest in the capital, Qin Jinji. Uncomfortably, Sun Qian said, Princess, please be clear. I do not know these bandits. Qin Jinji waved her hand. No problem. Since it's a misunderstanding, come, send Lord Sun back to his residence. Sun Qian was confused by Qin Jinji's good temper. Could she really have changed? Looking at the large convoy escorting him back, Sun Qian spoke to the leading Qidiao guard. I can go back on my own. No need to trouble you. The guard replied coldly. That's an order from the commander. Otherwise, you can go talk to the commander yourself. Sun Qian was stunned. It's better to keep a distance from Qin Jinji. After Qin Jinji left the prison, she told the remaining Qidiao guards, wake them up and send them to Sun's residence tonight. After leaving the prison, Qin Jinji returned to the Empress's palace. Zhao Yuaning was sitting in the courtyard, embroidering a forehead cloth for the Empress. Seeing Qin Jinji smile, she asked, "Why are you in the palace at this hour? Did you have a meal?" Qin Jinji stretched lazily. "Just came out of the prison. I'll go take a bath first." Fly Yen heard the sound and ran out quickly. "Princess, ask someone to bring me some hot water." Fly Yen immediately prepared it. While taking a bath, Fly Yen looked at the scars on Qin Jinji with concern and said, "Princess, maybe you should ask Dr. Liu to make some scar-removing ointment for you." Qin Jinji smiled. "They're just small wounds, no need to worry." After bathing, Qin Jinji went to the queen's bedroom. She held a small booklet and jumped onto the soft bed. The queen and Zhao Yuaning looked at her with some confusion. Qin Jinji placed the booklet in front of them. "In a few days, I plan to ask for a county lord title for you, grandmother." "Zhao Yuaning, you choose a character for your name." The queen nodded. "That's good. I've been thinking of giving Aang some gifts these days. A county lord is good. I'll ask your uncle to show you a prosperous land. Having a title and land for a county lord is rare in Jin State." Zhao Yuaning looked at Qin Jinji. "I haven't done much, and if His Majesty grants me the county lord title, there might be objections in court. It might also affect my aunt's reputation." Qin Jinji lay on her side, hands behind her head, one leg resting on the other. "If anyone objects, I'll go visit them myself." The queen smiled and patted Qin Jinji's head. Zhao Yuaning also smiled. "You're quite brave." Qin Jinji opened one eye. "Besides, who says you haven't contributed? The military supplies, winter clothes for soldiers. Zhao family has never run out of these over the years. If you think about it, you're like a creditor to the emperor. Giving you a land is a small favor." The queen also held Zhao Yuaning's hand and said, "It's just a small county lord. Later, your aunt will give you something better." Qin Jinji sat up. "By the way, in a while, I'll need Grandma to hold a chrysanthemum appreciation festival." The queen looked at the booklet and said, "Was it about the marriage alliance between new officials and old nobles you mentioned earlier?" Qin Jinji leaned her face on the queen's arm, smiling happily. "Now that you have Fengxi, the marriage arrangement is up to you." The queen touched her face. "You're clever, always scheming with that old man." Qin Jinji chuckled. "Shall I tell Grandma?" The queen laughed. "I won't listen. You and your grandson can go play by yourselves." A member of the Thousand Birds Guard came in to report. "Commander, there are indeed people watching near Sun's residence. Tonight, when we send those criminals back, we wore bright robes so that even in the dark, it's clear we are from the Thousand Birds Guard." Qin Jinji nodded. "Keep watching." Chuang approached and asked, "Are you trying to create a rift between Sun Qian and the people behind him?" Qin Jinji looked at the official documents in her hand. Sun Qian's men were caught sneaking into the palace to steal evidence. They left unharmed and were escorted out by the Thousand Birds Guard. Tonight, his subordinates were also sent back. Guess how the people behind Sun Qian will think? Chuang thought for a moment. Sun Qian is loyal either to the Yang family or the Sixth Prince. Both are on the same side. Hiding horses is a serious crime. If Sun Qian reveals anything, the Yang family and the Sixth Prince will be in big trouble. They might even kill Sun Qian to keep him quiet. Qin Jinji nodded. If Sun Qian wants to stay alive, he will naturally choose a side to hide on. Chuang blinked. But isn't that a bit too obvious? Can the Yang family and the Sixth Prince trust him? Qin Jinji put down her brush and smiled. Do you think I've built my bad reputation in the capital all these years for nothing? Chuang pouted, knowing that she was known for being ruthless and clever. Anyone who crosses Qin Jinji doesn't end well. As long as this incident of Sun Qian returning safely happened, everyone would suspect something was off. Qin Jinji didn't need anyone to truly believe that Sun Qian and she shared secrets. Suspicion and doubt are forbidden in the royal court. The death of King Ming had already made many in the capital cautious and alert. Even the Thousand Birds Guard was being watched by countless people. Qin Jinji looked up at Chuang. Have you learned anything from General Tuyu? Chuang nodded eagerly. The military methods are truly powerful. Those men couldn't last even an incense stick's time before they surrendered. Someone hired them to watch near that house, but I don't know who hired the guards at the gate. Still, I feel something strange. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. What's strange about it? Chuang frowned slightly. I feel like these men were deliberately sent to us. Qin Jinji smiled. Lady Tao Hua has good insight. Chuang suddenly looked at Qin Jinji and said, Are you planning to set a trap by asking General Tu? Qin Jinji's smile grew wider. Guess. Chuang was speechless, realizing it was a trap. The military power of the Jinbei army remains stable under the Qin family because the army is deeply loved by the people. If the people's support wavers and the Qin family tries to seize power unlawfully, the military authority will naturally be taken back. For many years, the hidden threat within the Jinbei army has been like a turtle hiding in its shell. Qin Jinji has searched for years, but found nothing. She was just pretending to sleep when the Yang family sent a pillow. Since that's the case, if she doesn't use their plan against them, how could she have devised such a big scheme against the Yang family? When Qin Jinji returned to the palace, Li Jin was already able to move on his own. He approached her with a worried face. Princess, Wu Yuji has gone missing. Qin Jinji nodded. Expected. Li Jin felt very guilty. It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, I could have caught him. Qin Jinji patted his shoulder. Your main task now is to recover. Someone is investigating Wu Yuji. Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief. So, the princess already sent people to watch Wu Yuji. Luckily, it didn't delay your important plans. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Not my people. Li Jin looked confused. Huh, Qin Jinji smiled. Go back and rest. Princess, the prince invites you to the martial arts training ground, a servant announced outside the door. I'll change my clothes and go. After changing into a martial arts uniform, Qin Jinji went to the palace's training ground. She saw Qin Yi dressed in a general's robe, in his 60s, yet still muscular and vigorous. His arms, exposed, were covered with scars. He wielded a broad sword with fierce energy. Qin Jinji watched for a while. She finally understood why her grandmother, the beautiful lady, married her grandfather. His heroic stance on the training ground hadn't faded with age. Qin Yi turned around and swung his sword horizontally, hitting the ground. Seeing Qin Jinji standing nearby, he nodded. Qin Jinji quickly clapped. Grandfather, so mighty. Qin Yi looked proud. Our Qin family is famous for our broadswords. Every Qin family member receives a special sword before going to battle. I thought you wouldn't have the chance to own your own sword. Life is unpredictable. Behind him, a servant brought out a long box and placed it at Qin Jinji's feet. The servant opened the box, revealing a sword made just for Qin Jinji. Qin Yi stood on the ground holding a guandao, asking, Did your grandfather teach you swordsmanship well? Qin Jinji shook her head and then swung her guandao upward. The guandao turned and was already in Qin Jinji's hand. She confidently said to Qin Yi, If grandfather wants to spar, I will gladly join. Qin Yi laughed loudly. That's the spirit of our Qin family. I won't hold back. The two guandos clashed, producing sharp sounds. Their swords pressed against each other in a tense standoff. Qin Jinji curled her lips and said, Grandfather, it's been a while since we fought, so I have less strength now. Qin Yi smiled. I only used about 30% of my strength. Both figures moved swiftly, wielding heavy guandos. Every strike was powerful, and their movements were quick. Qin Jinji spun her guandao behind her, creating a beautiful arc, then shouted, Be careful, grandfather. She leapt into the air and swung her weapon at Qin Yi. Qin Yi blocked her attack with his guandao. Surprisingly, Qin Jinji forced Qin Yi to step back 2 paces. Grandfather, I hope I haven't disgraced your name. Qin Jinji lowered her sword, pointing the tip downward. Suddenly, loud applause erupted nearby. Qin Jinji looked up and saw many soldiers from the Northern Army. Even Qin Ye's 4 adopted sons were among them. Li Muli had already realized that Qin Jinji was secretly very skilled. But seeing her perform on the training ground, matching Qin Ye's strength, still surprised him. Everyone knew Qin Jinji was good at martial arts. But such skill was truly unexpected. In both strength and intelligence, Qin Jinji was a worthy leader of the Northern Army. Even though she was a woman, She was strong enough that all the restrictions on women in this world were useless against her. Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong looked at her with amazement. To them, Qin Jinji was just a spoiled, fierce young lady. They had never imagined she could be like this. Only Xue Huai secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The young princess was truly kind-hearted, not just attacking him outright. He realized his greatest luck was knowing when to act wisely, thinking about what he had pretended before. But it didn't matter now. He was the princess's most loyal subordinate, appointed by her himself.